All right. So I think we've got the board. So we'll go ahead and start. In accordance with AB 361, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. Can we please have roll call, Tracy?
Yes. Supervisor Bohn?
Aye.
Supervisor Bass?
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Good morning.
Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
And Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Wilson?
Well, his name is there.
Is Mike?
Yeah, I'm here. Here he goes.
Wait a minute, he's having some problems.
Okay, everybody's here.
I heard him mumble, so okay, we're good. So at this point, we'll move on to the flag salute. And Nikki and Tracy, if you wouldn't mind showing us the flag.
Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Share screen. The red button. Perfect.
So I'm going to give you a little run through of how the meeting's going to run. For those of you who do want to call in and make comment today, just a reminder, press *9 when the item begins, especially if you know you're going to be speaking on that item. And when you press *9, it raises your hand. When your number is called, you press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have generally 3 minutes, depending on which item we're speaking of and the amount of public input we expect to hear. Also, be mindful that there's a 30-second or so time delay. So once you call in, you'll want to turn your volume off on your TV or your screen, and you will also not want to watch because you'll see our mouths moving, and you're going to miss your opportunity to speak because there is a significant time delay. So I just want people to be aware of that. When you have your 3 minutes to speak, when you have 30 seconds left, you'll hear this sound, hopefully. And that lets you know you have 30 seconds to complete your comments. At that time, you will be thanked for your comments and your phone will be muted. Don't take it personally. It's just a process so that everyone has the same amount of time. So at this time, I would like to ask our CAO, Hayes, if there are any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There are a couple modifications. Item D28 will be pulled from the consent calendar and returned at a later date. Items D27 and D29 will be pulled for discussion.
All right. So with that, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with those adjustments? Supervisor Bushnell?
I also pulled another item, Alicia, the domestic violence.
Oh, yes, I am sorry about that. My apologies. Item D5.
Okay. So currently I see D28 coming back in another date. D27, 29, and 5 will be coming back for conversation today, so being pulled from consent. If I'm correct, I think I am. All right, if I'm not, correct me. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar with those modifications?
Also move.
And is there, okay, we've got a motion and a second. This time we will go to public comment. I'm trying to find the queue for public comment. All right, we have a few hands up. And so this is for public comment on the consent calendar items. We'll go to 7150 first. Press *6 to unmute. If you're 7150. Okay, 7150. All right, we're going to move on to 7454 and we'll come back to 7150. So 7454, I'm pretty sure you know the policy here to press *6 to unmute.
Virginia, can you hear me this morning?
Yes, welcome.
I did want to speak on consent item 1. I had some information that was forwarded to me that I forwarded to some of you folks. I've been having a hard time getting my computer to pull up that exact information. There was concern on how this particular item was drafted, and so this was forwarded to me. For starters, I want to congratulate what I call Fly Virginia and all the good work and all the airlines that are coming into our airport. That is fantastic. My routes are really good for Mexico, so that'll cut my time down. And I also wanted to wonder if this study we have here includes a chance, just an outside chance, that we can study to have a cover put in for your rescue out there. That falls in under the jurisdiction. The dogs have to play in the rain. They have to be seen in the rain. So maybe somewhere in this big study, this $1.598868 thousand study, over $1 million, we can go ahead and get a little cover for our dogs out there at the rescue. So the concerns were that the proposed contract with Armstrong Inc. for an airport system planning system is incomplete. And Exhibit A is referenced in the county contract item 1, and item B is incomplete, without some delineation of schedule rates of reimbursement or at least maximum cost for each of the 10 deliverables within their work plan. The county is authorizing a blank check to a consultant for $1 million and a whole bunch more money with little factual basis for progress payments as the work proceeds. As a consultant who has worked with the county of Humboldt in the past, I know that it would be quite unusual for the department to expect Board of Supervisors to approve a contract that had no stated reimbursement rates or specific totals for each item within the proposed scope of work. The fact that the FAA appears to be in a position to reimburse the county for 100%, that's great. The cost does not make it acceptable to enter a contract without adequate cost control and management tools. And this was forwarded to me by and I hope I'm not stepping over bounds, by a Rich Fenton. And so anyway, I don't know if he's going to speak on this, but when people do forward me their concerns, I like to forward them to you. And I did send that to at least one board member, forward that to some of you, or at least one of you there this morning. So anyway, good job on the airport. I hope this study proves out well. I hope we benefit from it. And I hope it does include that nice little thing to keep our dogs dry during their play area out in front of the shelter. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
All right, thank you, Kent. And I think I'm going to go to 0151. I apologize. So if you're 0151, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Dottie Russell, Southern Humboldt again, and I'm calling to talk about a few items. So one is that with this abatement, which is not a surprise that I'm talking on this, the abatement issue talks about relocation fees if there's an abatement problem. I think that the state standard for that on relocation is 1.5 times or 1.5 months of relocation. So I just wanted to say to you that I understand where you're headed with this as far as people should have nice places to live. All of that is great. There's been a lot of research recently saying that nobody by themselves can afford to live in Humboldt County. That's one thing. Another thing is that people on disability can't even afford to live in some place unless it's subsidized housing. So how you're going to relocate and pay some money in advance to relocate somebody to live in a place that's possibly 1.5 times what HUD says it is, it just means they're going to be homeless soon. So I think that the other issue that we need to address is the training for DHHS and working on housing is important. It's great, and you have a lot of money in here for putting money into training staff for DHHS, but if you don't have any staff because you can't get staff or because they keep losing or unfortunately dying, then we're kind of up the creek spending almost $200,000 or more for training for people that we don't have. So if we could step it up with getting people here as employees so that they can do case management, that would make a huge difference to the people that aren't properly housed in one way or another. So that's what I have to say about that. Thanks very much. And I hope we can really get on it with helping to provide some housing for people and having nice places for everybody to live. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dottie. And then we're going to go one more time to 7150. It looks like you are unmuted now, so welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Belinda, and I am from Fortuna, California. I'm kind of with Dottie on that abatement issue and the housing issues. My take on it is that I know right now everyone's experiencing a lot of struggles and hardships and homelessness, and it seems if there are funds available to be allocated that, as opposed to relocating the tenants where they're housed now to different places that where the rent would possibly 2 to 3 times higher than they're used to paying, and they're on fixed incomes, single mothers, single parents, single fathers. It seems that those funds would be better allocated to go into maybe updating their residents now if they're at substandard level, and moving them somewhere else, excuse me, that is not as affordable for them, would be just delaying the inevitable and bring them, I think, full circle back to the homelessness issue again. That's all. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you for calling in. So those are all the hands up for that item, the consent calendar. So I'm going to go back to the board. I believe there may be some comments. Supervisor Bohn and then Madrone.
Well, I'm not going to read it, but I do want to recognize Mary Jane Ashton on her retirement from the planning department and everything else. Before I was a supervisor, I had dealings with her, and since I've been a supervisor, she's always been a voice of calm, a reason, and actually worked with you to get things across the board. So I wish her the best, and hopefully we'll get her retired annuitant coming back and helping out. But I wanted to recognize her, and it's a very nice proclamation that they brought forward. So congratulations to Mary Jane.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of items. One, I wanted to just very briefly recognize that we are declaring this month as Long-Term Care Concern Month. And there's a quote here of reclaiming my rights, my home, my life. And I know long-term care facilities are very much in the forefront these days. So just wanted to mention that. And then additionally, I wanted to just respond very briefly to the comments on the airport contract. And I did ask Cody Rogatz, our director of the airport, to provide some background. And he noted that the FFA has reviewed and approved the scope of work. And additionally, it's a lump sum agreement, but it is an industry standard for a project like this. It has been reviewed by another consulting firm with airport expertise and similar project experience to Armstrong. The proposed fees have been found reasonable through this independent fee evaluation, which was also done to meet FAA requirements and was a stipulation of receiving the grant for this project. So there might have been some confusion about this, but it is a lump sum contract. So just wanted to provide some background for that. And thank you, Mr. Rogatz, for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And I did want to also mention, while I was involved in, flight, working with the airport a lot in the past, this is all, I have to say, it's very much Cody and the team that's currently working on it. And I just really want to give him a lot of credit for his patience and his energy, because things are just happening so quickly. But Cody, since you were on, did you want to say anything about the contract that Supervisor Madrone spoke to? Well, you just appeared out of nowhere. It's like you're a Vegas act or something. It's like, ooh, here he is.
I'm actually not in Vegas. I'm in my office in Humboldt. But
Cody Copperfield.
Thank you, Chair Bass and Supervisor Madrone and honorable board members. I don't have anything to add to the contract beyond what Supervisor Madrone read off there. This is, as I mentioned in my note to Supervisor Madrone, industry standard as far as the structure for a project like this. We will be, as the contract notes, be getting invoices throughout the contract, showing the progress on a percentage basis and processing those invoices as such. and be receiving 100% reimbursement from the FAA for those costs.
All right, thank you very much for that, Director Rogath. I also did want to mention the retirement of another longtime employee with DHHS. She was social worker, Varda Greenberg, and I don't know her individually or personally, but definitely been part of the team for a long time. I did want to give Director Beck, if she's on, if she wanted to maybe say something regarding this retirement. Sorry, Connie, I didn't warn you, but are you here? All right, I'm not seeing her at this point. Oh, Michelle, your hand's up. Okay, well, kind of. No one uses the yellow hand anymore.
Oh, good. There's Connie. I didn't know. I can certainly say something. I worked with Varda many years. Connie, did you want to, or do you want me to?
Go ahead,
Sorry, I
Michelle.
surprised you.
Okay. I wasn't prepared to say anything, but Varda was the first social worker that I ever went out in the field with as a child welfare social worker 15 years ago. And I was thrilled to hear that we were doing this proclamation for her or a resolution for her. She's just a joy. She just always has a positive attitude, and the world can be burning all around her, and she could be out there, and she's just really positive. She sees the strengths in families and parents, and really believes that people can change and make good choices and get better and heal. And so I'm happy to hear that she gets to retire after such a long career in child welfare. It's really hard work. And the fact that she's stuck around as long as she has kind of blows my mind. And I think everybody else at child welfare would agree that she's just adored and she's going to be missed really, really, really bad.
Thank you, Michelle.
Varda, enjoy it.
Thank you, Michelle, for being here and be able to speak to that. All right. Got a whole bunch of faces today to just make sure no one else wanted to comment. Seeing no other hands up, I think we can do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to move on to the public comment on non-agenda items. And this is the time for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda. You'll have the standard 3 minutes. And if you're interested, press *9 to raise your hand. And we will go to 7454 as our first hand up, and press *6 to unmute.
I have a few different topics. One is supply and demand. The people in the cannabis business here, my understanding is this year intend to double down on the amount of black market and whatnot, things that are growing. But it's kind of the opposite. I mean, you have a market that's flooded. I think the people in the oil business usually cut back supply. So I don't think that will work well. This is coming from the Humboldt Consequential. We have a request that people participate. We're ranking some people for as far as dumb, dumber, and dumbest. And I'm gonna give you some of the examples of some of the people that are on this potential list. And most of you have my phone number, 668-5288, if you want to register a vote. But not so long ago, I was sitting in a meeting by our Senator McGuire. I sat in the front row like I usually do, and I think Steve Madrone and Mike Wilson were there. And I asked a very pertinent question to Mike McGuire. And was he willing to go ahead and preserve the water in the Mad River and not take that over the hill? He would not answer me. He totally dodged the particular question. I feel if I have something on my tombstone, I like to say that Kemp tried to keep as many waters in the river in which Mother Nature put them and intended. And then, of course, we come down to this two-basin solution down south. And I understand anybody like Mr. McGuire or Mike Wilson who have desires to move on in the world have to look toward their voting base, which basically depends upon the water being stolen out of the Eel River. So again, for someone like this who really is more concerned about continuing to be elected than doing what's right and fair for the environment, I'm a big proponent for removing those dams. If they wish to store water with the blessing of the tribes in the area and forbear and do their own storage system down south when we're getting flooded, then maybe that's right. But other than that, if you have a representative who, in my opinion, is a faux environmentalist, then I have a problem with that person. I wish they'd stand up and do the right thing for the environment. And so those are some of the causes I have. He has a person working for him. What was his name again? Mr. Lyles. And Mr. Lyles was Mr. Bosco's hit person, and he's a bully, and he doesn't follow my standards. I only bully bullies. So I'm bullying him. And anyway, he's on the list. And of course, we have Mike Wilson on there also, and we'll discuss that another time. I'm out of time now, so we will move on to our other topics. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on non-consent items and items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is 0151. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello. Thanks. So I'm really concerned about the ethics of the McCullough contractors being the only ones hired by Humboldt County to work on abatements. So I was told that in 2020, it was a competitive bid that went out and there would be 3 competitive bids. And suddenly in January of 2021, there's no competitive bids and only one person doing it. I think that's a mistake. I think it's I believe in competition myself as far as doing business. So I think competition can be a very good thing and keep things, really on the up and up. So I hope that you will consider that and go back to your previous ideas about doing a competitive bid for any work that has to be done that's ordered by the county. I think that would be much more fair. And the other thing is that we have this public hearing about leaning the Christian Science Church at 1 p.m., but I was told something about people speaking are supposed to give their email addresses and get it into somebody, I guess the code enforcement, I'm not really sure. And I don't know why that is different than just calling in for a Zoom. So maybe somebody could fill me in with, is there something different that's supposed to happen about speaking at the hearing at 1? I don't know.
All right, thank you, Dottie. And 5069, you're next. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hey there. Morning, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon on behalf of Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Looking forward to the cannabis agenda item later today, but wanted to take this time to comment on another item, which is the Project Trellis Committee meeting, which has been agendized for 12:30 p.m. on tomorrow, Wednesday, October 6th. The agenda for this item came out, as I understand it, on Saturday, and it's a really large and pretty wide scope agenda. And what it does, among other things, is to really propose to increase the scope of the Project Trellis Committee substantially. So your board has given, as I understand it, 2 directions to the Project Trellis Committee. One is to rank and review Project Trellis applications for purposes of distributing grant funds. And the other is to conduct oversight and review on marketing and equity contracts executed under Project Trellis. This agenda would expand that scope to also include county policy work, state policy work on cannabis issues, media relations, community stakeholder processes, as well as governance over the countywide marketing effort. Some of those things, can understand appointing a point of contact for the media for Project Trellis. That seems to make sense. But other of those items seem to represent a really substantial increase in scope to what Project Trellis and the committee in particular is doing. And so just wanted to make sure that you as supervisors, as well as staff and the public, were aware that that is taking place. We also wanted to highlight a specific item on that agenda, which frankly we find fairly alarming, which is agenda item number 6, which would have Project Trellis Committee direct staff to join the California Cannabis Industry Association, or CCIA, as a member. I'm not personally aware of any precedent for a public body or a county joining a private industry trade association. To me, that seems to be inappropriate. It's even more concerning in this case, however, because CCIA is an organization that primarily represents large, vertically integrated cannabis businesses, including large farms in places like Santa Barbara County. CCI has exactly 3 members in Humboldt County. And beyond that, that organization has consistently advocated against the interests of small and legacy farmers, most notably when they advocated in 2018 and were leading in the opposition to the 1 acre cap and were likely responsible in part for that cap being eliminated. The reason why you all as supervisors are getting panic calls from your constituents is largely because of the pull of that 1 acre cap. So for the county to join CCI as a member, the organization advocating for that, seems like it would clearly be not appropriate for the county to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ross. All right, no more hands up, so we're going to go back to the board. I did want to just mention, Dottie mentioned a different process for 1 o'clock. I can say as chair, I've not been informed of any different process. I believe people can make the same public comment as in the same way they do now. And okay, Director Ford, though, I did want to at least clarify, perhaps there's a different message, not a different, but a message coming out that I'm not aware of. So thank you, Director Ford.
No, thank you, Chair Bass. There is nothing different here. The reason for the request of the email addresses is so that the clerk's office can incorporate people into the panel during the hearing. And so if we know who to look, office knows who to look for, they can bring people into the panel so they're not just in the audience, they're actually in the panel. That's the only reason. It's for convenience and to facilitate the discussion.
All right, thank you. So it's not, in essence, for the people who are planning to make just general public comment. All right, that's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to explain it firsthand. So okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
I just wanted to, I wanted to make sure Dottie understood that she's supposed to be a panelist and not in public comment. And I think she might have been a little bit confused about that.
All right, thank you. Good. Well, good thing it's brought up now. We have a little while to get that figured out until 1 o'clock.
I was going to call her at lunch and tell her that.
Oh, you're thinking we're going to have lunch. I like the way you think, so we'll see. All right, so we're going to move on from public comment on non-agenda items. We do have a special presentation today, and that one comes to us from Supervisor Bushnell, and it's coming from the Fortuna Police the Police Chief, Casey Day. And so this time I'll hand it over to Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, we in Humboldt County had Officer Frank from the Fortuna Police Department was honored, and I would like to give Chief Day an opportunity and to present that for us at the Board of Supervisors. And this is a Measure Z funded position, which directly involves the county also.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'd like to say good morning to the Honorable Board of Supervisors and express a very special thank you to Supervisor Bushnell for the opportunity to bring some regional awareness to what I consider a hell of a accomplishment. And so I believe Tracy is going to help us out. We have a small video presentation that we're going to start things out with.
Thank you, and good morning to the Honorable Board of Supervisors, county staff, and community members. Today it is my distinct honor to recognize one of our own. Fortuna Police Department School Resource Officer Lindsay Frank will receive the department's Medal of Merit. Developing and maintaining trusting relationships are the foundation of community policing today. Our relationships must be vast, impactful, and authentic. Outstanding community relationships take hard work, commitment, and a deliberate focus. Without hard work, a community's quality of life and the public trust for law enforcement suffer. Tonight, we have the opportunity to highlight a tangible example of hard work, commitment, and a very deliberate focus. This year, the National Association of School Resource Officers selected Fortuna Police Officer Lindsay Frank as the Region 9 winner for the Exceptional Service Award for continuous and sustained service to our schools in the Eel River Valley and to our community, above and beyond that expected of a normal school resource officer. The National Award for Region 9 included a sole selection of one officer from 6 states: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. During the month of July, Officer Frank traveled to Orlando, Florida to accept the Exceptional Service Award and attend the National Association of School Resource Officers annual conference. Lindsay embodies sincerity, selflessness, compassion, and the meaning of community. I am extremely proud of her devotion to serve and sincerely view her as a beacon of hope. There is little doubt that Lindsay's contributions to our community have been impactful. But to simply say I am proud of Lindsay would be a gross understatement. She is an incredible human being and a hero within our community. Whether she is helping a teacher, changing a tire for a citizen, or mentoring our youth, it seems as though she is always there. As a capstone to Officer Frank's achievements and her service to our community, and in conclusion to the Region 9 Award for Exceptional Service by the National Association of School Resource Officers, it gives me great pleasure to recognize Lindsay and to confer upon her the Fortuna Police Department's Medal of Merit.
Okay, so unfortunately, Lindsay is on duty today for the sake of brevity and not to destroy the medal, we're actually not going to pin her today. I will read the accompanying citation that went with the Medal of Merit. For exceptional and meritorious service to our community while assigned as a school resource officer, Lindsay Frank has excelled beyond the classic responsibilities required of the badge and has served as an educator, emergency manager, informal counselor, and law enforcer. Lindsay has embodied both school-based and community-based policing, wherein she has promoted safety on all Eel River Valley campuses, served as a liaison between the school and the Fortuna Police, developed and implemented comprehensive safety strategies, built lasting relationships, reinforced positive behaviors, and connected our youth with needed services. Lindsay, your dedication to duty and commitment to our community culminates a distinguished period of service as the Fortuna Police Department School Resource Officer. Your extraordinary efforts and accomplishments reflect great credit upon your character and are consistent with the highest traditions of the Fortuna Police Department. So I would like to turn it over to Lindsay. She has a few brief comments, and then we will go ahead and conclude the presentation.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to update you on kind of what I've been doing in the Eel Valley. The last, years that I've been doing this position as school resource officer has been a whirlwind. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the support of the county, the Board of Supervisors, as well as my own city. And, especially with COVID right now, my position and the school resource officer position is very important for our school campuses and our youth because they are struggling very, very much over the last couple of years. And if it wasn't for the relationships that I've been able to build, not just with the staff, but with the students, I wouldn't be able to do my job as efficiently as I can. So, the ongoing support that I get from you guys and the community is so important. And I hope that I can continue doing my job and not just as a school resource officer, but as a peacekeeper and a police officer for our community in Humboldt County and Fortuna. So thank you again for the ongoing support that you've given me, and I hope that this can, be a stepping stone for our entire county and show them that we can be recognized in the U.S. for our efforts, and our youth is very, very important.
And in conclusion, coming from the chief, again, I just want to reemphasize, our success depends greatly on the support from our communities, both here in the city and regionally throughout Humboldt County. The support we receive at the local level with City Council and the Board of Supervisors, and we're extremely grateful for Measure Z. And, I just really think that this is a good time to showcase a very tangible result of success as it relates to the Measure Z funding that goes out. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. Again, Chair Bass, and to the Honorable Board of Supervisors, county staff, community members watching at home, thank you very much for the opportunity to highlight Lindsay and her work as a school resource officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was amazing. I had no idea. I see Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations. And as I get to know the community of Fortuna more, there's not one day that I'm there that I don't see you buzzing around. Or if I stop and talk with the children, they talk about you and how extraordinary you are and have helped them in so many ways, and how important you are to their daily life at school. And I just want to say that our community is blessed because of you, and I appreciate the job that you do and how serious you take your position.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I want to, Lindsay, Officer Frank, Casey, Chief Day, I'll do all the terms. I think the idea of when we're talking about Measure Z and the past Measure Z, the Measure Z committee, both in the North County and down in the Eel River Valley, because I know we're based out of Fortuna, and I appreciate you taking on that responsibility. But the Eel River Valley is pretty well known as being fully back in school during this COVID thing, trying to provide as much normalcy as possible. And I know that we turn to Lindsay, Officer Frank, for that. And I appreciate, Chief Day, for your support of this, but especially the Measure Z committee. And it just shows how well Measure Z is working. We don't talk about these parts of Measure Z, but it starts with our youth. And I know that Officer Frank has straightened the course of many a wayward child, or just given them that right idea. But it also gives them the respect of the badge that carries on to the guys that are out there on a daily basis. So I think for the whole Eel River Valley, Ferndale, Riadale, Scotia, because I know you touch them all, I think the approach, and I really loved it when you were talking, you never said I once. It says, I'm going to tell you what we've been doing and what we're up to, because you enveloped that whole team effort. And I sincerely thank Supervisor Bushnell for bringing this forward, because this kind of recognition, both for what you're doing on the job for our youth and the good that Measure Z does, and the committee's work on this is so important. So again, Fortuna knocks it out of the park. Nice job, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors have a comment they'd like to make? Or say, got 2 screens worth of people. So supervisors, definitely press *9 or raise your hand on the icon, because I do not have you all on the same page today for some reason. See any hands up? So I wanted to say, yes, thank you very much for coming and showcasing the good that both Measure Z does, but what a school resource officer does in such personal ways. I mean, I've known others, but never realized, just some of the efforts that have to go into it, and how you envelop and take on the community as part of your family. And it's out of 6 states. That's very impressive indeed. So I will go and see if there's anyone in the public comment queue. At this point, there are no hands up. Oh, there is one. 7454. Press star 6 to unmute.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you. I'm not speaking as the executive director of the Humboldt County Taxpayers League, but just as myself on this topic. I personally have I've watched through the whole process where Measure Z was put out there. And this is the finest, one of the finest, if not the finest example of how and where that money should be spent. I've had many issues with many ways it's been spent, but nothing better than helping the children through Measure Z funding through this thing. And kudos to Fortuna and kudos to everybody involved in this. And thank you so much to the officer and everybody who's brought this forward to be recognized. Totally justifiably, perfect example of how that money should be spent. Maybe we can even channel more of that money into either this department or other school systems that are like this to benefit the children. And as has been mentioned by many people, especially during COVID, but that's not going away. The problems will always be there in the schools. We've always had a need for a working relationship with the students and teaching law enforcement as their friend. And I think it's imperative that we actually allocate quite a bit more money into this particular program. But that's up to you guys. You get to sit in the chairs, and all I get to do is sit out here and compliment or whine as appropriate. So thank you for the opportunity to congratulate how well this is working.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Sheriff Hansel.
Good morning, Chair Bass. Just wanted to say thank you to Lindsay and the Fortuna Police Department and Chief Dave for nominating Lindsay for this award. It's much appreciated, all the effort that Lindsay has put into the Eel River Valley. I mean, this is not just the city of Fortuna. This goes into the county jurisdiction in Ferndale. Everywhere in the valley knows Lindsay and the impact that she's made on students, faculty, staff, and the parents. And just to echo what Kent just said, it's like, we want the kids to have a first good impression of law enforcement. That's the goal here, you know, and all the things going on in law enforcement, we want that first interaction to be a positive one. And she's paving the way for a lot of future contacts with law enforcement because of the positivity that she has. And also she holds people accountable. I mean, she's not just there just slapping fives and holding hands. She's you know, at times there's some tough love that's going on there and holding people accountable and also making people feel safe. And that is just the influence of a school resource officer in our community. And I wish we had 10 of her to go along all over the school districts, all over the county. So thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Chief. Really appreciate it. And much deserved.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Virginia, you're muted. Well, I just wanted to say when I first met Lindsay, we were talking about how often she's in the schools, around the kids. And she said that, you know, she doesn't have to wear her full gear, but that she wanted the kids to be able to know that it was safe, that she was a safe person and get used to that. So that, you know, and first impressions, like Sheriff Hansel was talking about. And I so appreciate that perspective from her and how serious she takes that position and how much she, and how hard she works to educate our young people on that our sheriffs are there for help, that we're here to help you and that we're safe people. And I really do appreciate that.
All right, seeing no others,
you have one more public comment. Did you close it? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, I did close it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sorry about that. Like to stay consistent here. So with that, we can either receive and file, or we can make a motion to receive and file, whichever way you'd like to do this, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'd like to make a motion to receive the presentation.
All right.
Second.
Okay. Motion in a couple seconds. If we have a roll call vote, please.
Sorry, we were having trouble here. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Let me think about it. Yeah, okay.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, and thank you again, Chief Day and Officer Frank.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, and thank you for being with us here today, and we'll let you go back to your important work.
All right, thank you, Chair Bass, and again to the Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing us the time to present. Have a great week.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go back to items pulled from consent, and the first one is D5, and that was pulled by Supervisor Bushnell, I believe, to highlight. So we'll turn this over to you, Supervisor.
Thank you. So I wanted to pull domestic and intimate partner violence awareness, just to have a little bit of a talk about how big of an issue and a problem that we have, not just in Humboldt County, but around, and that domestic violence and intimate partner violence doesn't just affect partners, it affects everybody around, and how important it is to support people and to understand domestic violence. Even if you don't, I've heard so many times, oh, she should just leave. Well, it's not that easy of a concept. And to really educate yourself about domestic violence and intimate partner violence is just a really, really important part of understanding it and helping and supporting people through it.
Exactly. I appreciate that you pulled it for sure. I was going to mention in the past, when it was not COVID, and hopefully Supervisor Bushnell, you'll get to experience this yourself. There's been a lot of activity around this item every year. And I think the one that's always impacted me the most was especially the first time in the board chambers, where everyone brought in all the silhouettes of people who have died locally or, in the general vicinity from domestic violence. And it was really impactful. And so hopefully, perhaps next year we'll be where we can actually do all of their events and their outreach efforts.
Well, with that being said, Virginia, my family has been touched by domestic violence in many ways. And myself, I'm a 16-year survivor of domestic violence. And I was fortunate. My family was very fortunate. And the system works if you can get there. And Maggie Fleming helped me tremendously, and through her support system and through the victim witness program, I was able to go forward and feel and be a better person and understand domestic violence more. So while I haven't seen the silhouettes, one of those silhouettes is my husband's daughter, and it is and his ex-wife's. And so, yes, it's a very dear subject to me, and it's a very important subject for our county and for our nation.
Well, thank you for your courage in bringing it forward and for sharing what's happened with you, because it's a hard story to tell. So I do appreciate that. We'll see if there's anyone in the public who would like to make comment on this. We do have one hand up. So 0151. Star 6, I believe it's Dottie. Are you there, Dottie? Right, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, it took me 3 star 6s, but I got there. So, yes, domestic violence is amazing. It's so rampant in Humboldt County. It's unbelievable. And we all need to be informed, maybe just like we have ribbons for other things, for cancer survivors or the situation. Maybe we should have ribbons for people knowledgeable, helpful about domestic violence. I've worked multiple times with the victim witness people. They know me by name because I report that often. And we've had some great successes with people that have been drugged by boyfriend happens, unfortunately, quite a bit. And there's one incident that's going on right this minute that we're trying to work on. So with drugs being so prevalent around here, it's easy to put something in a drink and have somebody not know. So we need to do trainings, we need to do posters, we need to let people know, and we also need to let people know not to give up on people that won't leave their partners. So just for the record, 2.5 years I spent as in domestic violence and was almost murdered by a butcher knife. So it's a hard one. Nobody can turn their back. No family member, no friend, no neighbor can turn their back and just say they don't want to be involved, because they've got to be involved to keep people alive. Thanks.
Thank you, Dottie. I do not see any other hands up. So we'll turn to the board. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank Supervisor Bushnell for pulling this item. It's such an important item. I think we've seen in the last few days the high school students speaking out, all over the county about violence, towards women in particular. And so proud of those young folks for organizing and refusing to be silent, as they say, and really speaking out. And, domestic violence hits just about every family, even if you're with a partner where you're not committing domestic violence. It's often the case that your partner may have experienced this violence at some time in their life. And so for many women in particular, there's this long process of healing. If you're lucky enough to get the support, as Supervisor Bushnell was saying, it's not always easy. There is a lot of help out there, but if you're lucky enough to get that and you're able to get into a safe place, there still is this very long-term process of healing. And that's where we as partners can really help support in that. And, I was the kind of a person I thought, well, I'm not a violent person or creating domestic violence, so I'm okay. I don't need to work on myself or do anything. And that's just simply not true. I mean, I've often been a workaholic in my life. And if I'm a workaholic, I'm not available to my partner. I'm simply not there to help with that healing process and all of that. So as men, I think we carry a very large responsibility to not only be violent towards our partners and others, but to also be supportive and to help with that healing process. And that begins by working on ourselves, because we all have things to work on, right? So anyway, I just wanted to offer my personal stories in that sense and support for all of us, especially the men, really stepping up and helping with that process and working on our own issues as well as part of that partnership. So again, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell.
I thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I do want to just recognize that domestic violence is not gender specific, and sometimes men also are victims of domestic violence, and it seems that it is harder for them to step forward and admit that. But it's really important that a person that is experiencing domestic violence knows that they can get the support they need and that people will understand. And hiding domestic violence is something that happens every day, and people tend to feel ashamed, and it's not your fault. And that's really important to know, that if you're a victim of domestic violence, it's not your fault, and you need to know that. So thank you.
So Supervisor Bushnell, would you like to move to adopt the proclamation?
Yes, I would like to move to adopt the proclamation for domestic and intimate partner violence awareness month.
Second.
All right, motion is second. I see no other hands up from the board. Tracy and Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Michelle Bushnell?
Yes.
Stephen Drum?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
thank you. So our next item that's pulled was D27, the supplemental budget and fixed asset line for police service dogs. And which supervisor pulled this?
I did.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I didn't write that one down. Sorry.
I've gone to the dogs. No, and this basically is just pulled for the fact that we have a couple deputies willing to step up and handle these animals. But the other thing is the money for these animals is coming out of asset forfeiture. And I think this is a great use of one-time monies out of asset forfeiture. No impact to the general fund. And every once in a while you want to highlight these things. We use asset forfeiture for recruitment of deputies because there's so much competition for deputies now and things like that. So all this was to recognize that we're getting the dogs from Myers Canine. And the nice thing about it, he's a Butte County sheriff who has a facility over there. But Brad Myers is a local born and raised kid. His parents and his brothers and stuff still live here. So I thought that was pretty cool. He comes over and does on-site trainings both over here in Samoa and out at Densmore, Ruth Lake area. So I just wanted to recognize the sheriff for bringing on, and he's looking for, and we're going to use some of the one-time monies for the maintenance of the animals. And we're actually looking for more. And I'll turn this over to the sheriff. And this was nothing else but basically thank the sheriff's department and the sheriff for using asset forfeiture money, because we always hear, what do we do with all that asset forfeiture money that we read about in the back of the paper? And it's not for anything but public good. So I want to thank the sheriff for that.
Sheriff Hansel.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this because it is something that's very, very important. You know, we do utilize asset forfeiture money for a lot of one-time things. We can't supplant the funding of the general fund funding, but we can enhance some of the services that we do provide. And this is one of those things that as we have less deputy sheriffs on the street, you know, having a canine is a force multiplier. And so the goal is to have 4 canines, you know, within our department over the next 2 years. And so right now we have 1, we're adding an additional plus, you know, 2 more essentially is what this is going to cover. So we're really excited about it. We're excited to work with Myers Canine and the canine program is a very, very good program. And again, utilizing this money for really services that get enhanced throughout the county. So really, really happy about that and thankful that we do have that money for this purpose.
Thank you, Sheriff. Seems to me that they're a really valuable member of the team.
Very much so. Yeah.
Any other supervisors have a comment or question? If you're in the public and want to speak, press *6 or *9 to raise your hand. At this time, are there any board members? I'm not seeing any. We do have a few in the public queue, so we will go first to 0151. I'll press *6 to unmute. And Dottie, I believe that's you. All right, 0151. There you are. Welcome.
Hi, sorry that I had hit *9 for a last one to make another comment by somebody else about domestic violence. So that's over. So I'm supportive of police dogs. I think that we need to all support everybody doing the right thing in whatever way we need. So thanks very much. Bye.
All right, thank you. All right, and then we have 7454. Welcome. There you go. You're unmuted now.
Virginia, okay. We had a couple tries there, didn't we?
You got
so, you know, I've always felt that Mother Nature's gift to mankind are pets. And of course, the one that's the most loyal is the dog. I don't think we deserve them. But we have forfeiture budget here of $1.2 million, and to spend 2 times $13,110 comes out to $26,000 and change. And I watch these dogs, how they interact with their handlers. And just that is worth the money, just to see that happening. But these dogs save lives. They save lives of the handlers. They save lives of the perpetrators that are out there. They're enabled to be arrested, and frequently they may be high on something and not responsible for their actions. But these dogs enable them to be taken down safely and given a chance to continue their lives rather than possibly ending up in some confrontation where they would lose them. Again, I don't think we deserve the dogs, but for some reason we're blessed with them. And I totally support you putting whatever amount of effort. I'd love to have any officer that really would like to have a dog being provided with that dog. And there's all kinds of wants and asks from our sheriff's department as far as their personnel. I would hope they'd be all asking, say, I don't need a pay raise, but I sure would like to have a dog to help be part of my life and part of law enforcement. They're really good when they are able to work with the people out there. They're liaisons between law enforcement, just like our school officer was. And so anyway, kudos to Sheriff Billy and the department for doing this. And I totally support you spending whatever money you're able to get people, your deputies, to go and you being willing to have a K-9 with them. So thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I didn't speak on the last issue because fortunately I have not been touched like some of you have been by domestic violence, but I do care about it and I do observe it. And I didn't want to have anybody feel like I was ignoring a topic that is important, but I felt others could speak more to the point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this particular topic.
Great, thank you. And there are no other hands up to speak from the public. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to recognize how important the dogs are to our officers and likewise to our public. In the Southern Humboldt area, there was an officer down there that had a K-9, and it was really great for me to be able to see him and our young people who are sometimes scared of cops go up and see these dogs and want to talk to the officers. And that in itself is so important to our young people. And I saw the officer interact with young kids and bring the dog out. And it was just amazing to see that connection. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, do we have a motion to approve this budget item?
I'll make the motion.
And a second? Okay, motion and second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Woof, woof.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Oh, yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
No, I thought we were getting a howl. All right, so we'll move on to the next item that was pulled, and that's item 29, and I believe that was pulled by Supervisor Bushnell, and it's regarding SWAP working with the city of Eureka.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So I pulled this item because, first of all, I'm new, so I'm learning all this, and I appreciate that we are contracting with Eureka to help facilitate with cleanup. But I wanted to ask Sheriff Hansel about SWAP in our unincorporated areas and what we do for those.
Yeah, SWAP is a Sheriff's Work Alternative Program, and we, in lieu of custody, we send people out to do various projects throughout the county. And sometimes it's roadside cleanup, sometimes it is doing maintaining our farm in Ronerville, sometimes it's cutting wood. There's various projects throughout, and then different county. We contract with McKinleyville to do the beautification of McKinleyville, around the airport, around the courthouse, some of the county buildings. And we also have an inmate work crew. These are inmates that actually are still in custody and that actually go out and do jobs while they're in custody. And that's what this is also dictating here, is that there could be an inmate work crew that goes out to fulfill this obligation as well. When our numbers were up, we had inmate work crew that was assigned to Caltrans, and they were going out, once or twice a week, doing the roadside cleanup. And so we do those things. If people are interested in having a SWAP crew come out for various reasons, they just need to contact our SWAP office, and we can see how we can partner with different community organizations. We do volunteer, we do also paid jobs for our SWAP workers. So it all depends on what the job is.
So thank you for that. And I'm wondering, so if say the unincorporated areas of say Southern Humboldt wanted to have SWAP come, we're screaming for help down there. Is this something that we would have to pay the county, or I'm sure they're paid, right? So then we could call, say our chamber could call and request that we get a day. Is that how that works?
Yeah, and so I've begun to speak with the Fire Safe Council, because there's a lot of things they want to do as far as doing some cleanup around Redway, doing fire lines, cleaning up the brush and those kind of things. And so we're already starting to talk about that. It's like the winter time, trying to do some of that stuff in the spring, get that stuff scheduled. So absolutely. So if you're interested in those kind of projects, then just have the chamber get a hold of the SWAP crews and or the SWAP department at our jail, and we can make those arrangements.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that presentation on the item.
No problem.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, really appreciate your efforts with the whole SWAP program. One of the things that did seem to happen, though, with COVID was that the courts were not sentencing people to jail time because of COVID. And so the numbers available to SWAP went down dramatically. And for our Public Works Department, it's been very difficult to get any SWAP crews for the last year and a half, as you well know. Nobody's fault. It's just what it is, right? But we were down so much as far as SWAP crews and the con crews that it basically equated to a loss of about $3 million of work happening on our roadside. So our roadside vegetation maintenance has really gone haywire, and our crews work their heinies off trying to get all this stuff done. But as you know, across the board in the county, our wages are so low that we're having a hard time recruiting and retaining people, deputies, as well as public works people and other departments. And so this has had a dramatic impact, and many of the fire starts happen along roadsides, right? So if we're not able to take care of our roadside vegetation, then we've got a really serious problem for our community. So I'm hopeful, and I'd like to hear your input once I finish on how we're going to rebuild all that, because it's such a great program. And I know for those that are, have made some mistakes, in a sense, it's so much better for them to do the alternative program, because then they can keep their jobs and then show up on Saturday and do their work to do their community service stuff. So it's a great, great program. In fact, I'd love to see it expanded dramatically. I spent my last 6 Saturdays weed whipping on School Road and Central Avenue in McKinleyville to clean up a lot of areas that simply can't be dealt with the mower. You need those hand crews to get in there and do that stuff. And so anything we can do to rebuild these programs would be greatly appreciated. But I know, the courts need to be part of that whole puzzle. So what's your thoughts on where we're heading? Are we going to be able to rebuild this anytime soon? Because we're in desperate need for help out there on many, many projects.
You're exactly right. So we need the DA is always pushing for sentencing people, and it's the courts and the judges that actually are sentencing inmates, convicted of different crimes. So we need them sentenced to jail in order for me to have the ability to put someone on a sheriff's work alternative program. So in lieu of jail, you get out there and work, and it's a day for day. And so it's a really good deal for them to do that. Now, we don't get to do this with every, person that gets convicted and sentenced to jail. The serious and violence, those are the people that stay in jail, and they don't get the opportunity for a SWAP program. And unfortunately, what we're having here in our jail is mostly people that are sentenced in our facility are the serious and violent. And so we need to continue to work with the courts. We talked about the positivity things and the positive things that are happening with all the sheriff's work alternative programs. So we're encouraging the judges, please sentence people to jail. There are certain things, I consider jail a gift. It gives people the opportunity to correct their behavior and hold people accountable. And And so it is really, really necessary in our society nowadays to make sure that there is some accountability there. And so we do have the ability, please sentence people to jail. And then we have lots of programs to get people on once they're in custody.
Yeah, and I imagine that part of this is actually the state part to this. Ever since AB 109 and the realignment, as you were mentioning, our jails are really filled up with serious and violent, actors, which basically leaves no room at the jail for, the minor offenses and stuff. And so that's part of why I think the courts and the judges are not sentencing people to the jail time, because we're overloaded. And then I hear these stories that the state is starting to close down some prisons because they don't have enough prisoners.
That's
and
right.
It just seems to me that as counties, at CSAC, RCRC, and everywhere, we really need to push back on the state here and say, hey, please take your state prisoners back. If you've got vacancies at your prisons, it's time to bring back those prisoners from the county jails. And so that we actually have room, at our jail to be able to sentence people and not just release them back into, society when they're not ready. And then we'd have more people to be able to do the alternate work. So I know that this is beyond your ability, but I think all of us can really try and put that pressure on to really get that straightened out, because that has been a nightmare ever since that happened, right? I mean,
yes, you are exactly right, Supervisor Madrone. And it is ridiculous how the state is closing state prisons, Lassen, also another prison in the Central Valley. And so it is something that we definitely need to address on the state level. And so crime is still occurring. People still need to go to state prison, and we need to keep our county jails for those nuisance misdemeanor offenses, that people do need a time out of society to kind of do a course correction. So yeah, I'm definitely a supporter of that.
Well, and I'd like to say from the standpoint, I know CSAC has been very involved, and we'd like the state to take people, back to and stop shuttling everything to the counties. And I believe RCRC probably does the same. And I'm sure the Sheriff's Association is
Absolutely.
quite, it's definitely something that's top on everyone's list. And it's impacted a lot of counties really not in the best way, for sure. Any other supervisors wish to comment on this item? Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell pulling this because I just want to make sure before we expand our services too far, we are taking care of the front of the courthouse and around the courthouse and I've been a beneficiary of the SWAT program for 22 years now, and they've been great for Redwood Fields. We played 600 to 800 games there a year, all youth. And the SWAP has been a major part of that. And I really appreciate they've had to go outside their realm and I think it's a good visual, a lot like asset forfeiture. People like seeing that we're actually, they're not just sitting around, they're actually getting something out of it. They're actually serving time for whatever reason it may be. And it's, again, as Supervisor Madrone said, we get a lot of people doing work alternative time. So not just necessarily swap, they just have 100 hours to do and they'll come out, and I've had the place painted, I've had fences rebuilt, I've had a lot of stuff done. So those programs all do work. And again, I appreciate that and anything we can do. And I know it's been tough. Trust me, I know it's been tough to get crews the last 18 months, 19 months, but that seems to be changing. And 2014, when Proposition 47 came, then 57, 109, all of these added, they took the burden and the state's burden for their lawsuits off of them and dumped them in our lap, as we full know the state does on a regular basis. So we will try to recover, and we can talk about it, but don't forget we have state representatives that actually do need to perform for us up here. So fill their ear up with stuff too. Thanks.
All right, just a reminder, if you want to comment on this item, press *9. I would ask the board first if there's a motion to approve the item. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I guess, again, my concern, as Supervisor Bohn said as well, is that we're able to use this very limited resource we currently have. Hopefully it'll become a much larger resource once again. But at this time, being such a limited resource, we're not getting to all of our own county needs with the roads and everything else. And so I am concerned that if we agree to this agreement, you know, it's just taking away from our ability to get our roads and everything else done. So I'm supportive of the agreement, but I would want to modify it so that it would say something like, as long as all the county's needs are being met, if there is an excess of swap, yes, let's work with the city of Eureka and others to do this. And I know this is an ongoing agreement, it's not new, but it concerns me deeply watching the lack of ability to take care of our own roads and our own facilities. So that's my main concern with this particular agreement. I can't support it as written. I could support it if we modified it so that it was, if we have everything covered, then we would provide this service, something along those lines. And I'm just, you know, is that okay, Sheriff Hansel, with you? I mean, just curious about where we're going with this.
Supervisor Hansel, then I'm going to comment, and then I'll go to the other two hands that are up.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bass. And just so you know, this clause, there's a clause in this contract that says I can get out of this contract with 30 days notice. I completely agree. If we cannot fulfill our obligations, this contract will go, will get canceled, because I want to make sure that we fulfill everything that our current obligations with the county before we start extending, you know, into this. You know, that sheriff, we don't necessarily need the money. You know, this is not about money. It's providing a service to the city of Eureka, which we all know, you know, like everywhere else in the county, does need it. And so we're able, when we can, provide that service. But if it's in a situation where we can't provide it, we're limited, and we're saying no to other parts of the county, then we'll have to cancel it.
And I just want to say I appreciate the cancellation clause. I do want to remind folks that Humboldt County does make a significant impact on the city of Eureka, because it is the county seat. It's not only what we do, but it's the traffic that comes through, and it is the visual. You know, I think it's an important contract to have. I understand it can be canceled, and I think that's good to have in there. I just want to remind folks it's not that we're doing it for free either. And like I said, we don't need the money, but if someone is using it, I just think it's a good use, not just of some of our resources, but of public will. To me, it's part of the public goodwill for being one of the largest employers and users, I think, of many of the city services. Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Bass. However, you know, with Eureka being incorporated and the other outside areas aren't incorporated, so they don't have the opportunities, such as Eureka does have their own town cleanup or crew, maintenance crew, where other places don't. And so I think that is what, for myself and for Supervisor Madrone and probably all of us, the concern. I wanted to ask Sheriff Hansel, in the past, how long have we had this contract with Eureka?
It's been here since I've been here, so at least 8 years.
And how do you so if there is an item that comes up to be done in Eureka, but there's an item that comes up to be done somewhere else, how do we get in line for that? Is that, can you explain that?
So what we do is we plan out, a month in advance as far as all of our obligations, and where we're supposed to send people and that kind of stuff. So, and we set up with the city of Eureka, these are going to be your days. And then we line people up to go and check in with the city of Eureka, just like we do with McKinleyville and some of our other obligations. So that is, we do it for a period of a month. If our swap numbers are so low that we can't fulfill our own obligations, then we cancel. We say, no, we can't do it. And that's happened over the last couple of years. We've had to tell the city of Eureka, we can't provide you a work crew. And so they understand, and we don't provide a work crew that month.
So would there be any priority for, say, an unincorporated area compared to a corporated area that has those services available to them, and Eureka has more money than, say, an unincorporated town available to them?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so that it's, at the given time, we're not going to expand the services for any of the municipalities when there's the need out in the county jurisdiction for sure.
And the last question I have, thank you, is have we in the past canceled on Eureka because either we didn't have enough SWAP people or we had other priorities?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something we actively evaluate before we just say we're going to help you out.
Yes.
Okay, so this contract then you have to have, I'm sure, because it's the city of Eureka, is just formally at the contract, and then we evaluate each job request individually.
Each job with the city of Eureka, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, so yeah, so what they do is the city of Eureka, they dictate where they want them on a certain day. We just say, we have your crew of 8 showing up on a Tuesday, and they tell us where they're going to show up. The waterfront, Sequoia Park, wherever that may be on that day.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I think I concur with what I'm hearing from other supervisors with regards to prioritizing the county. I think maybe prioritizing the county where practicable. I mean, it just sometimes that maybe there isn't within the unincorporated area something that's available that day because of scheduling or whatever it is, and there is something in an incorporated area that might be. So for my purposes, and I'm hearing from the sheriff Hansel that that's what they do. So but if it makes supervisors feel better to have it in the language prioritizing unincorporated in county facilities where practicable, I'm happy to support that amendment if it's required.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I see that Public Works Director Tom Matson's on, and I'm wondering if he might comment about Public Works needs for swap crews, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Director Matson.
Yeah, so thank you. Public Works uses swap all over the place on our roads, washing our vehicles. But the bigger loss to Public Works right now has actually been the reduction in CAL FIRE. The loss of those crews was huge, close to $3 million in value. So it's a combination of things. We value our work with SWAP and we understand what's going on. We have a very good relationship with the sheriff in getting things done. As he said, he provides, we have a contract with McKinleyville Community Service District to do landscaping, and he provides the crew that does that on a monthly basis. So we work hand in hand, and he's got a lot of priorities and he's lost a lot of resources, and we just have to try to absorb that and find a different way of doing things.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone, then Bohn, then I have a question.
Yes, I would make a motion to approve the agenda item with the suggested amendment, whereby we would prioritize county facilities and roads where practical.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. And Supervisor Bohn, then I want to make a comment.
Well, and I remember pre-COVID, we actually had those days. We worked out a sheriff, I think it was a $50,000 adjustment to make sure that we were getting the airport, specifically up north, our major airport, and especially with as many people coming in and out. For a lot of people, that's their first touch. And we were talking about doing quite a bit of work. And I want to make sure that, with Cody and public, that we're meeting those criteria, because, and nothing, I mean, City of Eureka, I think it's great to help them and to have the partnership, but I also know they're running parallel programs with Uplift, and they have a work alternative program where they're training people to be landscapers and things like that. So they've got grant funding for it, and they've got their new sales tax coming in for that. So I want to prioritize the city, but I also want to prioritize our buildings, then our roads, and along those lines. I think we've done a great job. I mean, I don't know if any of the fires started alongside roads this year. I know 7 of the 9 biggest were lightning, and once we control that, we'll be in great shape. But I think what I want to do is make sure our buildings are done first, and then the road alongside the road, And it's the Cal Fire crews. We're closing camps up here. We're gonna have stage people there, but they're talking about taking some more camp crews out. So I think the idea is to make sure the airport is done, obviously our courthouse and our crews, our IT buildings, just everything along those lines, and then be able to basically take care of our own. Because I love it when everybody says we don't need the money, and I'm sitting there going, really? That's not the way I read it, but the way I understand it is, as we move forward, this is a pretty cost savings measure for anybody that uses it. And I hope we can, and I trust the sheriff to work that through. But I think the whole idea is it's based out of here. We need to take care of our own. And I just want to make sure through Cody and stuff that the airport is getting, because right now we're getting a lot more flights in. I appreciate, Cody, and it seems all these flights seem to have triggered with our new airport director. And I appreciate everything his reaching out and doing that. But I'm just saying, I also want him flying into somewhere that goes, wow, this place does look nice. So and our courthouse, and because it's where we come every day. So
I have a question for the sheriff, 2 questions actually. How many of the, you mentioned MCSD, I think, having a contract. How many other contracts exist beside the city of Eureka?
I don't have that. I don't have that figure in front of me right now. I can get it to you later. We do have several kind of open contracts right now. But there's things that we're not doing, and that's Caltrans right now. And that's it's a lucrative contract, but that's for an inmate crew, because we have an actual correctional deputy that's out with, sentenced inmates that are still in custody. So it's a little higher money.
So I guess what I would say is I can support the amendment of that language if we put it in all the contracts that aren't necessarily for county facilities and county specific. Because I think if we're going to do that with the city, we should do that with others as well. If we are being paid, and anything that is similar like that, I think it's reasonable to put that language in. And I would ask that the board consider, or the sheriff consider, doing that in the future. I don't want to see us singling out an entity over others if they also, other entities have, if we've got contracts with them right now. I just think we should be consistent. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree. I support what you just said about, all contracts being equal. I do want to point out that the McKinleyville Community Service District is actually doing the county a fantastic favor because the agreement they have is helping to maintain Central Avenue. Well, that's a county road, right? It's a county facility. So if it weren't for the MCSD staff stepping up and running that program, McKinley Central Avenue would just not look very good at all. And you come into the airport and then you come down Central, right? Or over to the freeway. So, not all contracts are equal. Some of them are for cities and incorporated areas, but that one in particular, we are very grateful to the Community Service District for taking on that role there. So that one is in particular a little bit different. And there may be things like that in Garberville or other areas where the chamber or service districts are stepping up and actually helping us with our responsibilities. So there's some slight variations that occur within those contracts, we'll say.
Yeah, it's true. Director Matheson, I almost called you supervisor.
No, not quite. Just wanted to say that our MCSD contract is through Public Works, and it has an out for the sheriff if he can't, if he doesn't have the people. It does not guarantee them, but he does supply them, but there is an out in that contract as well.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I just wanted to say, I think it would have to go by contract by contract. Sheriff Hansel, is that a true statement?
Yes, and there's days that, I'm authorized to do a day contract for a different, for just a 1-day type swap program. So yeah, there are those things that do come up, and people do want a contract swap just for a day, and so I'm able to do that.
That actually would be a great presentation somewhere, maybe after COVID, assuming there's something that we start doing differently, because people do ask about how to use swap services that don't have an existing contract. So I think that's good information to get out there. But we do have a member of the public. And if you're interested in speaking, press *9, but we have 0151. Sorry. Yes, we're going to go 0151 first because that's what I saw first. So Dottie, I believe that's you. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, Dottie Russell, Southern Humboldt again. Yes, a lot of people from Southern Humboldt are arrested, and they're being held. So they're being held for a little bit, and then they would be, I believe, candidates to do the SWAP program. And I think it would be very helpful for them to be in their community, for them to be participating in making a difference, and then offering the possibility of volunteering some time too. So if they just put in some time that they have to put in, that's one thing. But maybe once they do that and they realize that they can make a difference to their community and be a better part, then maybe they could just volunteer, because volunteer.
I'll talk.
Hey, either Rex or Kathy, I think your speakers. Oh, it's Rex's. Okay, sorry. I was gonna say push mute. Go ahead, Dottie. You can. I start your. I stopped your time when I mentioned I heard noise on the. Someone's microphone was not off. So go ahead, Dottie. You still have 2 minutes.
Okay, very good. So anyway, I just think that if we get these people more involved and they get a little bit of empowerment by doing the right thing, not the wrong thing, making contacts with people that once again are proactive for a good community involvement instead of a bad one and dealing drugs, I think we would all be a lot better off. So I definitely encourage all work programs, SWAP 2, to be involved. A county road is Avenue of the Giants. It's a wreck, and it would be really great if they were involved in Avenue of the Giants, since we all know that the Avenue brings a lot of people to Humboldt County. So I'm in favor of unincorporated areas getting some help from SWAP as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Dottie. Our next speaker is 7454. Welcome, Kent.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes.
You know, I totally trust the sheriff on this particular topic in a whole bunch of. I've never seen so much time being spent micromanaging someone who's totally qualified to handle this on. It's nice to have your expressions. I would leave your amendment as it is. I did wish to make mention regarding the airport out there, since that was brought up in prior circumstance. I didn't notice them this time, but you'd have a planter as you go in through the strainer, we call it, which has razor wire over the top of it, if I recall. You do not have a friendly entrance to that airport. And I don't know if the SWAP team or some other thing can soften that up. It's just about a joke to go through that three-way strainer getting in there. And I think the people kind of consider it an interesting entrance to Humboldt County, but I don't think it's the way you wish to pray. It's kind of like you're going into a prison rather than an airport. So you may wish to have your crew go out there and work on that. Somebody maybe redesign that. In the prior money we had, that $1.5 million to redesign that so you have a friendly entrance to Humboldt County. That's just a suggestion. And again, I totally trust the sheriff on this. And I do find you seem to micromanage some things and not the others. I think sometimes you just should let go of your qualified people's ears and let them do their job. But that's just what I've observed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thanks for the sheriff for running this well-run department as far as accomplishing things. I think it's really important for you to share this with the municipalities. A lot of times they feel like they're slighted because they do put money into the fund for Measure Z and other funds like that. And I think this is a way to share and give back to them. So I think equal opportunity with the municipalities is a really important thing out there for public relations. And they put the money in for Measure Z. I know some people don't quite realize that they put a higher percentage in than the outer areas do. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Kent. And another hand up is 9334. And if you're 9334, press *6 to unmute.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Welcome. Dennis Mayo, McKinleyville Community Services District. I just wanted to reiterate what a fantastic partnership this has been for McKinleyville Community Services District and the sheriff and the SWAT team, et cetera. We've worked on this proactively for many, many years. It's been a very good relationship. We've had lots of negotiations and we'll have more. Starting way back in my experience with Peterson when he was running the SWAP and on through Mark Luna and now on. Billy's doing an outstanding job and we appreciate it. Thank you. Support this very much. Sometimes governments do the right thing and this one is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. All right, there are no more hands up, so we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I think it's true. We have spent quite a bit of time on this, but I guess it potentially shows the great interest in what SWAP can do for us. It's a great, program for people, but there's also the preventative side, right? I mean, there's alternative work programs when you make some mistakes, but preventative, there was a time not that long ago that we had all kinds of summer jobs for youth. CETA, NOVA, and all kinds of things, and they all seem to have disappeared. Well, we've got these billion-dollar budgets coming down for fire prevention, and much of that can go to roadside vegetation maintenance. So I'm hoping that at the county level, we can work to secure funding and rebuild some of these youth programs as a preventative measure. If we can keep our youth involved and engaged, learning great skills in landscaping, et cetera, then they don't end up in the jails, right? So that prevention side of it is so important for us to be working on. So I've certainly, in my role at the North Coast Resource Partnership, working with our county staff and others are really pushing to try and see what we can do to try and bring those kinds of programs back. And then there are some unintended consequences. And one of those is that for Caltrans, because they can't get the CCCs anymore, they're so busy doing fire cleanup and fuel prevention that Caltrans can't even get crews anymore, whether it's SWAP or the con crew, as Sheriff Hansel was talking about, et cetera. And so the outcome of that is that they're starting to use herbicides again in Humboldt County in a major way, including Roundup, which is a known carcinogen. And so, if we're not able to get the crews together to be able to do all this work, then we have these unintended consequences of increased herbicide use in our communities, which the community spoke out very strongly about this 20 years ago. And there was an agreement not to use herbicides within District 1 within Humboldt County. So, at any rate, it's a big subject, and I know we have other big things to do today. So that'll be my last comment, but I really hope we can bring those youth crews back.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Supervisor Bushnell?
I just wanted to respond that to Supervisor Madrone. The CCC I see them everywhere, which are those youth crews. And out of Fortuna, they have that, the area in Fortuna, I see them all over Humboldt County. So they do really good work right now.
Maybe there's just not enough of them.
Well, COVID we haven't seen as much because of COVID, so.
Yep. All right, well, I do not see any more hands up. So Tracy, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, just to clarify, Chair Bass, the motion is staff recommendation with the amendment to prioritize county projects where practical. Is that correct, Steve? Thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to go on to this next item, and then we will take a break before we get to the second item initiated by board members, just so everyone knows there's a break coming up. So this item comes to us from Supervisor Bushnell, a request to have an update on the payroll services transition. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi, thank you through the chair, and thank you, Chair Bass. So the reason I brought this forward, there's a couple things. When we had the discussion about moving payroll, and I made a motion and I requested a payroll or an update with metrics and comparables. I guess I wasn't very specific in my motion or specific enough. I had wanted that report to come back to the board, not a written report that we can't respond to or have discussion about if we so need. And so I would like for us to be able to have a more detailed discussion once a month and get away from the written report that she's doing with HR every 2 weeks and be able to have a real discussion. And I think it needs to come in front of the board because we have a lot of items that get asked and aren't answered. So that's why I'm bringing this forward at this time.
I thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And I know that at least I'm getting calls and some emails of concerns. I think probably everyone has that it may not be going as smoothly as anticipated or.
Well, I appreciate the written report. However, I have, I want, hi, Linda.
Hi.
I want to be able to have discussion. I think clear communication is a problem that we have. And it creates more problems. And so with that, that's why my motion that I made when we moved payroll, that was not what I thought I was getting out of it. And I don't think I think it turned out differently than what we thought. At least me.
I'm actually agreeing with you. And I think it's, and I appreciate you brought this forward. I know you wanted to do it a couple weeks ago and you had delayed it because you were in hopes of getting the
I had yes, Auditor Controller Miss Paz Dominguez said at that time she was too busy, so I moved it out 3 weeks in hopes that we could have her here for the discussion, and she says she's too busy still. So yeah.
All right. So I do see we have Director Lee, and I didn't know if we want to turn this over to you at this time, or how we want to do this. So Supervisor Bushnell, I'm kind of going to follow your lead on how you'd like to do this.
Well, that's fine. Mainly, I just wanted to bring it back so we could make a motion. I'm happy to just make that motion, or we could have discussion as a group. However, the board so chooses.
Okay. Well, before I look at the board, I did want to say if you are looking to comment on this item and you're on, watching us now, do press *9. I do believe there are a few people that were planning on speaking. So is there a member of the board? I mean, I'm hearing it could be as simple as just you making the motion to adjust that. So, I mean, I guess we could start with that and see what happens in the discussion if you'd like to make that motion.
Sure. So I would make a motion for the Auditor Controller and Human Resource Director to provide a monthly departmental report at a regular scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting with a written staff report that includes measurable data and metric and related to the operations activity of auditor, payroll, and HR. And I would like to include in that motion that to not overburden the auditor and HR, that we could go away from the written reports that are coming every 2 weeks and just do one monthly meeting discussion item.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion for discussion?
I'll second it for discussion, but I don't know if it'll get us anywhere.
All right. I'm not seeing any hands up from the board. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and I want to say I do appreciate the need for more and better communication. I think that was sort of illustrated in our last audit committee meeting. So I guess what I want to also say that the transition was never billed as being going to be smooth. I don't think there was expectations of it being smooth. I mean, I think we knew it was going to be difficult. It was difficult in its static place. It was, and so we did understand that there was going to be difficulties and bumps in the road in terms of the transition. So, with that, I do appreciate the want or the desire for measurable metrics that we can see. I would just ask that we probably start to, or ask staff, or what those metrics might be that are most helpful, because I mean you could do a bazillion different metrics, and what metrics are really efficiently accessible. Because sometimes we can look for it, ask for a metric, and it can take it just, the software programs or whatever it is don't aggregate the data very quickly or well, and then you're sending people off down these roads. We want to make sure that it's practicable and it has function. And so sure. I think maybe in the first step we would ask for a recommendation of what those metrics might be to help us better understand these things. And I think we have a report that we do, other reports that we do monthly or every 2 weeks, where like our public health officer, or with regards to COVID, or the other ones, and sometimes they're put on the agenda, and sometimes we pull them for discussion. I think that's a pretty reasonable methodology. We may see a report and be like, that looks pretty good. Does anyone? And maybe there's not a lot of discussion. So,
and I would be, and going on consent would be perfectly fine. Yeah. And with the written, to alleviate the 2 weeks for them both. Mm-hmm. And then if we have discussion that we need to have, it can be pulled. My intent is not to make this more difficult, but to give a pathway that we can have communication if we so need. And I think I would like from Alicia, I'm not the expert on any of the items that we would need to see or have reported on to know that we're being, getting where we need to with HR and the AC's office. But perhaps Alicia could give us some ideas of what could be reportable metrics and comparables that would that would be a good guideline for us. And once again, I want to reiterate that this is not to make more work, but this is to simplify it and to have the opportunity for discussion if we so need. We get standard reports all the time, as you just said, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I would ask that through the chair, I would ask that if we seek out what those metrics are, that of course the auditor and HR and CAO's office can convene, I think, on what those might be, would be my request. That's about as much as I've got on this.
Yeah.
I see, hold on. I saw CAO Hayes, did you have your hand up? You did have your hand up first, and then it's down, and then I'll go to Supervisor Bohn.
Yes, thank you. Similar to Supervisor Wilson's comments, I think it could be helpful in the motion to include collaboration with our office, because we can help to flesh out what might be useful in reporting back to your board. Just off the top of my head, things like the number of outstanding invoices, the number of outstanding journals, the number of timesheet corrections being processed, the number of disability or work comp integrations being processed, the average time to correct payroll errors in meeting employee needs, the number of new hires, promotions, demotions, and or transfers being processed, number of employee requisitions. Things like those metrics would be very helpful in monitoring the operations and putting us in a position where we can start to identify if any tasks are falling behind and shifts in resources need to take place. In addition, reports out on financial transactions could also be helpful.
Okay, thank you. And then Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Wilson.
I didn't realize there was going to be this many bumps, as Supervisor Wilson said, but I know I'm getting a lot of phone calls for people that are having trouble with paychecks not getting. There's little glitches, and I agree with that. I think anything we can do, bottom line, anything we can do to satisfy or alleviate the fears of our employees that they're going to get paid every 2 weeks. And I think that's, as long as this is progressing, and maybe it goes away when everything's smoothly, because I swear I'd never heard about payroll. Payroll showed up every 2 weeks for the previous 10 years I've been here, for 8 years, and did it with 4 people. And now we've got quite a crew over there to smooth out the bumps. So hopefully this transition with the leadership of Linda Lee and Karen Paz and Mingus and their expertise on this. And I know we have lost our payroll manager. So, and that's a terrible hit. So, we have to regroup from there, but I think anything that can alleviate, because there is fear amongst our employees, or else they're just calling me to say they're worried about it because they don't get their, last week it was they didn't get their stubs on Thursday. So they're worried, and that was a Coast Central glitch or something. There's always a reason, but I think as soon as we can get this all smoothed out with the auditor, controller, and human resources as they portrayed it, that this would be a seamless transition. I didn't realize there would be so bumps, and that they would all work together to make this happen. I think that's what we have to do. I think it's our job to make our employees as comfortable as possible that they're going to get their paychecks every 2 weeks. And I think we're headed there. We just want to see it so our employees can see it, or else we can talk to them every 2 weeks as it's coming. Don't worry. So I don't know where we're supposed to be going, but.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. So I still think that the conversation we had with relationship to the transition was the expectations was not seamless, that it was going to be a process. And I think we knew that, and it was expressed pretty explicitly. And I hear the list of potential metrics and information from CAO Hayes, but I would hope that in conversations with the auditor and the CAO and HR, that there's some prioritization that happens, because obviously you just can't produce a giant list of stuff and of information you might want. And I would assume it's also a bit of an iterative process. You start with a prioritized list and you hit the high points where you can, the ones that are easy to get, and start to frame that picture as we move forward. So I'm confident that if this board wants to move towards a monthly report that goes on consent and pulled if necessary, I think that would be fine for me. So with the expectations that we have some departments working together to, make that, fill that out as time moves on.
I just want to say I'm supportive of the suggestion. I think part of the challenge is when something is just emailed as a report, and you have a question, it's been hard to necessarily maybe get the answer because there's people are busy or email. We all know that our email boxes can sometimes get totally inundated. I think ours have blown up in the last 2 days. And so it's hard sometimes to get to all the emails. So having it there and available to pull if we have questions, I think is a really good idea. And I did want to give Director Lee an opportunity. You don't have to add anything, but I wanted to check in with you first to get any thoughts you might have, or none, thumbs up, what your thoughts are.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you on this item. I'm so sorry I've been out of the office in the last 3 weeks. I'm trying to catch up emails and correspondence, and rightly so, back in August when we made the presentation to you, we recognize that this is going to be a transition. The effort here is try to be as seamless as possible. And again, recognizing that we are making a lot of discoveries of practices that have been gone unnoticed or unchecked. And with any organizations, if we are looking at modernizing our best practices, there's always going to be an opportunity for growth. And so I believe the joint staff report or the biweekly report was issued a couple weeks ago in my absence. And certainly that is an opportunity for us to continue to flush out some of the recommended measurable metrics. And I will continue to do my very best to move forward in collaborations and working with the transition team. And the transition team, I believe, has met before my time off in the last couple of weeks. It's consisted of Mr. Scott Johnson's, Ms. Cheryl Dillingham from the CAO's office, myself, and the auditor controllers, Paz Dominguez. We will continue to use that platform to collaborate with the CAOs to ensure that the metrics are met, and then we'll report this back to you. But again, my commitment here is to ensure that the business process is for the interests and for the organizations. There's certainly a lot of lesson learned from 2019 when the transition was made from the ACs to the HR and now from HR to ACs. And we have some documentation, some institutional knowledge that we were able to discover in the last 1 month of this transitions. And we are continuing to build on those business practices to ensure that there will now have institutional knowledge to carry forward. So thank you for the opportunity to speak before your board this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Lean. Nice to have you back. All right, I do have one hand up in the public. So Supervisor Madrone, before I go to the public, I saw your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to welcome Director Lee back. And, you know, I know everybody's working hard to try and create a seamless transition. We've approved more positions in HR as well as more positions in the AC. But just because we approve them doesn't mean those positions are filled yet, right? So it takes time for all of these things to happen. And I know it takes a lot of patience on everybody's part, including all of our employees, to understand that this stuff takes time. But I really appreciate the efforts that are being made to try and work through this transition and to clean up a lot of things that were going on in the past and make them better. And I know that's going to take time. So I just wanted to thank all of our staff for the incredible hard work they're doing with understaffed situations in both departments. And so I look forward to the day where we're fully staffed and have worked through these issues, and very much appreciate the hard work on everybody's part to do that.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And I'll go to the public comment, and 7454. Press *6 to unmute. And
well, I'm going to assume you can hear me this time, Virginia. So, you know, seamless transition is a contradiction of terms. I never can recall anything being seamless. That's the term perfect, I guess. Perfect does not happen in anybody's world. I 100% support everything that Steve Madrone just said. I mean, Supervisor Madrone just said, and echo what's going on there. If you do wish to have people participate, I know I've sat through meetings and 7 hours waiting to have someone like the auditor controller have a few minutes of comment and then being cut off and not even being able to finish their comments. And so if you wish to really honestly accomplish these things, you're going to have and these meetings may have to be canceled. I mean, you may get a call from HR, you may get a call from the auditor control. I just cannot participate in this process if I have to appear. If you're going to have it time certain. Why should they wait around and have their whole day on hold? I think you guys have 37 meetings or 35, or you have vacations and stuff. They're there every single day. All your employees are there every single day, just about. And a lot of them, some of them don't even get vacations. And I don't know whether you guys are aware of that or not. They end up working through their vacations because they're so dedicated. So they really, for you to expect them to be on demand, there was a very long list that Alicia, your potentially new CAO, had there. So I'm just curious how much additional staff you're supplying. I mean, is that staff coming out of the CAO's office? Is it coming out of somewhere else? Is this acceptable staff to go ahead and do the additional tasks that were just mentioned, that long laundry list of things, the metrics that you were requesting? Or are you getting an outside consulting firm or using MGO or whatever your outside firms are to accomplish those particular things? Because in the way I perceive it to be, your staff, both in HR and the AC's office and in a lot of your other departments, do not have enough staff to accomplish their tasks. And so I just hate to see anybody being under the impression that these people aren't doing the best they can. Possibly you'll have other people actually attend this meeting rather than Linda or the AC if they're too busy doing their things, and allow them to delegate someone to attend at a specific time to address your concerns if it's absolutely necessary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And we have one other hand up. And that would be, 9687. So if you are, whoops, I'm wrong. It's 9357. Sorry about that. 9357. And welcome.
Hi, thank you for the ability to speak today. My name's Abby. I'm actually an employee of Humboldt County, and I'm in full support of providing our payroll team with additional staff. I personally had my payroll messed up 4 weeks ago, and I was only paid for 30 hours of the 80 that I worked. And what's typically happens is you submit your payroll correction and it's fixed on your next pay period. However, if I don't receive it this Friday, it'll have been 6 weeks that I've gone without my full pay. And for someone in my position, I'm thankful because I didn't go without rent, I didn't go without food. But I think that there may be people who work for the county who aren't in the same position that I'm in. So thank you for considering this today.
Thank you, Abby. All right, I do not see any other hands up from the public. So we'll go back to the board, and there's a motion and there's been a second and lots of discussion. Any further comments by board members?
So in my motion, I don't think that I was specific on who would help with the matrix, and maybe I need to amend that. Trace, can you?
So the motion was for the auditor, controller, and human resource director to provide a monthly departmental report at a regular scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting with a written staff report that includes measurable data and metrics, such as those discussed related to the operational activities for the auditor, payroll, and HR, and to work with the CAO for measurable data. That was the amendment, correct?
Yes, thank you.
And it was seconded by Supervisor Bohn, correct?
Yes, if he could come on. I don't want to talk for him.
So for roll call vote, or are you still discussing?
I think I don't see anything. Oh, Supervisor Wilson.
So I wanted to ask one other thing. So do we need to be specific that can go on consent? Because that's my intent, is that it would go on consent.
Oops.
Can I get determination from, is Jefferson or Alicia?
Yeah, your motion language does say for the item to be departmental, so we can just change that to consent, and then it retains the spirit of your motion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Wilson.
And I just wanted to, I don't think it needs to be enumerated specifically in the motion, but I want to make sure that we have consensus on the intent of this sort of gradual and iterative process that this will take, and I just want to make sure we have expectations that are reasonable. That's all.
I mean, you're not expecting perfection right off the bat.
Well, I'm also not expecting like the most robust possible thing, right out the gate. I think we're gonna have to ease into this because, again, as mentioned, collecting data is another task, right, in an already burdened place, and it's really important. And that collection of data can very much actually shorten things in the future with that investment. But nonetheless, we're gonna I just believe it's gonna have to be an iterative process to get us where we want to be. So I just want to make sure that we're accommodating a little bit on that.
My intent is specifically is patience and that it's a work in motion.
All right, looks like we can do a roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
I think I heard him say yes through the wall.
Excuse me. Yes, with no expectations.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, so let's say 10-minute break, but about a 9-minute break and come back at 11:15.
Can I ask for a little bit more, because I want to be able to share a screen and I want to work with staff on that for a few minutes.
Okay. How long do you think you need?
14 minutes.
Okay. So 11:20 then ish. All right, we'll be back near 11:20. All right. It looks like we have everybody. All right. So our next item is brought forward by Supervisor Wilson and myself. And the actual resolution is a bit different than what the title is in the agenda. So I think I'm going to hand this over to Supervisor Wilson to go through the item itself.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Appreciate it. Today's discussion or resolution is related to the potential of coal exporting through Humboldt County, and there's been some, I guess, information, a story, and reports with relationship to the some folks working on the concept of exporting coal through Humboldt County or and out Humboldt Bay. And so there's been some responses to that, obviously. And so this is trying to formulate Humboldt County's response to that. And this comes from the an application at the Surface Transportation Board for rail banking of the North West Pacific Line, which a company that was formulated in LLC in August has put in a request to essentially take over the line. And there is fairly strong evidence that the partners within that are looking for places to potentially export coal through the West Coast, which has been difficult. And so there's hardly a reason why there would be in the analysis that even when I was at the Harbor District, really the only driver at volume for something like that, a new line on the West Coast or a refurbishing of an old line, is coal. And so it matches what we know about export volumes and those sorts of things. And so I think it's reasonable for Humboldt County to take the potential for coal exports seriously. And so working with Supervisor Bass, drafting a resolution to deal with that. I want to say, though, in starting at the draft of this resolution is where I want to, apologize to my supervisors a little bit and to the public. Reach out to, usually find a draft that someone else has done somewhere, right? And then you use that to try and formulate that. So I did that, but part of the problem that occurred was that the title of the resolution was in all caps. And for anyone, I just want to let you know, try not to send me emails in all caps. I am not an all caps reader for some reason. I have a hard time. And so I missed a bit of this. So I was going to put up some potential edits for this resolution. The other part about this too is I want to also understand or have folks understand that we're going to seek probably some language to modify this to sort of broaden the scope a bit in that and not make it so technology specific. I think it's better. It will give, if we choose to move forward with this, it'll give staff more leeway to explore ways to protect our community from the ravages of coal. And so if I can, I'd like to bring up I'd like to share my screen and see if we're successful in that, and then we'll move from there. And all right, can you see it?
So
yes, is it share? Can you see my screen? All right.
Yes.
So I just wanted to go into this to just so that I want to frame our discussion is what I'm trying to do right from the beginning, because there's a couple of changes, and I again apologize, and I want to have some just kind of so we don't lose track of where we're going here. So the resolution title would change from a resolution in Humboldt County. It would change to declaring the county's opposition to negative impacts from potential coal export through Humboldt County and Bay. So it really removes the reaffirming the support for the Great Redwood Trail, specifically because we already adjudicated that. We already talked about it. We did that already. So there's really no point for us to talk about it all over again. And I want to extract that from this conversation. That doesn't mean that the public who is commenting today and supervisors can't comment on that. I'm just saying that when we move to try and get this forward, I'm requesting that we remove that from this resolution, so we're not talking about it and distracted by it, because we already did that discussion. I also am asking for the removal of the whereas that refers directly to coal trains, specifically in terms of impact, because export of coal can be from a number of technologies, and I don't want to be technology specific. And I think it's better if we're actually trying to formulate protection through ordinance, that we don't limit ourselves in that way. So that's why the now therefore be it resolved section is modified, that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors is opposed to the negative impacts from potential coal exports through Humboldt County and Bay. The board directs the staff to begin work on a local ordinance to protect the public and public trust resources from and mitigate the negative health and safety impacts caused by coal to the extent possible. And that basically takes out the part where it prohibits the construction of new infrastructure and transportation, storage, and processing, because again, that confines what staff would have as their ability to look at the ways an ordinance might protect us from coal. So while it seems like this is a softening of what we're doing, what it really is a broadening of the context for which we can look at ways to protect ourselves from this potential detriment to our community. So I appreciate the board allowing me to, have this explanation of sort of the changes that I'm proposing in this space. But I just wanted to preface our discussion so that we can kind of keep it, between two lines so that we can be efficient about this. And I'm hoping that the public who's listening also can understand that I'm really requesting we don't, we talk about the Great Redwood Trail again. We've already done that. The board through a 3-2 vote supported it. And so that's where I'm at. And so I appreciate your patience on this.
All right. If you stop sharing your screen.
I will stop sharing my screen.
All right.
I could figure it out. Hold on there. Did it work?
Yeah. And I mean, in some ways, what I'm hearing you say is framing the discussion to focus on coal, negative impacts of coal, what we can do about that, and not about the trail or about the method of transportation.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I appreciate that when you prohibit the construction of new infrastructure, realizing that could create havoc for all infrastructure out there because everything could favor it. We're putting a lot of work into. Have you seen the application that they put forward for the?
I saw the letter.
Okay, we're doing a lot for one person that came to town and threw this out there, and I mean, and put a pretty wide web out there and involved people that said they weren't involved and and things like that. But what I'm thinking, and this is more for time because we did get a lot of emails and it was a bandwagon to jump on and everything else. There's a snowball's chance in hell that coal will come out of Humboldt Bay. Coal exports increased 750% out of the U.S. in quarter four, 2020. Powder River's going out of Seattle. They're trying to expand Seattle. Everybody wants their own little piece so they don't have to pay those prices and everything else. But we're not going to bring it up the Eel River Canyon. We're not going to bring coal's not going to come to Humboldt Bay. I firmly believe that. I am in complete opposition to that. I think people should be aware of that. I think if we make that stance now, we might save a lot of people 120 comments saying, "Oh my God, don't bring coal in." I mean, that was already decided months ago, I thought. But as we move forward, I fully support this resolution. I would make the motion that we support the resolution as written. If you wanted to make it a little bit harder, that we'd all be in front of a firing squad if we agreed to coal. I'd probably do that. But I don't think it's there. I don't think it's going to happen in Humboldt Bay. With that being said, we don't know what's going to happen in 25 years as far as transportation and things like that. So, we've got all the answers today, but we have no idea what we're having for breakfast tomorrow. So what I'm saying is I think we can support this as written, and the infrastructure to support the offshore wind in 10 years and things like that are coming forward. I don't think we could I had a great talk with Jason Lyles yesterday from Mike McGuire's office. I know there's great support for the Great Redwood Trail. I support the Great Redwood Trail as long as the people that live and are affected in the Eel River Valley are consulted so it does not affect their livelihoods or the threat of fire, where they're going to camp, all those things. And they're coming to those agreements. So I think the Great Redwood Trail is going to be a great idea when they address all those issues. And I've been guaranteed all those issues will be addressed. So for the matter of time, I'd make a motion that we accept this as written, and thank everybody for all the emails and love that they've sent the last 2 days.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, but I'd like to ask the motion maker, when you say as written, you mean as amended that we just saw?
Yeah, but I don't know how many times you tend to amend things a few times. Is this
that's it? That was it. I laid it all out. So that's the only.
Well, I'm just saying you'll amend and amend and amend because that's what we do. I just want to guarantee this is how it's going to go.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask just really clearly as the amend as it's
as your strikeouts have written.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you. So
and again, I'm not trying to cut out public comment. If they all want to say, "Oh my God, no coal," we can all clap after every one. But I think we're in pretty much agreement because it will never happen here. It will never happen here. The public won't allow it. I don't know if the Eel River Valley will, because it's been neglected. We always forget that train ran for 100 years with a lot of work, but it ran for 100 years, and now we're saying it can never run. And that was back in the day where they had cable blades and hand tools. And now we have all this new, stuff, but we also have the new environmentals that we can't just push the dirt into the river. We have to take out what we pull and everything else. And there's some, I don't know if any of you have been down there lately. Some of those washouts are a mile wide. So I'm wondering how any of this is going to be done, but I fully support the trail as long as the property rights of the people involved are addressed and worked out. And as far as coal, I mean, except for the one person that's out there that is saying this, I don't know how much support to get. They've lost all their inland support. So So that's why if people all want to talk, then I'm more than happy to listen, but it's just, this horse is dead and the hole's already dug.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisors, I saw Supervisor Bushnell's hand was up also.
Well, it was, but Mike went before me, so.
Oh, no, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to second the motion, but you popped in there.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Okay. So we've got multiple seconds. All right. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bushnell for the support. And so I'm hoping that, and I appreciate what Supervisor Bohn is saying. Like, it looks like I don't know, maybe Steve could nod his head yes or no, whether he's in on this one too, with regards to being supportive. So if the public can see, they've got, looks like a 5-0 vote coming unless we can be talked out of it. So I don't want to stifle public comment, but also I don't want folks to think that they're going to convince us something different in terms of the trajectory that we're on with relationship to what we have in the motion. So,
all right, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and again, following those same lines, I appreciate everybody that sent emails, and especially copied somebody else's email. I appreciate getting all that. And did it influence my decision? No, because my decision was already made before this, because I knew it wasn't going to fly anyway. But I think the passion that you showed and the love you showed for Humboldt, was well evident. And I'm glad anytime somebody can present a situation where we can reiterate our love for Humboldt and the beauty we have, I think is a positive. If you want to reiterate all that, that's fine. But I think in the sake of time, I think as Supervisor Wilson said, you've got a 5-0 vote, run with it.
Well, and I'll have to say, so far there's only 2 hands up, so we're probably talking longer than the public comment right now. So that's all right with everyone. I think I'll go to public comment. And if you are interested in talking on this item, do keep in mind that where it looks like the board is heading already of support of what was brought forward. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and we're going to go to 5603 first. If you're 5603, press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Colin Fisk, the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities, and I will make it quick. I wanted to thank Supervisors Wilson and Bass for bringing this resolution forward, and sounds like no one needs to be convinced to vote yes on the resolution, so I hope that you'll do that. I do want to add, however, that although I heard the conversation and Supervisor Wilson's comments, I do think that the board should take the additional step of engaging with the Surface Transportation Board directly on rail banking to back up the vote that it already took to support the Great Redwood Trail. The reason that I bring that up is that I think it's important that rail banking is the most effective way to address the coal export threat. Given that 25% of the freight that's carried by U.S. railroads is coal, and local and state governments don't have an authority to regulate the products carried by railroads. So, renovation of the rail line will result in coal trains. And so I think the county's advocacy before the Surface Transportation Board on rail banking is important, and I would encourage you to take that action perhaps at a separate time if that's more appropriate, but to take it nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And our next speaker would be 7454. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Kim Sawatsky, assuming since there's been extremely large material changes to this resolution, it'll be coming back on consent probably in the next meeting. You may wish to talk to your county council, because until probably, 15 or 20 minutes ago of you guys going on and on and on about this, we didn't have a clue what the actual resolution was. So I'm just guessing that's the process. I did want to reiterate some things that the Supervisor Bohn said on this particular topic. I was in the process of acquiring the Scotia Inn because it would be at the exit of the potential Great Redwood Trail. When I did a feasibility study, the landowners' conditions or objection to the project of where it was going through basically negated in its entirety the ability for that to happen. I also did wish to point out a little bit, and again, the last speaker was dead point on. My understanding is, I think it was Ryan Byrne from the Lost Coast brought me some information. We, as the United States, still are the third largest consumer of coal in the world. That's an interesting topic. What is the future of carbon being coal? Well, it's alleged that this particular product, maybe it will be taken somewhere, and it will be turned into, if you deal with the people at MIT or the Japanese people, do a little research. If you were an engineer or had a clue about engineering, might find that this is the future to replace lithium. Also, carbon fiber is one of the strongest materials and will probably be replacing steel, construction of your lightweight cars for environmental concerns. So some people think that carbon is our enemy. Others of us feel it may be our future and our friend. That should come into consideration. But for anybody who doesn't think the Great Redwood Trail is dead upon attempted arrival, they're very naive. And I was hoping that it would come to. I actually own a building, as Mike Wilson's aware, right at the very end of the trail, the Emporium building, and that will be turned into an ecotourism destination now that I'm going to continue that project. So I'm a realist. I deal in reality. And I just also wanted to point out the fact that you take this resolution and the things being brought forward by Senator McGuire, you will find that the Surface Transportation Board will say your desire to rail bank this is disingenuous. In other words, there is no intent to ever bring a railroad back. So you wouldn't even qualify for rail banking or trail banking or whatever you want to call it. Just a little bit of input from the autistic people, and I believe it's the realistic approach for what's happening in the real world. Some of you appear not to be in it, but that's fine.
Thank you. And we, our last hand up at this point is 8022. If you are 8022, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bass. This is Bruce Sylvie, and I'm with the Humboldt Trails Council. We'll try and make this fast since this is going well. We would like to just speak in favor of this resolution. After 4 years of working to support the development of the Great Redwood Trail, we believe we will have which we think will have a very positive impact on Humboldt County. You might imagine we are mostly concerned with the potential of the coal train to derail the GRT. However, we're much more concerned about the impact of toxic coal dust to have on our environment, our health, and our existing active transportation infrastructure that runs mostly along the railroad right-of-way. As you know, these coal trains and export facilities have been blocked in 6 ports up the West Coast from Coos Bay to Bellingham, Washington. In Longview, Washington, the Washington State Department of Ecology denied the permit on the grounds that it would cause irreparable and unavoidable harm to the environment. The states of Wyoming and Montana challenged the state of Washington at the Supreme Court, alleging blockage of interstate commerce, and the Supreme Court dismissed the case in June of this year. It would take hours to lay out all the research on the damage and the unavoidable toxic coal dust in the air, water, and human health that comes with transporting and exporting coal. And then there's coal's impact on the climate change that our planet can endure. We want to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking a proactive stance in this matter. It seems the city of Oakland was slow to realize what was coming, and now they have a bigger legal battle on their hand to protect their city. So thank you very much for taking this on.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. And that is the end of the public speakers in the queue. So we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I have a question for Jefferson Council.
There he is.
Hey, Jefferson. So in the staff report, there's a part that additionally the board could direct staff to coordinate with the NCRA to appear before the STB to highlight the county's continued support for the Great Redwood Trail. But we already voted on that, and so staff could do that anyway, right? We've already said that we support that, and I assume it's part of our legislative agenda, and so we don't need to specifically enumerate that here today or in the future. And I was just wondering.
Through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, I believe that's correct.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. Get this as clean as possible, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the discussion with the board, and we're hoping for a yes vote. Thanks.
I have a question for County Council Billingsley as well. One of the speakers mentioned because we're changing the resolution, we should bring it back. I don't know, is that necessary? It seems like sometimes we may do that because it's of a different nature. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Chair, that would only be necessary if it was a resolution, something different than what the agenda is talking about. And it is just sort of tweaking the language of what the agendized item already is.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify any confusion that may be out there. Supervisor Bohn.
Would that be why it was called a draft resolution, so we could adjust it forward? I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. I don't have a great grasp for the obvious as others do.
Good point.
I'll answer my own question. Sorry.
All right. I don't see any other hands up for conversation. Unless I see any other hands from the board members, we'll just go to a roll call vote, please. Tracy and Nikki.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
No, I had a train whistle in here somewhere I thought was appropriate, but yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes. Well, there we go. Thank you for all the input we received, and thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for those clarifications. All right, well, we'll move on to our next item. I'm actually looking at my schedule correctly. All right, we'll go to the first of our departmental items, and this one comes to us from the Agricultural Commissioner and is regarding temporary employment of a retired annuitant. So Commissioner Dolph, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. My request for your board is for you to grant an exemption from the CalPERS 180-day waiting period for a retired annuitant to return to the county as an extra help employee. I think you may recall that recently I had a long-term employee retire from service. Robert was unique, or Mr. Nickel, I should say. He was unique in that he was responsible for operation of the county's weight truck. And with that equipment, we performed our inspections of the large capacity scales, the cattle scales and the vehicle scales. And so we have newly assigned staff, but it's critical that Mr. Nickel be able to return so that he can, provide training to the new staff to be able to perform that work. But in addition, in the near term, to be available to respond to any inspection requests from any of the industries that may have a device that they need to be inspected so that they can perform normal business operations. So with your board's approval, we will be able to bring Mr. Nickel back, and it will help our department not have any disruptions in the services that we provide. I'm glad to answer any questions you have, and thank you for your consideration of this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Dahl. Any board members have questions or wish to make a motion? Supervisor Bushnell?
I'll make a motion that we adopt attached resolution authorizing for the 180-day wait to be waived.
Second?
Second. And I also second the part that he's very unique.
All right. So with that, I'll go to public comment. We have one hand up. 7454. Press *6 to unmute.
I strongly support the person coming back to help Mr. Dolph there in his necessary work. It'll be interesting. Allegedly, there are maybe he can weigh in the tons of cannabis that are coming out of the hemp fields illegally into California and flooding our market here, and of course eliminating our current, I guess, $2.2 billion industry, or contributing to eliminate that against supply and demand. So I don't know whether that actually stuff is brought in by the legal ton. I doubt it, whether it's legal, but it's coming through here. It's going right through Humboldt County, and I always find that interesting. I do appreciate the work that that department does, and maybe it would give it time to do a little bit more enforcement regarding the common perception that the quote-unquote market growers are exporting black market, since we don't have any way to control that anymore. So good luck to that department, and I strongly support this moving forward as far as this retired annuitant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are no other hands up from the public. So I'll return to the board. Any final comments before you do a roll call vote? Supervisor Bohn, did you?
Well, I'm just, Jeff, you guys don't do interstate commerce in your department, do you?
Only with one of our programs. We, with our certification of agricultural commodities, under federal rules, we're responsible for issuing phytosanitary certificates, which allows them to go either around the U.S. or to international markets. But otherwise, no, we're not involved in interstate commerce and or of weighing any cannabis products with the large capacity devices that we have.
I just always trying to clarify when things fly out. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. All right, Tracy.
Yes. Supervisor Bohn?
Please, yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. So our next item is regarding the Humboldt County Fire Safe Council. And I do see that we have Sibel on. So I suspect Sibel. There you are. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for having me here. I'm helping out with this item, and I am the Natural Resources Planning Manager for the Public Works Department, as well as the Director's Designee on the Humboldt County Fire Safe Council. And I am going to try to share my screen. I have a presentation to share with you all, just to give some context about what's being requested today. So let's see. Do this. Is that working? Do you guys see a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Excellent. So what's being requested of you today is to extend the Humboldt County Fire Safe Council for 5 years. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background and then review the recommendations from staff. So for those of you who are a little bit newer to the board, I just wanted to review that the Fire Safe Council was created by the Board of Supervisors in 2002, and it's a committee of the Board of Supervisors that really focuses on community-based fire planning efforts and assisting residents in being prepared for wildfire. And the mission of this committee is to serve as a forum for the implementation of the measures outlined in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and share safety-related information, assess fire risk, promote community fire safe planning and coordination, link fire prevention programs, support beneficial fire, including prescribed fire, manage fire where appropriate, and then support the fire service and local fire safe councils and firewise communities. the current membership of the Fire Safe Council, which is also being requested to expand today, includes 21 seats. There's
actually,
I
have to say, apparently, I had I just got a text from Ms. D'Amico saying that is not actually their PowerPoint, it's just a Word document. I believe, is that correct, Tracy?
Yes, Isabella, you're showing us a Word document.
Oh,
the PowerPoint.
sorry. Okay, let's see.
I was just waiting until we got to the household size. I wasn't sure.
That's funny. Okay. Are you seeing it now?
Yes,
thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Tracy, for pointing out that we're all looking at the wrong thing.
You guys were supposed to tell me. Okay, so it's on my second screen now. Now you guys can see the current membership sort of breakdown. I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail, but it's just want to point out that 3 members are non-voting. One of those is the Public Works Director or his designee, who acts as a liaison with your group. And that is me currently. And then there's a representative from Six Rivers and Bureau of Land Management. And then you each have a member that you appoint. And then there's 13 members that represent local fire safe councils or firewise communities, the Humboldt County Planning and Building, Fire Chiefs Association, Southern Humboldt Fire Chiefs Association, CAL FIRE Tribes, Office of Emergency Services, and University of California Cooperative Extension, State Parks, and the Humboldt County Prescribed Burn Association. And this group really is intended to oversee the maintenance and implementation of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And they do that as a committee, sort of a brain trust. There isn't really any one entity that is responsible for implementing all of the actions in that CWPP, but this group has a brain trust that oversees that process and tracks it. And here you'll see our sort of the main goal categories of that fire plan, and different members of the Fire Safe Council are more or less involved in these various goal areas. And then we're asking for a 5-year term extension. We end on the 11th. So this group really has proven to be an invaluable resource for the county to leverage funds and implement this fire plan. And the current members are all willing to continue to serve, and they are also supporting the request to expand. So here's just a summary of all of the recommendations. So we hope to, by approving the resolution, extend for 5 years. And the 2 additional seats that the Fire Safe Council would like to add are the Humboldt County Resource Conservation District and the timber industry. And for the timber industry, they have actually made some nominations, and that's Mike Miles. He's the Director of Forestry Operations for Humboldt Redwood Company as the primary, and then as his alternate, Britta Goldstein, who is the Community Affairs and Communications Representative for Green Diamond Resource Company, as his alternate. And then there is a current vacancy on the Fire Safe Council for our existing Prescribed Burn Association seat, and they have nominated Alicia Goldworthy, who is a PBA board member, and Jeff Stackhouse, who is their co-founder and a current board member. And they all, 4 of these individuals bring a wealth of experience that would really benefit the work of the Fire Safe Council. And they are supported by the rest of the current membership that were in attendance at our last August 19th Fire Safe Council meeting. And then just if there's questions, I dug up this photo. I thought it was just kind of a testament of how far your staff will go in these efforts to promote these activities. And I think it also shows that my age, a little bit of this could have been before they invented headlamps or something. So that ends my presentation. You want me to maybe go back to the slide with the recommendations, or I can just turn off my screen?
You can probably just stop sharing the screen, and if one of us wants it back, we'll certainly ask. But it seemed pretty straightforward once we actually saw the presentation. Sorry I didn't figure it out sooner.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, well.
Rex.
Yeah, Isabel, thank you very much. I mean, it's 10 years here and your name keeps popping up every time a match gets lit. So I just think that the Fire Safe Council, the help you've given me on that and with, and the Fire Safe Council themselves. And it just goes to prove that, every year we're getting last year we lost over 10,000 structures to fires. Now we're still in the fire season, but we're less than a third of that this year, which either means they all burnt down or people are just being wiser and getting their safe distance. I know Supervisor Madrone, the roadside management is one of his main things, but even with that, people are more aware. I see more people pointing at people that are dragging chains, and I don't see people dragging chains like I used to. You don't hear them, you don't see them, because people are more aware, and education and the destruction it causes has been a big thing. As I mentioned earlier, if we can learn to control lightning, we'll have this thing whooped. But the whole idea of what you've done to lead this and the Fire Safe Council, Willow Creek, Southern, has been marvelous. And I appreciate it. And I fully support and would make the motion to do staff's recommendation if anybody else wanted to second it or add to it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell. You're on mute, Supervisor Madrone.
Lips are moving, but no noise. Be prepared, not scared. Love the ads you and your staff have been doing, really effective. And as Supervisor Bohn said, yeah, this educational effort is having an effect. And so I just fully support the Fire Safe Council and all of its efforts in supporting all the other councils and Firewise communities around the county. And with all the money coming down, we're looking at some really significant increase in funding to all these efforts, and it wouldn't be possible without the staff that we have here at the county. So thank you for all your efforts.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So, I just want to really thank you also. And as being new, you've answered all my questions, helped me immensely. And I just really appreciate everything that you do and through the Fire Safe Council. So I just want to say thank you. And that was a great picture. That was Chief Tim Olson also, I noticed. Yeah. Yeah, we really miss him in our area.
All right, so we will go to the public. At this moment, there are no hands up. So we'll see if there's anyone in the public who'd like to comment on this item. All right, no hands are up. We'll go back to the board. We've got a motion and a second. We can continue conversation or we can just vote. Looks like we're ready to vote, would be my sense. Tracy?
Oh, it's Nikki, so bear with me. So I have a motion and second to approve staff recommendations. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sibel. So our next item comes to us from the clerk of the board and it's regarding the appointment of the 21-22 member and alternate to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors. I'm just going to make a shameless plug that I would really like to continue. So anyway, with that, Kathy?
Madam Chair and members of the board, the item before you is for your board to consider the appointment of a member and alternate to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors. Each year, the respective boards of supervisors is requested to make a one-year appointment of a member and alternate that coincides with the first annual meeting of CSAC's Board of Directors, which this year is December 2nd. So before you is a request to make those appointments.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Supervisor Bass, and I was the alternate. I'll do it again, but if somebody else wants to jump in there, that's fine also.
I would like to be the alternate also if
I'd like to adjust my motion to have Michelle Bushnell be the alternate then.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And any other comments from the board members? I don't see any. I'll go to the public. And I don't see any hands up in the public queue. Everybody must be eating lunch. All right, I'll go back to the board. Supervisor Madrone and then Tracy. Wait, maybe we should go to Tracy first.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the second.
Oh,
before we go to discussion, was there a second?
Yeah, I heard it.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
hearing
you.
those because I just accepted that Steve was going to be the second. Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. First, I just really want to thank Chair Bass for her deeply involved efforts with CSAC over the years and very much supportive of you continuing in this position. I think it will be really great for Supervisor Bushnell to be the alternate. It's a great experience to get involved at the state level in this way. You, with your background in ranching and timber management, as well as economic development and everything else. I mean, you're all over the board doing things for the community. I think you'll make a great alternate, and I fully support this motion.
Thank you.
And I would say, as an alternate, people always think the alternate is just in case someone isn't there. I think RCRC is probably the same with CSAC. Alternates are welcome to attend and take part as well. It's just that if the both are there, only one votes. But they like to, the more supervisors involved is the better. Not just for our own county, but for the state, I think.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I fully intend to attend and to gain that knowledge, and that would be the reason for my request to be the alternate.
And hopefully we'll be doing more of the attending in person. So, all right. There was no public comment. I guess we could do a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair Bass.
Yes, please.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Okay, so we have a 1 o'clock time set. And we have 12 o'clock. And the next item is probably going to take us a little longer than, it wouldn't leave us much lunch. County Council Billingsley, you popped on. Did you want to?
Chair, I believe the next item is the appointment of the CAO. I don't know if that's anticipated to take a long time.
No, actually, I think that's good. I kind of zoomed into 5, so I think you're absolutely correct. Thank you. So I think we can probably do the CAO one in a fairly quick amount of time. So,
Chair, if I might, I can introduce this item. This item before your board accomplishes 2 things. First, it appoints your interim CAO, Alicia Hayes, as your county administrative officer, and you're also authorizing a 4-year employment agreement, and the terms are detailed in the staff agenda item. I believe other staff are here if you have any specific questions.
All right, thank you, Jefferson. Are there any questions for the staff? Is there a motion to be made?
I'll make a motion.
Do you want to?
Staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll second the motion, but would also like to say something if I could.
I'm going to say something too.
Okay, well, go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I just say, I think Alicia's going to do fine. She's proven what she's can do here for the last 10 years. I usually don't comment on things that are said outside of here, but some people have questioned the pay, and I would like to average anybody that has a $500 million corporation with 2,300 employees working for this cheap. So with that being said, I think she's a value at what we get. I appreciate everything she does. She's the reason we didn't have to go looking, because the 5 of us, and I'm not speaking, I'm only 20%, know that she's accessible. She gives us an answer. She doesn't give us the answer we want. If she tells us we can't have a cookie, we can't have a cookie, no matter how hard we whine. And I'm just saying, she stands up for what's best for the county. And I've been on that not getting a cookie many a time. So I appreciate what she does. And I look forward to, she's been a big part of our balanced budgets and fighting to keep our balanced budgets. But I really appreciate everything she does. And I think she has the biggest thing about it. She has the respect to staff. And number one, she has the respect to staff. And that's what I think is most important. So I wholeheartedly made this motion.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations, Alicia, and that I look forward to you in your new role and what you'll bring to our organization. I welcome discussions with you and welcome everything that I learned from you. I also really appreciate that we could have real conversations. It's really important to me, and I know that you will do well, and I just want to say congratulations.
I think I'll go to public comment, and I'll come back to the board. And at this point, there are no hands raised. Okay, we have one hand raised, and that would be 7454. Welcome. Press *6. There you go.
Alicia, welcome. As you're aware, my crystal ball said you would be in this chair eventually. It's going to be a really tough time, and part of the tough time you'll be facing, as you're aware, is you've been telling the county supervisors that they need to put away money for a rainy day, and that hasn't happened. So I'm trusting, you will have the ability to go ahead and start bringing them projections with a $2.2 billion business going away, our quote unquote heart and our future basically tailing off. What are our projections for our lost sales tax? Hopefully you'll have those pretty soon. And also for our income from property tax. My understanding from talking to local realtors, it's not uncommon to see things valued at 10 cents on the dollar out there. So those properties will be cycling through. Don't know what effect it will have on our residential values. But the next 4 years is going to be a rough time, and I hope you're able to impress upon the supervisors the necessity to be prepared and have budgets set up to allow for what many people feel will be a major hard time for Humboldt County. And I haven't spoken to anybody worth their salt who doesn't agree with that basically out there. I hope the supervisors understand what might be happening and the job they will have to do with you. So anyway, good luck on that particular one. And Rex the other day mentioned in case we had a bad person in your chair, that might happen. Well, it already did happen, your predecessor, in my opinion, and now hopefully you will be able to move on and use your fiscal responsibility to heal what's happening with the city and eliminate some of the angst among department members. I hope you're a peacemaker in that. So congratulations and good luck.
All right, thank you. And there's no other hands up. So we'll go back to the board. Alicia, this is your last chance to decide if you don't want to do that.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I actually wholeheartedly accept this challenge. It will be a challenge without a doubt, but I'm very grateful and humbled by your board for instilling trust in me to lead the organization, and I certainly intend and hope to prove that I can be trusted in that realm, and I look forward to moving the organization forward in a positive manner. So thank you very much for your trust, and I greatly appreciate it.
All right, is there any supervisor who would like to make any more comments? Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Amy Nielsen for the trust and leadership that she gave Alicia and her whole staff, which gave us the opportunity to hire within and gave her the tools to be able to expand and do that. And I don't think we can ever underestimate the job that Amy Nielsen did and what she did for our finances and for our county as a whole. So I just would feel left out if I didn't do that, because it allowed us to not go on a nationwide search or anything else. Little do we know she had groomed somebody and given them the tools to step in. And in all honesty, when you say things can't be seamless, I sure haven't felt many bumps or heard many bumps on this one. So things can be seamless. So again, I want to thank Amy Nielsen.
Thank you, Supervisor, for making those points. Is there anybody else want to make a comment? I don't see any hands up, so I guess we're ready to do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Madrone.
Wave your hand.
It looks like yes. Okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
10-4.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
Oh.
All right. So, County Council Billingsley, do we have any closed session that'd be really quick? Because if not, then we'll just go straight to lunch.
No, we'll go both of them.
Chair, I don't think they would be lengthy, but I don't know that they would be quick.
Should we try one? What's everybody? I mean, I
think they can both be done in 20 minutes.
Well, we'll start with one. How about we'll go into closed session and we'll start and we'll just go back into closed session because so we make some maximum use, but people do need a lunch break. At least I'm sure someone would appreciate it. So Jefferson, can you just read both of the closed session items so we can take them up whichever one we decide in there?
Yes, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on two items. They are both existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The first is the case of AFSCME versus County of Humboldt, PERB charge SFCE 1901M. The second is the case of North Coast Journal versus County of Humboldt, case CV 2101352.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll go to the public comment period on this. One hand up, 7454. You have 3 minutes.
I don't know if I've seen these come before. It sounds like you're having problems. Maybe you did something wrong to the union. And I know in the past they weren't getting paid correctly for jobs they were doing, and there was litigation on that. Don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to Drew on this matter. And usually he doesn't go into it too much, but I can put two and two together, read between lines. The other is with the North Coast Journal. Does that have to do with some form of transparency or something that I might be interested in? Maybe I'm not going to call it the North Coast Journal, but anyway, those are non-standard lawsuits, both of them. Other than you seem to always be butting heads with the union, and yet they're your star people out there, and maybe a little bit better crossing your T's and dotting your I's wouldn't cause you to be in litigation with the union people. So, not privy to that one. Maybe between now and next time it's on the agenda again and again, probably. See if I can figure that one out. It'd be nice to settle these things out, but even nicer to avoid them by doing the right thing for your employees and with the media in the future, rather than ending up in court. Bye.
All right, thank you. And so we will go to the closed session immediately, and we'll see what we can do in 15 minutes. All right, I think we've got most of us. So we will begin our 1 o'clock time set. And this is a cost recovery hearing, of which I now open. And I will turn this over to Director Ford, but I do have a question, Director Ford, if you can help clarify. There's a lot of extra people on actually on the Zoom, and if you can tell me who's actually from the team or that would be helpful, just so that I can kind of keep track of everyone I've got on here. I mean, I recognize Dottie and Graham, but I just want to make sure that we know who's where. All right, so at this time, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me as part of the county-led team this morning is the Code Enforcement Manager, Karen Manell. We also have the Code Enforcement Investigator, Shauna Soth. We have the Chief Building Official, Keith Ingersoll, the Building Inspector, Rudy Moraney, and Deputy County Counsel, Alex Grotwall. I believe representing the property owners is Dottie and Graham Russell, and I believe that they're represented by Bradford Floyd. So this is an appeal of the cost associated with abating a nuisance of unsafe building and other nuisances at 531 Elm Street in Garberville. Before discussing the specifics of the case, I just want to reemphasize that the county views county-led abatements as the kind of the last resort. This is not something we enter into easily. These are difficult situations that require difficult decisions to be made. You'll be hearing from the property owner today protesting the fees involved in completing this abatement. However, it's doubtful that you're going to be hearing from the public, the members of the community, who were repeatedly calling the Planning and Building Department in the time between when the original complaints were received and the abatement finally occurred. Most complaints are, why isn't anything happening? Why is this taking so long? Why is the site looking like it does? The abatement is now complete. The abatement has been, the cost of the abatement has been expended. The process leading up to the abatement was appropriate and undertaken with the intent of giving the property owner every opportunity to resolve the unsafe building conditions and the nuisance violations that existed on the site. As I mentioned, all the costs have been documented. I'll now turn it over to Karen Manell, who will provide specific details associated with this effort.
Thank you, Director Ford. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's possible here. Okay, well, good afternoon. As Director Ford said, I am Karen Manell. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the county, and we're here for the First Church of Christ Scientist cost recovery appeal hearing. The property is located in Garberville at 531, one moment here. It's located in Garberville, and it's located at 531 Elm Street, which is right behind the hospital. This case began in October of 2019 when citizens began complaining about the conditions on the property. We arranged an inspection with the representatives of the owner, Dorothy and Graham Russell. And according to Mrs. Russell, there had been a fire at the church in January of 2019. So these are pictures from October of 2019. And during the inspection, we saw severe damage to the church structure. Here are some interior pictures of the hallway, restroom. I believe this is one of the assembly areas. As you can see, many of the wooden structural members were very severely burned and were either failing or nearing failure. We also took pictures of the outside where there was an accumulation of solid waste.
Karen? I don't mean to interrupt, but just a timeline. Is this 10 months after the fire?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
That's right. The fire was in January of 2019, and this is October.
Thank you.
According to Mrs. Russell, the solid waste that was accumulating was being brought onto the site by a person who often slept on the property. After that inspection, it was determined the structure was unsafe to enter or occupy, and at the request of the county, the property owner boarded up the structure to prevent entry. At the same time, red tags were issued and posted, and also a notice to abate nuisance was served and posted. The NTA gives the owner 10 days to appeal the notice, but in this case, there was no appeal requested. In the 14 months following that first inspection, the conditions on the property worsened. There were hundreds of emails and phone calls between Mr. and Mrs. Russell and Code Enforcement and Building Department that discussed pathways forward towards compliance. In March of 2020, Mrs. Russell informed staff that the property owner was working with the contractor to assess the structure and develop feasible plans for rehabilitation. However, despite the intentions of the owner, there was no building permit or demo permit ever applied for to remedy the issues with the church. There was also no progress on the abatement of the solid waste that was accumulating. The county offered housing assistance resources to Mrs. Russell in hopes the person sleeping on the property could be relocated.
We also offered mental health and social services directly to the occupants. Neither of these actions seemed to help the situation, and the citizen complaints continued to come in on a regular basis, and the community was getting frustrated that there was no improvement at the site, and in fact, the conditions were worsening. In November of 2020, Mrs. Russell informed the county that the property owners had started the eviction process on the occupants of the property. The occupants had apparently started sleeping in the storage shed at the back of the property, and while the eviction was a step in the right direction, it did not address the solid waste or the unsafe structure. In December of 2020, due to the worsening conditions on the property and the lack of progress toward compliance, the property owner was notified that the county intended to abate the violations by removing the solid waste and demolishing the church. The county entered into an agreement for abatement services with McCullough Construction. And because this came up earlier, I'd like to say that there was a competitive process to develop a list of contractors for code enforcement to use for county abatements. Your board approved the list on December 15th, 2019. We rotate through that list depending on the type of abatement services we need for a specific project and the type of services that the company provides. And we also have to consider the availability for when we need them. McCullough Construction has performed one abatement for the county, and this is it. And the cleanup of the property here in Garberville began February 4th, 2021. Roughly 1 month later, the structure had been removed down to the foundation. The storage shed had been boarded up to prevent occupancy, and the solid waste had been cleared from the property. The cost of the abatement was $78,252.04. The bulk of that going to the contractor for the demolition and removal of all of the debris. The property owner has appealed the assessment, the cost of the assessment, which is why this matter is before your board today in a cost recovery hearing. The reasons given for the appeal include that the county expenses are not documented. However, in fact, the admin costs are fully documented. The spreadsheet comes directly from our database where staff logs their time and mileage. And as you can see, it'll have the date, the time spent, the mileage spent, and that's exactly where the costs come from, the $7,744.59. The second reason for the appeal is the fee for the investigator and legal assistant is above costs. The burden rate for staff is set by averaging the burden rate for staff members in the position. This rate has been the same for 4 years. For the investigator position, it's $115 an hour, and for support staff, it is $83 an hour. The third reason was that the mileage was overstated. A simple Google map will show you that mileage from our office on H Street to 531 Elm Street is 66 miles, which is exactly what we billed for our mileage to the site. If we were going down there in conjunction with another project, we would split that mileage in half and only charge half that amount. The fourth reason for the appeal given was that the church was a victim of arson. And while that may be true, and that's really unfortunate, it doesn't have any bearing on the costs that were associated with abating the public nuisance at the site. The fifth reason for the appeal request was that over protests by the church, valuable church and personal property was destroyed by the county in its site cleanup. The county acquired jurisdiction to abate this nuisance in November of 2019, but we did not begin abatement until 14 months later, giving the property over a year to obtain permits for repair or demolition of the church, and no submissions were ever made. As the abatement began in February of 2021, Mr. and Mrs. Russell did ask for permission to enter the building to retrieve items. That request was declined due to the do not enter or occupy order, which prohibits anyone from entering the building. And had we granted them the request to enter the building, it would have placed the county at a high liability risk due to the unsafe building conditions. The sixth reason offered in the appeal was that the county interfered with the church's nuisance abatement subsequently and comes to the hearing with unclean hands. This case came to a point where the county had to step in. Despite what may have been good intentions by the property owner, there was no movement toward compliance and the situation had become an attractive nuisance. There's no evidence to support this claim that the property owner was in the midst of a voluntary abatement when the county stepped in. The last reason for the appeal is that charity to the needy is a religious obligation and may not be punished. While the statement may be true, it does not have any bearing on the costs the county has expended to abate the public nuisance. So where do we go from here? After approval of the nuisance abatement assessment, there will be a notice of assessment lien for the property. The property owner will then have 45 days to pay the lien. Then it would be recorded. And the auditor controller would also enter the assessment on the tax rolls. Last few comments here. I want to make sure everybody knows that there are no administrative civil penalties associated with this assessment. The assessment amount represents the actual costs that have already been paid to abate the violations. There is no markup, there's no filler. And I also want to point out that the focus of this hearing is to determine the amount of the assessment. And we have provided evidence of the actual costs. There has not been any information submitted to us that would support a reduction or elimination of the proposed assessment. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Karen. So at this point, I would ask Director Ford if there's anyone else that was going to be presenting for the county.
We have no further presentations. We are available for questions.
Are there any questions from the board at this point in time for county staff, which of course we can come back at another time to ask those questions in this hearing, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Rex.
Who is the property owner? Since it seems to me we're trying to draw a definitive line against who's speaking for him and the property owner, or is that just a imaginary line talking in third party?
Through the chair, the property owner is the First Church of Christ Scientists, and the representatives of the property owner are Mr. and Mrs. Russell, who are the treasury and president of the board for the First Church of Christ Scientists.
Is there any other board members, or is the church actually an active church? Or
we have had no other board members step forward that have said they're representing the church.
Okay. Can we get divine intervention and actually find out who owns the property? I mean, is that name only? Then is this a legitimate church or active church, or when was the last time services were held there?
Rex, that might be better. Maybe that would be better for after we have Dottie and Graham speak. I mean, I don't know if they might have those answers for you. If staff doesn't, I mean, if Karen can provide any of that.
All right.
But that'll be the first thing we do ask. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I have a similar and kind of a follow-up with Supervisor Bohn, and not just like, is it a local organization or is it part of a state or national organization? And that's what I think maybe Rex was kind of asking that question too.
I know where I was leaning. Is this a church of one or a whole bunch of churches?
Yeah. What's the scope of this organization?
So John.
Yeah, I would just say I don't know that we're equipped to opine on the actual relationship between the Russells and the actual church as it's organized nationally.
Okay, perhaps they can provide clarity in their presentation. Perhaps maybe we should just go to Dottie and Graham and Mr. Floyd so we can get that information too, and then go back to questions from the board if that's okay with everybody. All right.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Brad.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see if the Russells are, I know they were here. Let's see if we can get them.
They're above you.
Can they hear us?
Yes.
And can they respond? There we go. Yep, they're on. Okay, so Dottie, why don't you be spokesman to begin with? You heard the questions from the supervisors asking about the church and whether it's local or national, whether it was an active congregation, and just give a kind of a thumbnail of the church that you're associated with and its activity in the community.
Okay, so to start off with, it's the First Church of Christ Scientists in Garberville. So it is a specific 501c3 entity, which is a nonprofit religious organization. It's tied to the Christian Science, the Mother Church of Christian Science, and that is in Boston, Massachusetts. They're the ones that, if you are familiar with the Christian Science Monitor or anything like that, they're the ones that have international services that are published in many languages and have church services all around the world. So as far as was the church active at the time? Yes. Did the fellow that ended up, actually more than one person that ended up trespassing into the church or onto the cabin or onto the property, many of them had been to church. I found out the day that the church, the Sunday that the church was on fire, a fellow that had come to the church in the past with his sister, who was part of the hospital involved in the community for a long time, had come to say they wanted to pray before the man died. And so he came and I said to him, do you want to die? And he said, no, but that's what they said is going to happen this weekend. So I said, then let's bow our heads and pray. And we prayed, and he was alive many years later to call me to say the church is on fire and I wanted you to know. So does that mean...
Dottie, let me jump in here. About how many people regularly attended your church, the church?
About 10. Between 5 and 10, it's, I mean, these things tend to be pretty fluid around here as far as who comes and who doesn't come. So, there are people that live in Phillipsville, actually, that go over there. There are people that part of the Christian Science movement is having a Christian Science reading room as well. We had a Christian Science reading room and we were there, but we volunteered when the Presbyterian church burned down. We volunteered to move all of our books over to the church so that the food bank could be still utilized, even though the Presbyterian church was burned down. So that was one of the acts that we had taken place to be a part of the community and have a good heart for the needs in our community. So this morning, when we talk about religion and prayer and, reaching out, this morning, I had a telephone call from Italy about a family member that's here in Redway, actually, and being drugged by somebody. And we were trying to figure out whether Adult Protective Services should be called or the sheriff or who should be called. I had a telephone call just before this from somebody that just returned this morning from New York, who has been involved in the church, and she wanted to actually be presenting, but we didn't know if that was, we didn't realize how many questions you would ask about this. In our little store that we have in Phillipsville, we have a sign that says, "Comfort ye one another," and people know that if they have a problem, they can come to us. So the person that came from New York that just arrived back here, who lives in Redway, also has talked about being a member, and she wanted to be on. So are we still reaching out? Are we still part of the community? Are we still at the town square praying for the man that died 2 months ago? Yes. And people know that they can call us, and it doesn't matter what time, day or night, that we're available to be a support system for people that need it. Victim Witness knows us personally. The people over at Victim Witness know. The sheriff's station knows that they can call us and ask us or refer somebody to us. The Wish House referred somebody to us just a couple months ago. RCAA called us yesterday to see if we would help with some housing. So we're a part of the community, and it's all based on, because we think that we're all on this planet to make it better.
Hey, Diane, I appreciate, I just wanted to say, if you could potentially, when we have the questions to answer, you could be a little more direct with, yeah, we have like 10 people that come. That would be helpful for the conversation, but I appreciate hearing the involvement. So Brad, I don't know if you want to do questions along the way. I feel like, do you guys have an actual presentation first, or is it easier for Dottie and Graham and you to just have the board ask the questions that we have in mind?
Yeah, you know, I can give a presentation. I was going to ask Dottie some questions about the building itself, and then give the presentation that I had, and then field questions, if that's fine, Virginia.
That works for me. I wanted to make sure, because I didn't want to see us go far afield, and I do see Supervisor Bushnell's hands up. Are you okay if we wait till after Brad goes through that? Okay. Yes, Brad, please do.
All right, thank you. Dottie, could you tell us did you go into this building after the fire, and what were your observations as far as the amount that was damaged?
The observations were that the foyer, right as you enter, with the two doors going into the church, going into the building, that's where the fire occurred. There were homeless people that had broken in, and that's where the fire occurred. So it was very strong and that's one of the pictures that you saw that Karen, projected onto the screen for us, is that was the bulk of the fire. So then the fire spread, actually, instead of spreading to the right, it spread to the left and went into the sanctuary, I'm guessing because the door might have been open. But that's where the bulk of the fire went. And then behind the foyer, which there was a little building, and then the bathroom. So the bathroom, the little room behind the foyer, and then going into the church sanctuary itself is where the bulk of the burning took place. It never went to the floor. There was carpeting that, the carpeting had to be removed in one piece. It was not burned. It was, so the floor and the subfloor had not been burned. And then there was also a picture in the back of all the stucco that was behind it. And then where the trash was, you could also see where the redwood planks that were the building, the back side of the building, they were all intact and in beautiful condition. So it was that part that I just mentioned, which was more than half of the building, but it didn't involve the Sunday school room. It didn't involve, there was smoke damage, but there wasn't fire damage except for on one wall and only part of that wall. And then there were windows that could be saved. There were doors. The brick fireplace was there. As I said, the furniture and the carpet was removed. I mean, in one piece. It was not burned. I also have. I thought it might be kind of interesting for you to see this. This is a Bible that was in the sanctuary, which was the worst part that was built, other than the foyer. So the worst part had books and books and books like this that we couldn't retrieve. So finally, I was just so upset watching everything getting bulldozed and torn down that I said to my husband, I don't care, let him arrest me. I'm going to go get a Bible. So this was the damage to it in that room. That was the worst room other than the foyer that was very small. So the cover, is obviously burnt and damaged, but this is not an example of something that is in a building that is fully destroyed. It's just that,
All right, Dottie, let me take over now, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So here's what happened. I appreciate what Mr. Ford had to say about the decision to demolish is a last resort to, for the county to take this into the hands to abate the nuisance is a matter of last resort. And he said that they give the property owner every opportunity to abate. Here's the problem. There was a tenant that was on site. The tenant resisted all eviction efforts, first informal and then formal eviction. And so Dottie and Graham hired Nick Kloppel to represent them to evict the tenant. The county was well aware of the eviction process that was ongoing. John Wynn of County Council and Nick Kloppel had several emails back and forth about that the status of the eviction. And when you then line up the problems that we're having with COVID, because for several months the courts were not meeting, or they were only meeting on a very limited basis in 2020 after a beginning in March. And so it took months and months and months to be able to evict the tenant, which was Ron Machado, or let's see. Yes. Yeah, Ron Machado was the tenant. And so the Sheriff's Department, on inquiry by the Russells, told the Russells that they could not go onto the property. They couldn't take any of the personal property that belonged to Mr. Machado, and they had to wait until the eviction was completed before they could enter the building and take possession and start addressing the issues that code enforcement had brought forward of the personal property that you saw pictures of that was out on the lawn. That was Mr. Machado's property. Then to do the demolition, of course, they can't demolish the building as long as Mr. Machado is in possession of the building. And so on February 11th, 2021, that was the lockout date. That's the, I don't know if you can see this. I didn't take the time to download this, but this is the lockout from the Sheriff's Department. There's the date of February 11th, 2021. And so that was the date that the Sheriff's Department went and walked Mr. Machado off of the premises. Now, it's interesting to note that McCullough Construction, prior to the 11th of February, went in and they took all of Mr. Machado's personal property that you saw in the photograph. They took all of that property and disposed of it. Now, can Mr. Machado sue McCullough Construction? Certainly he can, because it was his personal property, and the property and the eviction had not been concluded. The Sheriff's Department had not removed Mr. Machado or his property, nor did they have legal right to do so. So you've got the Russells on one hand being told by the county on the nuisance and abatement that they need to abate the nuisance. They're going through the unlawful detainer action, which is much, much more complicated because of COVID and takes much longer to go through the process to evict Mr. Machado. And then at the same time, you've got the county saying, we're going to remedy this ourselves if you don't take care of this. Well, they're taking care of it as fast as the state and the county will allow them to do that. And they're being told by the Sheriff's Department at the same time, you can't touch Mr. Machado's property, nor can you take possession of this building until it's turned over to you on February 11th of this year. So that's what happened. And the county knew all that. It wasn't being hidden from the county. It was all out in the open. In fact, I've got a letter from Nick Kloppel to Mr. Wynn, dated January 28th, 2021. He says, John, this will confirm our conversation and my follow-up conversation with the property owner. He's talking about Graham and Dottie. Although I do not represent the property owner in the code enforcement action, the owner intends to abate conditions out there once the current occupiers of the property have been evicted. As mentioned, we should have a date for that lockout today. I will keep you posted. My client will contact code enforcement shortly after the lockout to discuss the next steps. For now, we ask code enforcement to stand down. Please contact me anytime if there is a need to help broker this eviction and abatement. So that letter, again, was January 28th. Shortly after that letter, Mr. Kloppel got the lockout date from the Sheriff's Department. The lockout date was February 11th of 2021. But McCullough Construction, according to the documents that County Council provided me, they went in there on February 9th and February 10th and took all the personal property that you saw on the lawn, and they took it to the disposal site, and it was disposed of. So they started work before the Russells could possibly begin to, under legal process, begin doing the work. And so when Mr. Ford says that the owner is given every opportunity, the Russells weren't given every opportunity. The courts wouldn't allow them to have that opportunity to abate the nuisance until after February 11th. And Mr. Kloppel shared with the county that after the property was turned over to them, it was their intention to abate the nuisance, both the building itself and the personal property, if Mr. Machado left that property behind when he was walked off by the Sheriff's Department. And so there's a breakdown on the costs that of several $1,000s for fees that the church is being charged for just the personal property that didn't belong to the church nor the Russells. And so that's part of what our argument is. The other part of the argument is that my clients were not given the opportunity, in part because of COVID, but also in part because the county pulled the trigger too soon and did the demolition. And then the building didn't need to be fully demolished. The building needed to be addressed. A contractor hired and brought in, plans submitted, building permits obtained, but they couldn't do any of that until Mr. Machado was removed from the property. And so that's the thumbnail of our argument, and we're happy to answer any questions. I would have one more question, Dottie. Just answer this question, okay? And the question is it local funds or is it national or international funds that would be used to pay off the lien to rebuild the church if that would have happened? Where would the money come from?
We were expecting to sell the reading room, and then there would have been money to go on and do that. But in the meantime, it's local funds, but there's also different local funds. The hospital had offered to buy the property, and they had met with Michelle Bushnell. We had met with Michelle Bushnell in the hopes of coming up with a sale price. But I didn't feel very comfortable coming up with a sale price until we knew what the county was going to do. So I thought we were collaborating. I thought that we had a plan to be able to address whether the hospital could buy it which would have been easier for them if there was an organization in Los Angeles that was willing to take the building down for free.
Okay, and Dottie, let me ask you one other question. With regard to Michelle Bushnell, were you meeting with her fairly regularly in 2020 and 21 regarding this building?
No, she wasn't a supervisor until the votes finally went through. So we did meet with her, and she was familiar with the hospital and our hopes that maybe that would work out. But before that, we were in touch with Estelle Fennell, and she was the supervisor at the time, and with the Chamber of Commerce as well, because there was a problem with this fellow. So I don't think you want me to tell you more, but
okay, no, that's
but I will.
and if I understood you, kind of your last thing on the question of local fund versus national or international, did you say that there may have been some financial assistance from the Southern California area?
Yes, that was not from the Christian Science Church. There is an organization that helps churches that are all faith, and they had said that they would possibly buy it, but the other possibility would be that they would be able to take the church down. We could then use the wood to rebuild someplace else, and that they would do that at no cost. And I can probably get the lady that was organizing that, which had been to the church, on the phone, because she was hoping to be presenting as well, but we didn't think that was necessary.
No need for that. Okay. With that, Virginia, if we've got questions, we're here to fill them.
All right, sounds good. First, I see Karen Manell has her hand up. So since she's been involved in this, I'm going to ask her. Now I'm asking for her for clarification.
I have to say something though, please.
Okay, go ahead. I thought usually staff they had something to add.
No, I need to say that I need to disclose that I did meet with Dottie and I did meet with the hospital, but I also once this became an issue, told Dottie that I could not discuss the church any longer with her or with the hospital, and I did not, nor have I, and Dottie can confirm that.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you for that. So Karen, and then Supervisor Bushnell, did you have a question after that? Okay, so Karen, please fill in any gaps you see, and Supervisor Bushnell, and then Bohn had his hand up.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to clarify a few things that were brought up by Mr. Floyd. So it was not our understanding that the occupant was in possession of the church building. No one should have been in that building. And so repairs and permits could have been issued on that building all the while. And then as far as the belongings of the occupants of the parcel, in October, I believe it's October 27th of 2020, we issued NTAs, notices to abate nuisance, to the two occupants we knew that were sleeping on the parcel. Those notices to abate nuisance were not appealed, which gave us the jurisdiction to remove their belongings as well as the church belongings. So I can assure you it was all above board and legally done. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that I do believe we gave the property owners, the ample time to address the issues on the property. I would be interested to know when the eviction process was initiated. We've had other cases where the eviction has taken 2 or 3 months from the time the notice to abate nuisance was issued. And that is because with a notice to abate nuisance issued from the county, it becomes, in the court's eyes, a very serious issue to remove that tenant from that situation. Even during COVID, we've had other cases that have been able to evict their tenants. And so I think that there may have been some delays in initiating that process, and that exasperated the problem with the tenant bringing belongings onto the site and making it even more of a nuisance. And then I would just also like to address the building was posted with that do not enter and do not occupy by the chief building official for the county of Humboldt. He is the authoritative decider on matters such as that. And so while, you know, I like to think I know about what buildings look like or not, I did show you those pictures. There's a lot more pictures I could show, but he's the one that made that determination and posted that notice because he is the authority on that topic. So those are just some comments I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So we do have Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn and sorry. Supervisor Bushnell, are you okay if I will go over to Mr. Floyd? I don't know if he's answering. Dottie, we're going over, Brad had his hand. Is there a question you wanted to answer, Brad, or?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Dottie if she could share with us when the eviction process started, when the notice to vacate was first issued, if she knows approximately or the exact date of that.
Okay, so yes, Dottie, just that answer, please.
Okay, I believe that happened well, Graham's going to check it on the computer right now, but I believe it happened in either late October or beginning of November. And you probably, I don't know, who knows or what difference it really makes, but my brother passed away on the 23rd of September and Graham had open heart surgery in August. So we were a little slow going with a few things there.
Okay. And the other question I had for you, Dottie, was the tenant, the person, Mr. Machado, was he residing in the burned building or was he residing on the property in whole?
No, he was residing on the property. Shauna actually called us at one point because we had put up like chicken wire stuff or something. And she called and she said, you know, you've got to get over there. You have 3 days to get over there. It was on a Friday, I think, Thursday or Friday. And she said, you have 3 days to get everything boarded up with wood. Chicken wire is not going to work. Caution tape's not going to work. You have to do it. By Monday morning, it had all been done. Nobody had been in that building since then. Everything was boarded up with like 4x8 sheets of plywood, anything that anybody could go in. Nobody had been in there.
So what was the tenant living in?
There's a little cabin in the back. There's like a little, it could be, it's a little bit bigger than a tiny house. So it's a building that was considered a Sunday school room, and we had actually disconnected the water and the power to the whole property so that people wouldn't keep breaking in. For over 25 years, people have been breaking into that building or underneath the building.
Okay. All right. Virginia, turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn.
Thank you. Through the chair, Brad, I'm wondering what is considered property, because the stuff that was removed off there was recyclable bottles and cans. So I'm wondering, and that's what the county removed was the garbage that Mr. Machado had brought there. So I'm just wondering what considers property, first of all.
Yes. So anything that Mr. Machado claims is his as a tenant, he gets to keep that. It doesn't matter if it has value or not. Once he vacates the property, then it's considered either abandoned if it has value of less than $400. If it has value of more, then they have to go through a specific process to actually have a sale of the property and characterize it that way. But until he relinquishes control and he's removed by the sheriff, he gets to claim it's his property.
So was he considered, thank you for that, was he considered a squatter or a tenant? Did he pay rent, Dottie?
Yeah, thank you.
Is it okay if I answer? So anyway, I'm going to answer.
Just a simple
answer. He never paid rent. He moved in without permission. Once he was there, and he said he'd keep the other people out of trying to break into the bigger part of the church. I said, you can stay for a little bit and we'll work it out. And then for several months, we tried to work it out. I think that we had talked about recycling, and I actually would sort his recycling, take it to the recycle center, take a picture of the check that I got, cash the check, take it to him so that he had money. He doesn't have Social Security. We actually tried to work with Health and Human Services for the 4th time to have him evaluated to get Social Security.
Yeah,
and that was another thing that delayed things, because in the summer, the people denied him disability again.
All right. So Michelle, I can answer that. Once they're there with the person's permission, now they're considered, even if they're not paying rent. You have to go through formal process if they refuse to move.
I understand that. Dottie has told me many times he didn't have permission to be there. Also, Dottie, didn't you tell me that you were thankful the county removed this stuff from the outside? That you had been trying to do it for a while?
I don't recall saying that. I mean, I was told very clearly that it was against the law to do that. The sheriff said they would.
And that's why you told me that you didn't feel comfortable doing it, but you were glad the county did. And I feel, you know, I understand your guys' issue, and I haven't been able to talk to you about this because of this, what happened. And so I do want to tell you that I understand, and Mr. Machado was hard to deal with, but the neighborhood around there, this was a problem. You admitted that to me, Dottie, the neighborhood. But I am sorry for what has happened, and I know that it's brought you guys great pain. But you did tell me that. You did say, I'm thankful the county cleaned that mess up. And so we need to be honest here if we're gonna, try to get somewhere.
I totally believe in the honesty thing, and I couldn't do it. They wouldn't let me do it.
I know that. You told me that.
Yeah, I mean, it was very clear that because I had been taking it, he actually was arrested in 2019 and in jail for getting in an argument with somebody on the streets. And when he was there, I actually took a bunch of his stuff, the recycled stuff, went to the recycle center and put money on his books while he was in jail, and then arranged to see him on Christmas 2019 to talk to him about that he couldn't have the stuff there. He couldn't put it there. He had to do it. And then Shauna actually came down. She was very, very nice about it. She came down in 2020, and we were trying to figure out if there was some other place to take the recyclables, because
I understand that, Dottie. Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, that it was recyclables or garbage, that he wasn't a tenant there. So thank you for answering my questions. I really appreciate it.
So, thank you. I'm moving on to, I know Supervisor Bohn has had his hand up, but Alex from our staff, your hand is up now. Did you want to clarify something you heard perhaps?
I just wanted to point out that the case law and the legislature are clear that the owner of a property is still responsible for abating the nuisance of people who are illegally on property. That much is settled. The notice to abate nuisance was served like 14 months before this work was done. And despite lots of talk from Ms. Russell about steps that they're taking to try to abate the nuisance, no progress was ever made. So I think it's convenient that at this point, they're trying to say that the work was done just 2 days too quickly, when this has been a process that's been going on for, a year and a half.
Okay, thank you for that, Alex. I'm going to go to Supervisor Bohn.
Well, Alex just covered my timeline, because it sat for 10 months before we did anything. And then we got into it, and then it took another 14 months, and then we're worried about the 9th and 10th of February, starting on the 11th. And I'm trying to think, when it sat empty and we had chicken wire, I'm trying to think where the value is. Since this has started, and maybe I'm going to turn to Karen, Mr. Ford, or our council, what the hell are we here for? Can I get a bottom line? Are we talking $2,000? Are we talking $1,500? What are we talking the whole $78,000? And the other thing I want to know is if, bottom line, is this church is sold. If somebody came up and offered you cash tomorrow, which was a fair offer, who gets the check? Does the Church of Science, whatever, get it? Or is it written to Dottie and Graham Russell doing business as the Church of Science? I'm asking County Council. There seems to be so many moving parts to this, and we're not getting anywhere. And I mean, I just heard we were going to feed them on Christmas, and I didn't know what that had to do with anything. What are we looking for here? Well, we have a lot of staff. We have a lot of people. What are we looking for? Give me an answer, someone.
Is this question for me?
If you can answer, it is.
From the county that can answer. And Karen has her hand up as well. So
I can answer that question. What we're here for is that we have come forward to the board with an assessment cost for what it costs for us to abate. And the property owners have appealed what we have determined the costs were.
How much of it? How much of it?
There has not been an amount suggested that they want it reduced to. There has not been any justification or talk of what they think it should be. I went over the reasons in my presentation of what they said. They first said our staff costs were incorrect or not well documented, and then they said they were too high, and so none of that's the case. And so I think that question that you're asking actually is best answered by the property owner and their representative. What is it that they're actually asking for here? It's their appeal hearing. So
I agree, because I have 1 through 6 were just all refuted. I mean, we haven't even raised our rates after 4 years. I know this is a bad situation, but I can tell you how many phone calls I got on this situation. There was problems with Furman. We're right behind the hospital. There has been nothing but, but I've got nobody reaching out saying, hey, everything was done wrong. I know Shauna, she worked really hard on this. I know staff worked really hard on this. I know that the building, Brad, what are you guys looking for?
So Rex, what we're doing is we're saying, one, that the, following Mr. Ford's statement, that this is a last resort, we should have been given the opportunity. They knew that we had to evict this guy before we could do that. So we're asking for the entire amount to be wiped out as far as being charged. But I just need a clarification. This guy was not, and again, maybe I missed it, and Dottie said it, they were allowing him to live in a tiny shed with no power, no water, nothing to do with the church whatsoever. So they could have gone to the county and appealed to them to go in there and do whatever they wanted if they would have got a licensed contractor or anything else over this 24-month period or 14-month when the fire was lit. Are we saying we didn't give them enough time? I'm really confused. Yeah, no, and Rex, you're wrong on that. You've got a misunderstanding on that.
Okay. So
Nick Kloppel, as representative for the Russells and for the church, told them they could not take any action on that property at all, any or at all, because the guy was claiming to have, this was his property to use. He had the run of it.
Who's Nick Kloppel?
He's an attorney.
Who's he an attorney for?
He works with Russ Gans, the Mitchell law firm. He does county work.
Was he working for us or for the Russells at that time?
He was working for the Russells doing the eviction.
So if they picked the wrong council, I apologize for that, but I don't know where that becomes a burden on us.
They didn't pick the wrong council. The council was also given by the sheriff's department. They could not do anything. They couldn't take any action on their property until after Machado was evicted, period. And the county was told that. That's exactly what Nick Kloppel was in contact with county council to let them know. He kept them informed of every step of the way for 2 or 3 months prior to the demolition occurring.
I have a question after Rex is done.
Do we have any of that said paperwork that says you have a tenant, we can't go in there while he lives in his little tiny shed? And do we have any of that? Or I don't have it in my paperwork, and now I'm hearing that. And Brad, the frustrating part for me, and it's not this, well, this one's really frustrating because it's going everywhere. We have 50 of these homes and problems tearing up communities throughout Humboldt County. And this is exactly what creates the situation that allows it to get worse and worse and worse. And then we allow more people to get into them. And then we have the situation that happened up on top of Pine Hill and everything else, where the people are having to pay out huge sums of money to get people that have never paid a dime of rent and are squatting. And this is what's doing it. And then we document everything. We do everything. We bend over backwards. We don't get any relief. And then we're sitting here saying, well, you can't have any of your money. And it's frustrating from this end. I understand you have clients to represent, but stepping back from that, there were hundreds of complaints from the neighborhood about how bad this was. And I didn't see the Russells bend over backwards for the love of their community to fix that. They just let trash pile up, and I can't believe they didn't want to pick up the trash. I don't want to hear it, Dottie. They wouldn't pick up the trash because we were told we couldn't go on the property. For once they listened. I'm sorry.
So
John, I will tell you, Rex, that Shauna, who is also with us and with the county, she tried to get services, as I understood it, from Mr. Machado. She tried to help him qualify so that he could move off of there, so that he could better his situation. And that's what they were doing as a church. I mean, they were reaching out to the poor, which is what churches are there for in large part. So,
and thank you. We're gonna, before I go to you, Director Ford, I want to ask a question or two, because you might be able to cover these also, besides what Supervisor Bohn asked. From all those pictures that we saw, and we were getting, or maybe this is Karen that should answer this, when we were getting the timeline of all the different, items of things that had, compiled, the different trash, the different stuff that we saw in the pictures around the lawns, did that all just happen with this Mr. Machado?
Well,
I'm just curious how much of it actually was there prior to him taking up a load, hanging out there.
Well,
so go ahead, Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our first, through the Virginia, our first time on the property was in October of 2019. And at that time, there was some accumulation of solid waste on the property. My understanding, it was the Mr. Machado, and there was another occupant, a female, that came a little bit later. And between the both of them, from October of 2019 to December of 2020, the 12, 14 months that we're talking about, the amount of solid waste, exponentially grew. And so I'm not down there every day. I don't see who's bringing it on the property, but it stands to reason it was the occupants of the property bringing the trash there.
Okay, thank you. And
Brad, did the insurance company of the church, be it the national, the state, local, I don't know who was insuring it, where were they in this whole process of getting the church rebuilt and taking over? Because I know usually when there's a claim of this size, the church will come, the insurance company for the church will come in and administer the evaluation. They will hire a contractor. Can we save it, or is it a tear down? Everything else. What are the insurance reports on this?
Yeah, Rex, I'm going to have to defer to Dottie on that. I can't answer that question because I don't know the answer.
The church had no insurance.
You were having services and people living there without insurance?
Well, as you recall, when that happened, there were not people living there. And a matter of fact, we had worked with the tax assessor about it because they had said that under any circumstances, they didn't want somebody living there. So there was nobody living there. There was no caretaker. Yes, we were having services. And quite frankly, we had services because we thought it was the right thing to do, and we weren't afraid of being sued because we thought.
Okay, Dottie, I'm just going to say, instead of adding all that, just say, no, they didn't. You didn't have insurance, even liability insurance is what I'm hearing.
Okay, we didn't have any insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Rex, I'm going to go to Director Ford.
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want to remind everybody of some things that Karen Manel has mentioned that has been repeated at least several times. Is between October of 2019 and February of 2021. There's 14 months in there. That is a lot of time for a couple different things to happen. One, there's time there to come in, work with the building unit, the building division, to start to develop plans and get permits to reconstruct the church. To leave the church, to leave the structure in the condition that it was in when it was posted, do not occupy, is intolerable. We can't allow that to continue. 14 months. Secondly, the same thing with Mr. Machado. I myself have talked to Dottie several times about this. And, you know, it was an ongoing struggle. In October of 2020, we served an NTA and an NOB on him. It was not until we notified the Russells that we were going to abate, the county was going to abate the violation, that Mr. Kloppel made contact with us. We were already in full motion towards abatement by that point. I believe we'd already hired McCullough. We were already moving towards abating the violation when suddenly they're trying to evict the tenant after 14 months. I just want to put that in perspective. I mean, I do respect a property owner's desire and right to abate a violation. But at some point, something goes on for 14 months. It gets hard for a community to understand why it's not being addressed.
Thank you, Director Ford. I did want to reach out to Supervisors Wilson and Madrone since we haven't heard from them yet. And not like I'm trying to make you ask questions, but just making sure.
Yeah, hold on a second, let me get the galleries. Well, from my perspective, I'm really shocked that there was no fire insurance on this structure. I just find it, I don't even know how that's possible in this day and age and in this, and in the construct of what's happening. And especially with this, even, I'd say, I know it's hard to get fire insurance in Garberville. And I know the state actually will provide you that insurance, or at least provide the coverage if you pay for it. But it just seems wholly irresponsible. And now we're covering the cost of the lack of coverage is really what's happening here. And so I'm just not prone to want to set that as a precedent in this case. That's just my short answer to this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone, if you had any questions or comments before we go to public comment.
Well, I just want to say that I do know that Dottie has a very big heart and really tries in her own way to help her community, with housing on all kinds of levels, not just here at the church or wherever. But that aside, it's, why you didn't spend a couple $1,000s and at least get the property cleaned up, all that garbage and debris and infestation that was bringing in vermin and everything else. I mean, spending that $3,000-4,000 and getting that done, and then at least there wasn't that happening, and then you might have been able to proceed with building permits to rebuild or any number of different things. So if this is any kind of a lesson, I would say that you've got to be responsive. You can't allow your property, especially in this particular place, to be so covered in debris and not take any actions to do that. And it would not have taken $76,000 to clean up at least the garbage, and getting that taken care of. So I sympathize with the situation, but frankly, I just think, we have to be able to deal with these things, and that's what's happening here today. So.
Okay, so Dottie, a brief comment.
One question is maybe to Shauna. Shauna had been down several times, and I think she was aware of how many times I paid somebody to take some of his stuff away. She was aware, I think, of when Ron went to jail, so I took his stuff. And another time I took his stuff too, until they said, you touch that stuff again and you're going to be in jail. So I didn't have the authority to do it. And even with that, I tried to convince Ron that we would take his stuff and store it someplace else for recycling, which I paid somebody over $1,000 just to take his recycling to put it in a garage until the recycle center opened again. And Shauna came down at one point, which was great. We were all so excited. There was somebody from DHHS too that said that they were going to open up the recycle center. We were ready with trucks. We were going to take his stuff, give him the money. It was all going to be good. It was something like.
It looks like Karen, thank you. I appreciate what you've added as bare bones there. I think Karen may have something she wanted to add or reply to one of your comments or questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I don't think anyone here is doubting the good intentions of Mr. and Mrs. Russell. I just think, they tried, but it just wasn't enough. And there was an immense pressure from the community to get something done. And we had to do it, and we followed our process. And this is, where we find ourselves, is that this is what it cost. And, without giving a gift of public funds, we have to recover that cost. And so it's all around an unfortunate situation, but it's where we find ourselves.
Director Ford has a comment or a question or what?
I do. Thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to add one more thing, that the county's code enforcement work to abate does not happen on its own. We don't get to just make a decision to go abate a piece of property. We have to go to the court, ask the court to issue us an abatement warrant to begin to start that work. And that is the process that was followed here. So this is not something that we didn't have to justify with the court before we undertook the work. I don't think that has been said yet. It wasn't a unilateral action. It was something that was done under the guidance of a court warrant. Thanks.
I think I'm going to see if there's any public comment, and then I'll Supervisor Bohn. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
John, how many abatements are involved with the Russells going on right now, historically?
I would probably be wrong. I'm going to ask Karen Manell if you can give us an exact number.
I'll take an educated guess that we probably have. If you're talking about, we don't have any abatements going on, but we do have cases on property owned by Mr. and Mrs. Russell. And if I was taking an educated guess, I'd say we have between 6 to 9 cases.
All right. I'm sorry. There seems to be more of a pattern, and I appreciate everything Shauna did, but I don't want to interpret, knowing the kind of person Shauna is. I don't want to interpret her kindness and ability to want to help as condoning what was going on. There's a big, big difference. And I think that should be made aware. And I'm just guessing, but knowing her since she was a pup, I think she was probably trying to do the right thing, but I don't want it to be that she was condoning what was taking place.
I'd add to that, you can't necessarily make somebody take the services you're offering, or as we well know. Okay, we're going to go to public comment. We do have one hand up. If you are wanting to comment on this item, press *9 to raise your hand. And we have one hand at the moment, and 7454. Welcome, I believe, Kent. Okay, there you go.
Okay, this is a very interesting one, isn't it? I'm gonna correct a few fallacies amongst you people there. Insurance is not obtainable, especially on commercial property at this time, unless you go to extremes. In my sale of the Emporium building in Blue Lake, the person was unable to get insurance. They missed their deadlines, and that's why I still have the building. They ended up finally, after the deadlines, getting a quote from Lloyd's of London. That's your lender, that's your insurance company of last resort. A lot of the quotes on this on my property were in the neighborhood of $30,000. And I'm just curious, does the county have any way to help people get insurance? You said this is, this is amount of time is a short period, as a long period of time. No, you folks haven't even got your zoning done. What was this, 4 or 6 years ago that the general plan was approved? I mean, the county is the one that seems to be lax in getting things done in a timely manner. And that's paid for by the government. We're paying for it. I understand that it's difficult, and some of you may not understand how difficult it is to deal with the law and have to follow the law, and you're put in a catch-22 between a rock and a hard spot. I just would caution the county on throwing stones. How many other buildings and things of this nature? There was even a county facility out in Blue Lake that was, I think, liquidated not too long ago that was in extremely bad state of repair, and it should have been done. So I don't know, the county seemed to be throwing stones. I've also noticed a propensity during the general plan process involving the county for the Russells to be singled out, in my opinion, somewhat unfairly. And so there does seem to be some major prejudice against these individuals within the county. And I think it's quite evident with the questions and testimony that were brought forward today. I would highly recommend that you possibly pause and sit down and take some time in closed session with competent counsel here, Mr. Bradford Floyd, who I highly respect, and come up with maybe some kind of a solution to kind of split the baby in half. A lot of the problem we as landlords have is we cannot get enforcement from the sheriff or other people to help us on these topics. We're off left on our own. Walk in the person's shoes maybe a little while before you start condemning them. That's just my suggestion. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you, Kent. And we'll go, there's no other hands up, so we'll go back to the board. And board members want to take a first attempt at the process. I mean, I don't know where to start on this one, other than we can't let it go, because that would be a gift to taxpayers' funds, I think. Public monies.
I'm not sure what we're after.
It's either something or I don't know. There's various degrees. Supervisor Bohn, is that you that said that?
Yeah, I'm looking at both of these, and what I'm trying to do is number 2, confirm the property, adopt the resolution to confirm the proposed nuisance abatement assessments against First Church of Christ Scientist. Well, I still don't have an answer who they are. Is that in name only that they've used, but it's a private entity being run, or does it actually go back to Minnesota or wherever she said it's based out of? Is there conversations going on with them about what is happening to their property, or is it actually their property? I'm so confused. I don't think we're going to know who to chase for the money anyway. I mean, we're going to have a lien against it, and I'm going to ask the Russell's counsel.
And then
I would ask the Dottie, if you could answer just that question.
Thank you.
There's a bank account that is in the name of the First Church of Christ Science, Garberville. The money would go into that account. If you're going to lien the property, then the property will be sold at the time of escrow. The money would go to you, to the county. It's not our money. It has nothing to do with our bank account. It's not our money. I would never imply to anybody
that answered. Attorney Brad, Attorney Floyd, counsel.
Yes, correct.
Are you getting paid by are you hired by the First Church of Christ Scientist, or are you working for the Russells?
Do I get to claim attorney-client privilege on that? But I'll answer it. I'll answer it next. That was kind of just being smug with you.
I expected that.
The Russells, as the representatives of the church, have hired me. I mean, they are the face of the church.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to make a motion that we do staff's recommendation and collect our $78,252.04 for the cost recovering hearing and adopt the resolution to confirm the proposed nuisance abatement assessment against First Church of Christ Scientists pursuant to Humboldt County Code Section 351-Esquire. That's it.
You have a second?
I have a question before that.
Okay.
I either through Mr. Floyd or Dottie and Graham, you have a church board?
Yeah.
Can you, how many active members are on your board?
2 besides us.
How many?
2 besides us.
And you have an article of?
We have 2 others.
That's fine. No, yeah. Dottie, that's fine. So then also you are a nonprofit, have an article for nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
For discussion, a second for discussion. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and this is for discussion. I'm drilling a little bit on the same question Supervisor Bohn has. It's like, who's on the deed, right? I mean, who is the lien against? If there's a lien, can we just name that really clearly in this? Because that's really the abatement against that. It says First Church of Christ Scientist, but I'm not clear if that's really actually who the lien would be against. And so I want that substituted for whoever the lien would actually be against. And I want to know who that is or what entity that is named.
Thank you. Well, and I see a hand up with Karen, because I'm also, it's like, while the Russells might be the face of the church, where is the financial backing of the church is kind of, who are we really talking about? Or what, Karen?
So I would leave it to the attorneys to know the real estate law better than I, but I do believe that nonprofits can own property, and it sounds like they have their own bank account, and the signatories on the bank account and those that are authorized to sign contracts on behalf of that nonprofit are probably the officers of the board, which are probably Mr. and Mrs. Graham. That's how I believe things to be. And it sounds like there's just a little, if I just take a moment to clarify that if this assessment is approved, then the notice of lien will be recorded, or after 45 days, it would be recorded on the property. So if that property were to sell, if the First Church of Christ Scientists were to sell that property or someone were wanting to buy it, then that is when the county would be paid back that $78,000. It doesn't, and whatever's left over after that in the sale would go to the First Church of Christ Scientists bank account. And I think you all understand that, but I just wanted to say it to make sure we clarified that that's how it would happen.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, and then Bushnell.
I'm just gonna have to trust staff on that. I'm still a little bit, I still would like the actual property owner named and not some bank account. So, but nonetheless, I'm still okay with the motion, and I'm ready to move this forward unless Director Ford had any clarification.
I was just going to say, oftentimes churches are done. What's done is something called being organized locally. And so while they're part of a bigger parent organization, the local entity is organized under a separate corporation, essentially itself. And so it sounds like that is how this is organized. So it is the First Church of Christ Scientists that is the property owner. They're the ones who own the property. And, that may be a little not comfortable, but that's the reality of it.
Thank you. Supervisor, I thought Bushnell had your hand up. Did you know? Supervisor Madrone?
One of the things about insurance the fact that there wasn't any property insurance or fire insurance, I also suspect that there wasn't any board member professional insurance, right? So often nonprofits will often have insurance for the board members, right? And without that, ultimately what happens is that individual board members become liable for the debts of the nonprofit corporation when it's found that the board members did not operate with their fiduciary responsibilities to make sure that they were tending to business, right? So, those things exist out there, and the lack of insurance makes it even more difficult to actually be protected individually as board members. I was on the city council in Blue Lake back in the 80s when we lost our insurance, and as individual council members, we became liable for the actions of the city. So it's just something to be aware of in this world, this complicated world of insurance and all that kind of stuff. Again, maybe there's some lessons to be learned here. I appreciate your big heart, Dottie, but you can't just let these properties go like this. You're going to have to figure out how to be able to get a handle on this. And I know getting, people off property once they've kind of ensconced themselves there is very difficult, but that's where you basically got to secure the property, so those things aren't happening. So you don't have to deal with that. But anyway, I think all these things, and I don't mean to be lecturing. I'm ready to vote on this as well.
Supervisor Madrone, and you brought up a good point about insurance for board members, and it's definitely something to think of. It's not just about fire insurance; it's about liability insurance, because anyone who came on that property could have actually hurt themselves, and then that could have resulted in lawsuits as well. So, yep.
Well, I see Dottie wanted to say something, but it's not our business if they had insurance or not, I don't think.
No, I think all we're saying is that it could have defrayed the costs.
Maybe, but it's still, if you own a place, I understand that it's a business and a church, but you own your house outright, you don't have to have insurance.
No, you don't. It's just a consequence of something.
It is, and they're feeling it right now, unfortunately.
Dottie?
The deed of trust is in the name of the First Church of Christ Scientists. Our name is not anywhere on any deed, anything like that, not on the tax roll. We are not the people that own this church.
Thank you, Dottie.
All right. So there has been a motion that's been made in a second. Is there interest in having further conversation, or are we ready to vote? Ready to vote then? All right. Tracy or Nikki, can you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, and I'm sorry, Dottie.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're now closing the cost recovery hearing. Thank you everyone for their comments and their patience. So now we'll go back to the board meeting. And I believe we are on, I'm sure Jefferson will correct me, the planning and building ad hoc, the cannabis ad hoc committee. Does that seem correct? And you guys, Dottie and Graham and anyone else, you don't have to stay on.
Thanks, Virginia.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
See you, Rob.
See you, Rex.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we get too far, I was going to recommend that I do the report out from closed session. We skipped over that.
Okay, that sounds good. May we have a report out of closed session?
I thank you. On item M1, the board voted 5-0 to direct staff to respond to the charge and authorize staff to work with outside counsel, Lieber Cassidy Whitmore. On item M2, the board voted 5-0 to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the matter and for the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Lieber Cassidy Whitmore to assist in the defense if necessary.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which comes to us from planning and building. and it's regarding recommendations from the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee addressing needs of the cannabis industry. Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bass. John Ford with Planning and Building on behalf of the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee. As the board is well aware at this point, the cannabis industry has been hit hard by this year's drop in cannabis prices and also the oversupply at the state level. The Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee did conduct a meeting and heard from members of the cultivation community and met to discuss the issues facing the cannabis community. And the biggest issues that have been identified relate to payment of Measure S taxes and the cost of installing improvements. And those improvements come in two forms. They come from county required improvements and also improvements required by the lake and stream bed alteration agreements that are often required as part of projects. And then concern with state requirements, those relating to the inability to allow fallowing or reduction in cultivation area without running the risk of losing their cultivation licenses, and also the inability to have on-farm retail sales of other cannabis products. I just wanted to give a little bit of a report out in terms of the county requirements and development agreements. The county currently works with cultivators to extend the time frame in which improvements need to be installed. If cultivators are showing that there is progress being made, those timeframes will often be extended if there's cause there. In terms of the state requirements, the ad hoc committee had a meeting yesterday with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife related to lake and stream bed alteration agreements. And the CDFW was represented by Rebecca Garwood, who is the supervisor of the Eureka office, and also Jeremy Valverde. He is the statewide cannabis program director. Overall, the meeting went very positive. CDFW has developed a process for review of requirements in lake and stream bed alteration agreements, ensuring that there is a nexus or relationship between what is being required and what is what is actually required for the cannabis cultivation site. And they also have expressed an extreme willingness to work with cultivators to extend the time frame for installation of those improvements, provided that people are working towards completing that work. The key thing there, and I really want to say this so everybody hears it, is it really demands that there is communication. I mean, just like with the county, it's important to communicate with CDFW. They really emphasized come and talk to them. Director Valverde also identified that CDFW has a new program that is being rolled out this fall, and that could address some of the lake and stream bed alteration agreement improvement requirements in terms of financing. The title of the program is Cannabis Restoration Grant Program. This can be found on CDFW's website. It has the definite potential to help with costs associated with improvements that have not yet been captured in a lake and stream bed alteration agreement that has been signed. We will continue to investigate this. We'll also investigate to see if it's something the county can participate in on behalf of cannabis cultivators. For the board today, the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee is bringing 3 actions for your consideration. First is to direct the treasurer tax collector to not assess fees for late payment of October 2021 excise taxes, and also for the March 2022 excise tax payment for the first installment of the 2021 taxes. In the board report, it said April, but the first installment will actually be due on March 15th of 2022. So if all these payments are received by May 31st, 2022, the idea would be that there would be no penalty there. This is far preferred over trying to establish a installment program because the treasurer tax collector doesn't have the software or the personnel to really undertake a installment plan, but they can waive late fees, and provided that everything's paid by a certain date. And if they come in and pay their taxes all at one time, that would work perfectly. The second item would be to direct staff to develop options and bring options back for adoption by the board to provide tax incentives for water storage, solar power installation, and road improvements, which minimize sedimentation for streams. This is really a restatement of the board's direction from November 19th of 2019. That action was pulled pending the outcome of the Measure S litigation. Now that that is done, it's appropriate to move ahead with that. And while there is work being done on potentially modifying Measure S, this can move ahead because it actually would result in a reduction of taxes and not an increase. So the timing for this is appropriate. The desire would be to have that done before taxes are due in the 2022 tax year. And then authorize the chair to sign a letter to the state advocating regulatory changes to allow licensed cultivators to keep their license active and reduce their cultivation area with a corresponding reduction in state fees and taxes. I'm sure that either Supervisor Bushnell or Supervisor Madrone would add to this as members of the Cannabis Ad Hoc, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. And I'll also ask either Supervisor Madrone or Bushnell if you wanted to add anything.
Not at this time. I'm Steve May or Supervisor Madrone.
Supervisor Madrone.
Sure. Well, I wanted to thank Director Ford for this presentation and for the hard work by Supervisor Bushnell and us on the committee. We're trying our best to figure out what we can do at the local level, what the state can do, et cetera. And yeah, on the compliance agreements, especially with DFW, it's about two things. It is about communication, but it's also about making some progress. So let's say you've got 10 culverts you were supposed to put in, and you haven't done anything in 4 years. That's a difficult argument to make, right? But if you've done a couple of the culverts and you just can't get to the rest of them right now financially, or the season for construction is running out, then they have told us that you really need to communicate with DFW, and they would be able to work with you and hopefully process an extension on your compliance agreement. I think many of them are going to be running out. Those that applied for them in 2017 or 2018, they were 5-year agreements, so they're running out here this year or next. And so be timely. Don't come in after the expiration of your agreement. You need to come in before it expires and communicate what you've been able to do and how you expect to complete the rest of the work. So that is certainly something important for the industry to understand. I do think there are some other issues around these compliance agreements and how the cannabis industry is being dealt with as compared to everybody else out there. But that's something I'll be talking with Ad Hoc a whole lot more about. I've been doing some research to see how are these agreements designed for restoration projects versus timber harvest, timber companies, ranching lands, or even the county's road systems, right? So I think there's additional leeway we might be able to work out with DFW, but we're not there yet. And we'll bring that forward in the not too distant future, hopefully. I also just wanted to very briefly comment on our actions a week ago. I know they're not specifically on the agenda, but there's been a lot of confusion about that $1 million that we approved 2 weeks ago. And just to be clear for the public, that was money that was primarily already authorized over a year ago to go to the Trellis program. But due to COVID, we weren't quite sure what the county's revenues were going to be looking like, sales tax, et cetera, going down. And so the money got pulled back. So what we did 2 weeks ago was basically just replace an action that we took over a year ago. And frankly, almost all industries receive subsidies of one kind or another. Airline industries, for instance, the reason so many airlines are coming in is we provide them with some fare guarantees for a year or two. And so it's not inappropriate to provide subsidies in the appropriate way in the appropriate place. And I still very much believe that that was an appropriate move, but I hope that helps explain that to the community. Anyway, that's all I have right now. Look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I also wanted to say to the community, I'm glad Supervisor Madrone did, but to some other entities, it looks like we're going overboard for the cannabis community, and that's just not the case. Steve and I are on the ad hoc committee, so that is our job. And also additionally, through the COVID, businesses are awarded lots of things that cannabis farmers could not, because of not being federally legal, weren't eligible for. And so they haven't gotten any financial relief at all through any of the last year and a half, where most businesses, if not all, that applied got COVID relief monies and COVID funding. So it's just really, I want the community to understand it's not that we're just singling out the cannabis community to help them. It's that this is the first relief they have gotten that's coming their way. And additionally, I wanted to ask CAO Hayes if she's on here. So with being able to push out Measure S funds down the road for this payment on the 15th and then the next payment, what does that do for our county? What does it look like for our general fund and for Trellis?
It will most definitely impact our general fund. It's hard to say exactly what that impact will be. We'll have to monitor it, and then we'll return to your board likely around first quarter or mid-year to report out on what we're seeing and how many individuals seem to be taking advantage of that opportunity. So there may be some pivoting down the line that we'll need to make in order to compensate for lost revenues in the current year. And then the understanding of this would be that those revenues would come in the next fiscal year. And there was a second part to your question.
Trellis, I understand it's 2 years before Trellis sees funds. So we would, if we were grant, or if they paid those funds with next year, then it shouldn't affect Trellis?
Trellis, per your board's direction, receives 10% of Measure S revenues. This year, we made a shift in our methodology to calculating that amount to base it off of 2 years prior actual revenues. So in the current year, those allocations are based off of the 1920 year. So there will be a lag, and any reductions in revenues 2 years down the line will cause a temporary reduction in the allocation to Project Trellis. But again, if all of the individuals who take advantage of the delayed payment, we should capitalize that on that in the year after that. So there would be catch up that would take place.
Okay, thank you.
Director Ford may have something to add, and then Supervisor Bohn.
You're muted, John.
Thank you. I just want to point out that one of the efforts here was, while the payments will be done in a different calendar year for one of the payments, they both will still fall in this next fiscal year. So it keeps it with, that was the May 31st date rationale, is it keeps
it'll be in our fiscal year. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Supervisor Bohn.
And I don't know if this is for CEO Hayes or whatever. I was getting a lot of phone calls, or have been getting a lot of phone calls about awardees or grantees to the Trellis Committee for, tanks, culverts, repairs and stuff like that. Have we started issuing those checks yet, or are we still waiting to issue those checks for whatever reason?
I would defer to our Economic Development Director, Scott Adair, if he is on. He I believe, has his finger on the pulse of where these payments are at on a fairly regular basis.
Yes, thank you, CAO Hayes. If I may, to the chair. Supervisor Bohn, to answer your question, our office is working closely with the purchasing team and the Auditor Controller's Office to make those payments. There was a delay when temporary vendor IDs needed to be established for the equity grantees who are receiving equity grants through Project Trellis. That caused some of the payments to those equity grantees to be stalled, and some of those are still in process. So some of those entities have still not yet been paid.
And a lot of those are those small growers we're trying to help too. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments at this time, or I'll go to public comment? I'll do. And is there anyone in the public that has their hand up at this point? There's 1, 2. All right, so we're going to start with the last 4 digits of 5069. If that's you, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Want to thank the board for agendizing these items, which do definitely provide relief for the cannabis industry and are in line with some recommendations that we had suggested over the past couple of weeks. Just to sort of put this in context, I think Director Ford put it well. The collapse in market prices, the reality that some farmers have been unable to sell their cannabis from 2020 or have had that cannabis returned to them. And in light of all of those collapsing market conditions, every single fee and tax essentially is remaining constant. So the state cultivation tax, state permitting fees, county Measure S tax, county staff time for permitting, conditions of approval, all of these items, unless something changes, they remain constant in terms of their cost. And so for the county to take the initiative to adjust some of the county's billing practices and tax practices to recognize the fact that we're now in a very different market situation, one which will hopefully change over the next couple of years as we get interstate commerce, but is the reality right now, is something which is really much appreciated. One thing that I do want to highlight is, in addition to these deferrals, given the new market situation, it is from our perspective important to have real tax relief. And the agenda item dealing with incentives for water storage and for renewable energy is definitely part of that. And we're glad to see that being brought back by December 7th for additional consideration. One thing we would ask as staff puts together those recommendations is that those incentives for example, installation of water storage should be available based on either your historical installation of water storage or future installation. So many folks have already invested in, even in some cases, 100% water storage. Those incentives should be available to them based on what they've done previously and not just a new investment in water storage going forward in order to be equitable. The last thing we wanted to mention is just really appreciate the agenda item here dealing with fallowing. Right now, I know there was a discussion earlier about our cannabis farmers cutting back given market conditions. And we surveyed our members and 80% of them said they actually would be interested in cutting back. However, the way that state regulations are currently worded doesn't allow farmers to do that without essentially forfeiting their state license. And so having the county support to request that the state resolve that issue is very helpful. We've been actively advocating with the state on that issue as well. And so to be able to collaborate with the county for mutual benefit is something that we really appreciate. And we think that's a policy, just giving folks the option to cut back if they would like to, that really is a win for everyone. So really appreciate your agendizing that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 9687. So if that's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Kelly Flores. I'm with Margaret Advisors. We do strongly support the deferral of the local county excise tax and creating incentives for additional water storage and solar power implementation that'll help to improve the situation for local farmers. I'd like to speak to you regarding the board's plan to communicate directly with the state. We appreciate your willingness to address the state regarding the challenging issues our farmers are currently facing. And we strongly believe that the difficulties they're experiencing regarding state licensing fees and taxes have several potential solutions to consider. We believe it's critical that the county provide specific solutions to the state officials in order to have a more rapid and impactful response. And so with that in mind, we've provided the board with recommendations regarding short-term and long-term solutions. These include recommending that the Department of Cannabis Control implement a license modification process to allow farms to change their license based on grow type or cultivation size. Currently, a change of size of grow or grow method requires the farmer to apply for a whole new license. They then have to wait several months for approval. They have to pay a new license fee with no credit for the existing license fee they've already paid. And then they have to ensure that all plants and product tags are transferred into the metric system from the old license to the new one. These efforts can be easily avoided by having a license modification process, which allows simply the changing of a license type rather than the issuance of a new license. And this would be similar to the Humboldt County reduction form process. Now, in the long term, license fees should really be based on revenue rather than grow size or type. State license fees need to take into account the potential for crop loss or revenue loss due to fires, pest infestations, robberies, crashing market prices, or other negative events. So a revenue-based model would allow fees to account for those issues, and it would place the cultivation licensing in line with all other types of licenses currently issued by the department. Now, we are also asking the Board of Supervisors to consider providing support for a state craft cannabis tax relief program. This would be a state tax credit for the first 500 pounds of product and will put crucial tax funds for smaller farmers back into their hands to help them survive and support our local Humboldt economy. This recommendation is based on a similar tax model that already exists in the alcohol industry, and it's a model which allows craft brewers to survive and thrive. So craft cannabis here in Humboldt needs to have the same type of tax support from the state if it is to survive as well. And we've provided a sample letter to the governor in support of this program for your consideration. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for calling in. And our next person is 7429. If you're 7429, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Roby Tenorio, and I appreciate this agenda item and support it. I also feel like it dovetails a little bit with the Drought Task Force report, and I would like to suggest that you also add less obstacles for folks to put in the tanks, perhaps not having it have to be connected to a permitted home. There's a lot of farms that don't have homes next to them. So rather than having a whole bunch of little tiny 5,000 gallon plastic tanks, people could put in larger metal tanks and that are specifically rainwater catchment tanks. So I do support the tax incentives for water storage and solar arrays to be installed for farms, and of course the road improvements. So thanks to the ad hoc committee. I think these are great suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Roby. All right, our next is 7454. I know you're there.
This is Kent Sawatsky. I wrote the opposition to Measure S when it was passed. If I were to rewrite it now, I would basically exempt all growers from tax that are your craft growers. I think that's 10,000 square foot or less. And if you have the big boys out there that still want to play, they should be footing the bill for what is coming to the county from this measure. They're the ones who can afford it. They're the ones with the economy of scale. They're the ones who basically caused the problem here by overproduction, and give the carrots to all the small growers out there. And especially, I strongly support, that the money to convert to forbearance, to get away from generator grows. And for those of you out there, there's an individual by the name of Paul Ramey. And if you wish to have your concerns addressed, possibly you want to call Candidate 668-5288 and then email your concerns. And I will see that Paul at least has a chance to look at that. Paul writes the legislation for our local Assemblyman Wood and McGuire. Very nice person to deal with. He's realistic. And I'm sure the supervisors all talk to him on a regular basis there. So I wish we would address the concerns of the small growers, and the big boys, maybe that's a thing of the past. I think they're thinking they're going to go ahead and last through this thing, and able to compete with the 100-acre grows in Oklahoma, or all the quote-unquote hemp coming across our border here that's flooded our market. But I can't see that happening. I think that the small 10,000 square footers are our future. And of course, I've always backed them. I think Humboldt did some good on that. I think maybe you only pay for what you grow now. Maybe that's not true. I'd have to check back up on that one. But I think you really need to work with groups like that to see that you have legislature, and you, if you have to go to court on things to do the right thing, then feel free to do so. That's my opinion. My name's Kent Sawatsky. My phone number is 668-5288. I don't hide. I'm transparent. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. So the next person to speak is 5375. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lindsay Jones, cultivator of Aloha Humboldt, and I just wanted to really echo the second speaker. I think that there's a lot to do at a state level that I'm just so happy to see the Board of Supervisors engaging. I think that that kind of talking with those regulators, this is a very timely opportunity with the consolidation of the three agencies. And I think that looking at the angle of being able to reduce is important, but I also think that moreover, there are just quite a few things that are not in the favor of craft cultivators. So while that is one thing that could help, I think that looking at the craft sales tax return would make a lot of sense, and then the creation of other opportunities to do more direct to consumer sales opportunities. I think artisans generally are not able to compete at a commodity level. So when we look at other ways that historically you can build more value, it's creating the marketing and the story and the connection to the small farm. And then you're able to really go from there. But with the restrictions that we have at a state level, as far as doing farmers markets and things like that, it's really challenging. So I think that open lines of communication with the creation of an advisory committee that was comprised of representatives of cultivator-based organizations. This advisory committee could work directly in a more fast-tracked manner to lobby at a state level and make some action. Because when we see market prices as low as $400 a pound, it's not going to cover the cost of production. So that's really important. And then the diversified water storage with working with DFW to look at more cost-effective ways to store water, like ponds or larger rain catchment steel tanks. There are a lot of barriers to be able to install those. So I think that reviewing that, especially for fire suppression water storage, that is super important to me to have that fire safety. So beyond that, I think that the advisory committee is just so important. And also to just remind the public that there are millions of dollars that come in for tax revenue to Humboldt County every year. So when we look at what 10% of Measure S funding was discussed to be given to the Trellis funds, it was staggeringly less than 10%. I think it should go up. And I think that the $1 million that was going to be given back to the grants is a wonderful step, but some clear transparency with the auditor's tax assessor is needed.
All right,
Thank you.
Great. So next speaker is 7426. 7426. There you go. You're unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Shannon Gibson. I'm head of compliance for Headwater. We're a fully licensed commercial cannabis business specializing in cultivation and distribution in multiple jurisdictions throughout California, including the Edwardsburg area of Humboldt County and the city of Arcata. I want to let you guys know that as other members have spoke of the community, the cannabis industry is experiencing record low prices. We work throughout the state and we track this. We believe that the current market rate has decreased by 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% 60% This, in past years, we've also seen an additional 20% decrease from October to December as full-term harvests from Humboldt, Lake County, Mendocino, and North Santa Barbara hit the market. We would like to express our support for the recommendations of the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, including the deferred Measure S tax payments and the Measure S tax credits for infrastructure improvements. While considering providing time to pay Measure S tax payments, I'd also like you to consider release from the financial security section of the ordinance. This year, in March, we received a bill that basically said that we had to prepay 2021 Measure S tax payments or provide a letter from our landlord. A third option was given that we could provide a bond. However, the county didn't provide us a bond form and we were unable to secure a bond with any reputable bond company. So this year we'll have to pay 2020 taxes. We have to pay 2021 prepayment taxes, and we will also have to pay 2022 taxes before January 1st of 2022. Again, I don't believe it was the board's intention to create these added payment burdens. I really do think that they thought that we would be able to secure bonds, but talking with farms who've tried this as well, we have not been able to secure bonds. Again, we strongly support the recommendation for tax credits for improvement of infrastructure as well. And we thank you for all of these considerations at a time where the industry is experiencing a lot of unrest. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now go to our final caller at this point. His last four digits of 2223. Just press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Director Ford. I appreciate you all taking the time to hear from us. This is Craig Johnson from Alpenglow Farms. If I could just speak to what Director Ford said about allowing time to pay or to get some of these compliance issues done. Yes, that's totally true. I've been doing my due diligence along, and I just had an inspection in the middle of harvest with a 14-hour notice, but we did shine through it, and we were given 2 more years on 2 of our very minor details that we have to still work out. We have our culverts done and et cetera. We're given an extension for that. The county and DFW have been working with us. We appreciate that. As to the tax credits for solar and rain catchment, we were one of the farms that immediately went into full forbearance and put in a rain catchment back in 2016, permitted and through the whole process. That is done and complete. We would like to get reimbursement for that. As to solar, we are an outdoor farmer, 10,000 square feet of solar powered cannabis we produce. We would like the allowance of at least 50 cents a square foot to go back to us in the form of a tax credit, especially for the farmers under 10,000 square feet. But let's be real, this is a very, very small business and size when you're talking about agriculture. That should be brought up to 1 acre. Humboldt County can operate within this 1 acre and give all of us a credit all the way through the board. Lastly, offering more time to pay taxes, that's great, but we really need tax credit. We're in a situation where we live on our property. What happens when we can't make these payments next year? Do we start losing our homes? We need to get that tax burden off of our homes for real. This is serious, and we're gonna have a lot of people having a lot of trouble over the next year. We need to switch to a time of sale or some sort of tax collection in that fashion. I had health issues the past 2 years ago, and I had to navigate that space. I had to still pay square footage tax. These are real issues. I appreciate everyone taking the time to call in this afternoon. And the last thing, I pulled off my sticky gloves as I'm harvesting right now to try to make this call. When you hear Ross Gordon talk, he is speaking for me and my farmer colleagues. We work diligently to feed Ross the proper information on a weekly basis, and he delivers it well. I appreciate all the time from the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Craig. And oops, where'd my speaker thing go? That is the last of our hands up. So we'll go back to the board on this. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass. Very much appreciate the work of Director Ford and his staff in bringing this forward. I wanted to just offer a little bit more suggestion-wise. I think we've heard, some great suggestions here today. Many of them have been put into writing in great detail. But for instance, on when we look at the recommendations from staff, item number 3, to authorize the chair to sign a letter, is really just dealing with the fallowing issue in general. I really liked what I heard from the one speaker about, having the ability to be able to modify your state license without having to go back through the whole process, pay all the fees again. So I'm thinking that it'd be nice if this letter could include several items that we've heard here today, and we've talked about at the ad hoc a bit as well. One of those is, there are rainwater collection incentives on your property tax, whereby certain types of rainwater collection are not taxed as a property improvement, but they're very narrow in scope. They only include hard tank storage off of roofs, right? Man-made roof surfaces. So I would like to see this letter also include recommending that the state expand that existing property tax exemption to include all sorts of rainwater collection. It is a lot cheaper to collect it in a pond than it is in tanks. And, it can be rainwater collection coming out of the sky. And if these ponds are built correctly, engineered properly, et cetera, why wouldn't we want to encourage very large scale water storage in terms of helping that whole process? So that certainly seems like an important one to also perhaps include in this letter. And then the direct sales. Now, I know right now, if you want to do a farmer's market, you got to get a distributor and a dispensary to partner up with the farmers to be able to do that. They did that in Mendocino. And perhaps this won't change a lot until federal legalization happens, but it'd be nice if we could find a way for that direct sales for the small farmers. That would make a huge difference. So those are just some of the other things I think would be great to have in this letter. Obviously, time is of the essence with some of these things, and some of them are going to take a little bit more time. So I'm assuming that number 2, developing options for tax incentives, you're going to be coming back to us with recommendations on that in the very near future. I'm assuming, Director Ford, perhaps you can give us a timeline for that. But I think it might be great to come back with a letter that expands on what is in the staff recommendation with several other of the issues we've heard here today. And Director Ford, could you give us a timeline perhaps?
Sure, through the chair.
Yes, please.
So the timeline for item number 2, we did identify in there that we would come back December 7th, either with modifications for those incentives or a report on what is holding us up from completing that. So tried to make sure there was tight accountability so it could be rolled into the taxes for next year, since that is Measure S. Be happy to modify the letters or alternatively prepare a different letter. One of the things this letter was intended to do was kind of target a specific audience, and that is the person who makes decisions about cannabis regulations. And so the request by Kelly Flores is very appropriate, but I think semantically it is the same request. And so one of the things from a regulator's perspective that I would be hesitant to do and hesitant to advise the board to do is include language that talks about changing a permit in the middle of the construction or cultivation season because that will send a regulator spinning out of control thinking, how do I implement that? Whereas if it's just a matter of trying to work some flexibility in to essentially accomplish the same thing, that's a concept that once it lands, then let the regulator figure out how to write that. And that was maybe the logic behind the way the letter was worded. But happy to do whatever the board directs. In terms of the rainwater catchment, I'm sorry, I wanted to say that really is a different target audience. That letter may need to go to Senator McGuire, Assemblyman Wood, maybe Governor Newsom, because that's a much larger issue.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So in reading the letter, I get the, when I'm reading the letter, I understand that reduction in fees and taxes without having to modify or expire their license. I think we say it in there, that the fact that we're not dictating the language. I do agree with Director Ford. I think that we need to get this point across with this letter and then possibly send a second with different issues, just my thoughts on that. And then I also would like to ask Director Ford, I don't know, Supervisor Madrone, if you've gotten many emails, I'm sure we all have, but the request is for concern, yes, that we're going to be able to push our Measure S taxes out, but are they going to get relief next year fast enough to be able to pay? So I'm wondering if that we could explore a payment program that could be set up. I know, John, it's kind of icky, but we're pushing these taxes out, and then you're going to have 2 more that are coming due. The market is not anticipated to recover by then. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to explore between now and then an option for payment plan for Measure S. Kind of going to what Alpenglow Farms said, you know, some people live on their lands and they're fearful with that tax lien. And so I don't want to compound the problem by pushing those taxes out. And then here you come, you got 2 taxes due. We've had no recovery in the market. I don't anticipate it coming back by then. So then what's the answer?
So that becomes a very difficult circumstance. And the real struggle is that if the taxes can't be paid, I mean, this is a fundamental question. If the taxes can't be paid anyway, and you want to provide real relief, then you don't just continue to push the taxes out, push them out, because all you're doing at that point is creating debt. And I think that's what Craig Johnson mentioned. It's like, these are our homes. And if you start to pile debt up on our homes, you're not only piling debt up on our business, but you're piling debt up on the places that we live. And so that becomes a real consideration. And, you know, there's other options perhaps, and I'm hesitant to say this live in a public hearing without having talked to the CAO, but because we tried to keep everything whole for this tax year. And the other alternative is to start to think about, well, what could be done to maybe it's the second half of the taxes for the 2020 collectible and 2021 tax year. Maybe that gets waived or somehow significantly more deferred, but that gets back to the first point. So, I know I had fairly long discussions with the Treasury tax collector. Their software and their personnel allotment is not set up to collect payment plans. That would be a huge burden for them.
Okay, so maybe could I suggest then that we investigate alternatives that I anticipate this will compound the issue. in May. Maybe could we work on some alternatives with our CAO that possibly could give some relief and not just extensions?
Yes, we will bring something back. The motion then would be to defer, would be the motion to defer the tax payments without penalty, but with an additional direction to develop alternatives for the May payment.
Yes, yes. Because the 15th is next week and those are due next week. And so that was the quickest relief we could come up with for right now. So yes, that would be acceptable if it's acceptable to the board.
Well, and what I would ask is Director Ford, after you jot that down, to give us what what you'd like the motion to sound like or look like, to make sure we get it all captured. And after this item, we'll take a 5-minute break, just a heads up.
So if I could, Chair, I would say direct the Treasurer Tax Collector to not assess fees for payment of October 21 excise taxes and March 2022 payment of excise taxes if all taxes are paid by May 31st, 2022. It is further directed that staff come back with alternatives to address the balloon payment due at the end of May in the event that the market does not have a significant improvement.
Can we include staff and the ad hoc committee in that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, so
and then, so if I could I make the motion?
Yes, please. I was going to ask, would someone like to repeat?
Yeah. So I'd like to make the motion with staff recommendation and additional language that Director Ford put in for items. It would be items 1, 2, and 3. If everybody is okay with this letter going out, I would actually like to add to item 3 that we come back with an additional letter addressing other issues to the state. Is that acceptable, Supervisor Madrone? Okay.
I would second that motion.
Thank you.
All right. So John, did you get that down? Okay. So we do have a motion that's the second. Is there any further conversation on this? Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Just I wanted to, for John, the concept of tax incentives based on Measure S, because we knew we couldn't do tax incentives based on taxes we don't levy necessarily or property taxes, but on Measure S, I mean, I suppose we'll have to have, and maybe you guys have already done this, had council review our ability to do that and whether the measure supports that, and then also, if it's for things like they were talking about like solar and those things, I mean, I'm hoping that, assuming that that's a way to go, then we look at structures that exist for incentives, that have been done for other, like with state taxes with relationship to solar and other things, and they're somewhat proportional, and that they're not duplicative. That's all. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
All right. Any additional comments before voting? All right. Seeing none, Tracy, can you have a roll call, please?
Yes. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, we're gonna take I'd say come back around, well, 3:22 sounds funny. Okay, so let's just say take a 15-minute break instead of a 10-minute break. Well, I mean 5 minutes. I don't know. Let's just come back at
3:30.
3:30. Is that too long for everybody? No, we're good. Okay. I know some people don't like breaks. All right. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I think that was you. We'll come back at 3:30. I think I need coffee. right now. All right, so welcome back. We're going to head to our final departmental item, which comes to us from Planning and Building, and we're having the monthly report of the Drought Task Force. So I will turn this over to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. John Ford with Planning and Building on behalf of the Drought Task Force. Jeff Dolph and Mary Carlson, I think Hank Seaman are all here. There may be others whose names I'm not seeing. I know Ryan was here earlier. Ryan,
you guys have done a great job. It's raining. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. This is just a brief update on the activities that have been undertaken by the Drought Task Force over the last month. I just wanted to point out a couple of informational items. Attached to the board report is a letter from a hydrologist, Randy Klein, advocating use of rainwater catchment associated with cannabis. Also, in preparing the report, talked to the Garberville Sanitary District and found that while they had shut off ag meters for a small amount of time, the 2 previous rains resulted in enough water flowing through the eel again that they lifted that restriction. You also see that there's a chart showing the condition of Lufenholtz Creek being in a stage 2 drought condition. Also received a letter yesterday that is not included in your report, but it's from the Bryceland Community Services District, expressing concern with the number of wells being permitted on the Elk Ridge above Bryceland. But in terms of report on the activity of the Drought Task Force, there have been 2 significant actions taken over the course of the last month. One has been working with a hydrogeologist to develop standards for permitting water wells. We've signed a contract with a hydrogeologist, and there are 3 components to the work that they're doing. First is to develop guidelines for approving low impact wells with site-specific testing requirements for wells that are currently within the application process. They're also surveying our databases to determine the location, depth, and source of wells for use as we prepare to do a broader county-wide study. I will say, just provide for the board's information, the state has identified $18 million to come to Humboldt County for use in cannabis permitting. We're going to be bringing forward an item either on the 19th or 26th for board's authorization to submit a grant authorization, and part of that will be $3.1 million to do follow-up studies to develop well permitting regulations. They're also developing a decision matrix to determine whether wells are likely to fall into a high impact category or a low impact category, and developing an appropriate set of protocol for review of each of those wells. So we are in the process of developing short, medium, and long-term strategies to address well permitting, particularly during the drought. And so you will be seeing things coming forward in each of those phases in the very near future. There was also a meeting, workshop sponsored by DEH on September 28th, talking about water efficiency, and that included Tasha McKee of the Sanctuary Forest. Mario Carlson with DEH is going to provide an update on that. Mario.
Thanks, Director Board, and through the chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mario Carlson. I'm the Supervising Environmental Health Specialist of the Land Use and Solid Waste LEA with Environmental Health. On Tuesday, September 28th, DEH and the Humboldt County Drought Task Force held the Zoom-based 2021 Water Efficiency Workshop with Tasha McKee and April Newlander of Sanctuary Forest. Ms. McKee and Ms. Newlander shared with us water conservation and river protection successes they've observed through educational efforts, developing partnerships with community members, and facilitating forbearance for those living and working in the Mattole River watershed. They shared 37 slides, PowerPoint presentation, 2 of which included recommendations. For landowners, Sanctuary Forest recommends that folks learn about and use water efficiency technologies and strategies, install water storage and forbear in the dry season, and engage with local restoration groups and local communities. For the Drought Task Force, they recommend that we engage restoration groups, scientists, agencies, and community members to identify and provide incentive-based programs to help with human and development impacts and resolve permitting and tax obstacles. 34 people, including Sanctuary Forest and county staff presenters, attended the meeting. And Sanctuary Forest has expressed an interest in collaborating with the Drought Task Force. Our appreciation and thanks also goes out to Chief Building Official Keith Ingersoll and Senior Environmental Health Specialist Joey Whittlesey. Keith and Joey described water-saving permit programs that are available through the county, like rainwater catchment, water storage tanks, gray water systems, and waterless toilet systems. We got some positive feedback and multiple requests to review the material presented. And we're taking action to have both the slides and the recording posted on the DEH website. So that should be done fairly soon. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you, Mario. Anyone have questions at this point in time? Supervisor Bohn?
Mario, what's your definition of fairly soon before you'll start getting some of this stuff posted so people can have an idea what you expect of them?
We've made some changes through DEHH Media. They've helped us post some stuff on our website already. And if we're lucky, by the end of the day, we'll have the presentation and the recording of the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Through the chair, my question can be answered by either Director Ford or Mario. I'm looking at the letter that is from Randy Klein, the hydrologist, and I'm wondering why we specifically only talk about cannabis permits in regards to water.
I don't think either one of us can answer what was behind that letter. That wasn't solicited. That was just something that was provided, something we forwarded to the board. I don't know why it was written like that.
Okay, so when we're talking about drought and wells and agricultural, we're talking generically, not specifically one entity?
As we're moving forward and looking at well regulations, that is correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, any other questions? Mario or Director Ford or anyone else?
Not a question, but a clarification. The Sanctuary Forest project was mainly included a lot of different community members, and including families, schools, and there was forbearance, and they had a specific side for cannabis cultivators because the forbearance period is a bit different. So they had sort of a tiered message to describe the different water uses in the watershed. And also Randy Klein was a contributor during their presentation too, for full transparency there.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell?
So, I'll let someone else go first and then I'll ask questions.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone.
Yeah, just to speak to Supervisor Bushnell's question, and I think it has, I mean, there's just a lot of, I mean, you're getting a lot of the same probably communications I'm getting from constituents who have concerns, and they believed and they see a lot of permits coming in with relationship to cannabis currently. You can see it in what's coming through our, not our agendas, but with regards to the Planning Commission and planning review. And there's just an association I think people are making with just the numbers of those. And then I would also imagine that the locations where these spaces are, when they're, near where other people already have domestic uses associated with, creates a lot of anxiety, and that anxiety is translated in these concerns related around a specific industry. I mean, I do, and I'm sure you've had those conversations too, Supervisor Bushnell, with folks about, there is more straws in the ground than for one particular use, for sure. But just saying, there is a lot of interest in this particular industry because it's newer-ish and coming on strong, or so people feel anyway. So
I understand that, Supervisor Wilson, and yes, I do understand what you're saying. However, the newness of the industry doesn't mean that we get to pick on them just because. If we're going to, especially with drought and a drought task force, I think that we need to look at all industries that use water. Not that I want anybody to be, any business to be without water, but especially in this discussion as the drought task force, it's not okay to pick out one industry when we're considering water usage for a drought.
I would just respond that it only matters in that where and quantity. And so it's hard to, I agree with you on one part of that, but I will say that there are, it appears to be a higher number of new well applicants from one place, from sort of one industry, and so that thus lies the focus. I would agree with you that you want to be cover everybody under this, but the newness and the volume, at least perceived, draws focus. And I empathize with you wanting to cover everything, but understand that a lot of folks in the community would need some more education, I would imagine, on sort of where the wells are and where and what those impacts are, which is actually what I think is what Director Ford kind of got to in his report. Actually, was really looking at the wells being site specific a lot in terms of impact, which I think is the direction we really need to go, and I really do appreciate that. But we're going to get more questions. We're going to keep getting questions about the cannabis industry and its connection to water, no matter how much we try.
I understand that. I just want the focus to be holy, and I do know that there are more wells going in for cannabis industries. I understand that. I'm voicing my concerns of my constituents in my district, and I understand everything you just said.
Okay, so we did have Supervisor Madrone that was in the queue. So let's go back to Supervisor Madrone.
Lively, just like water, right? So, boy, thank goodness for the rains. And this year starting out pretty normal, a couple light rains in late September, early October. Let's hope that the season continues. The long range projections are for La Nina, and that typically means we're kind of at this juncture between the south and the north. And while a La Nina typically provides a drought in the southwest, for us, it can kind of go either way. But I like what we're seeing already. It's really helped out. It brought the South Fork Eel up, and it brought Lufenoltz up and other streams. The Lufenoltz gauge or graph that is in this report is very misleading. Not that anybody that put it in there is trying to mislead anybody, but what actually happened is it's been documented that there is some excessive drawdowns of the creek happening overnight, which is exactly the opposite of what you would expect. Typically, what happens is flows come up overnight because of the diurnal effect of the sun going down and the trees shutting off their evapotranspiration. But in Lufenholtz, it's been documented with very detailed effort that in fact, there were several days in August that led to this stage 2 drought declaration that we lost 70,000 gallons out of the creek in 4 hours. Those are illegal diversions that are happening in the watershed for what we believe are cannabis operations indoor in some large grow barns and other things. So I'm working with several authorities to try and pin that down. But that was a very significant thing that happened there when the creek gets real low, and having that kind of loss, 70,000 gallons in 4 hours, is very, very dramatic. Awesome that you teamed up with Tasha McKee. I mean, Tasha has been a leader in storage and forbearance programs. The state has been, really trying to take the lessons learned there in the Upper Mattole and apply them more broadly. But let's be clear, it's not just storage and forbearance. They've also helped get people to implement a lot of conservation measures, as well as groundwater recharge. So there are a lot of ways to help our low flows and provide more water. And we are starting to apply those up in Lufenholtz Creek. In fact, in Lufenholtz Creek, it's the first place in the county where a subdivision that had nothing to do with cannabis was required to do storage and forbearance as part of the requirements for that subdivision. So these things are coming around more and more as we realize water is a very limited resource. So very, very glad to see that you're partnering with Tasha. She and Sanctuary Forest have a wealth of knowledge, and that was a great move, a wonderful workshop that you put on. That's really all I have on this right now, but thank you for the report, and let's hope the rains keep happening.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask the drought task force if we're thinking about into the future, if we don't get sufficient waterfalls this winter, are we thinking about what could happen in the spring and next year?
Yes, we are taking a wait and see and eyes wide open approach, looking to see what happens.
Okay, thank you so much.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, kind of going back to where the focus is on these various things. I know in some of these areas, we're starting to see some large residential uses proposed in terms of very large residences with curtilages that are quite big. And I'm just kind of, with acres of landscaping in very impacted watersheds. And I'm kind of wondering, where do we go with that? Is that also included in this analysis that you're talking about, or is it purely from the agricultural perspective? Because again, most of those are in what we would call ag lands now. And so I was just kind of wondering where that sits in this.
So I would say from my perspective, it's still a little early to draw conclusions. We want to look at the data and try to get an assessment of whether or not there are concerns in some areas. And if there's concerns in those areas, then additional analysis will be required. In some areas, there may be no concern.
And I would use an example. I mean, we have, there's a cannabis proposal in an area in my district, and it's assuming that wasn't a cannabis proposal and it was a 10,000 square foot McMansion with 3 acres of vineyards and grounds and a pool and all that, which could use a lot of water. Where is the balance in that in terms of like what will be considered, for wells and forbearance, and how would we analyze that in an equitable way?
So I don't have a clear answer for that yet, Supervisor Wilson. Because the reality is the water use of like 10,000 square feet of cannabis is somewhat akin to a residence. The water of a grape vineyard would be far in excess of that. And so depending on what we're trying to where we're taking water from, if it's from a location that has a very sensitive groundwater resource, then we would review it very critically. If it's in a location where the groundwater recharges very fast and has a large supply, an abundance of supply, so that it's not going to deplete within a season or 2 or 3 or 4, then it probably isn't as great of concern. I think that's where we have to be factually led. I do want to just put a plug in. One of the things we are bringing forward is drought tolerant landscaping regulations.
Yeah.
Those are being written. So in situations where you have larger estate style homes, that would be covered.
And I appreciate that. I mean, because I do align myself, to a degree with Supervisor Bushnell in terms of the fairness of how we analyze this, especially for new projects coming online. And yeah, we're just going to see more of that as the pressure, to build those sorts of things come to our community. So, all right, well, that was it. I mean, you're hearing what I'm saying, and I appreciate the analysis you guys are doing. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn, sorry about that.
And when I hear the word McMansions, it makes me think, geez, we're going to throw the fear of God into people again. Are we getting a lot of 10,000 square foot houses being built up here with swimming pools? Because I'm not seeing any.
We do have a 9,800 square foot application in currently.
And that's in Mike's district. I know that one.
Right? Actually, it's not.
Out on Old Arcade Road?
That's not the one I'm thinking of.
Oh,
so there's only 2.
There's 2. Wow. Okay.
And there's one under construction up on Berry Summit someplace, I believe, as well. So yeah, they're coming. I'm just saying, this is not, we've been discovered, and we're going to have to start talking about that, and it will have an impact on these smaller watersheds. And so we really do have to start thinking about development standards in some of these impacted places, and not just on cannabis. So we'll get there, I suppose.
All right, any other questions for staff on this or comments, or we can also go to the public? If you're in the public and you want to comment on this, press *9 to raise your hand. There is one speaker, 5-3, okay, a couple now. All right, so if you were the last 4 digits, 5375, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Welcome. We can't hear you. Okay, let's go back to that one. Let's for now we're going to go to 7108 and press *6 to unmute. All right, 7108, welcome.
Thank you. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and thanks for the report today. And I'm especially happy to see that there's going to be a database with all the well permits in the county. And I imagine besides the location and the depth, it would include what's the yearly amount of water proposed or being used, and whether the well is for agricultural use or for domestic use. Because I think all that information would be very helpful. And with the drought, maybe we will have a wet winter. We really don't know. I think rather than wait and see what happens and then try to figure out how to deal with it, I would think it would be good for the county to develop a plan B in case of the drought becoming more severe, and start working on that now. If this happens, that happens. I know the Garberville Water District, they have, if the river reaches this level, then these are the things that they need to do. And if it's another level, then they move to the next requirement. So I would hope that that would be happening. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. Unfortunately, okay, well, we have another one, and we so far had still not, hopefully 5375 will be back. I think they just lost reception. So we'll go to 7429. And if that's you, I believe that might be Roby.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Roby Tenorio. I really appreciate the Drought Task Force recommendations and, as Bonnie stated, getting some solid data. I'd like to also suggest some type of tax credit for folks putting in tanks and perhaps ponds. I'm wondering if there can be less obstacles to putting in both tanks and ponds, and perhaps the county could look into how they can assist residents with the engineering. That seems to be the big obstacle with ponds, is they have to be properly engineered. And so maybe if there was some information for residents on that. As far as the wells, and this is really serious. All water issues are site specific, and drought makes the issue much more critical. But it's important even when we don't have a drought, when we have a really good winter. The issue of the new wells around cannabis has to do with where many of them are located. There's been a significant increase of agricultural wells in the upland areas since 2016, and the uplands have the tributaries that contribute the cold water to the main creeks and the rivers, and the salmonids need that water and they need it to be cold. So there's a very serious issue with, we don't know what happens when we put in a lot of wells in the upland areas. And there's this issue that a lot of these cannabis permits have called themselves existing, but that is a fable. These were not existing. Maybe people had pot, but it was not at the scale that it is now. So we really need to look at that impact. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Roby. And our final hand up at this point is 7454. Welcome.
Kemp Sawatsky, I would like to echo what the prior two speakers spoke before me. I wasn't able to hear the whole topic that you were dealing with here. And just regarding the last speaker, if you had existing cannabis there, why would you need to add an additional well to grow your existing? Either you grew it with water or you didn't. They're kind of in a catch-22, so I'm going to call bullshit on that one. Hate to have to put it that way, but that's what it is. The salmonoids and all these little fish, if anybody who pays attention to that, those upper tributaries are where they have to hang out to get up big enough to get flushed out during the year to come down the rivers. I also have a question. Is this Drought Task Force working on the 50,000 acre feet that we're owed, that West Dunn Water District seems to be benefiting from? I really wish we'd put some legal pressure and some money toward putting that to full work as best we can. I normally would be down in my catching hole, catching steelhead and having a great time on the Trinity, but the people there who go out rafting every single day or out in their kayaks say they haven't seen a fish. So something's really messed up with the Trinity water flow, just the same as it is with the rest of the water flow. And there's only one thing that's changed, and that's mankind, isn't it? So the only finger you can point is pointed at yourselves. And I just really wish Mother Nature would just take care of this once and for all and fix things so that she could get on with her life and nature could get on with it without being interfered with by the human race. That's really terrible to have to say, but hope the dogs survive.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so we'll go back to the board. So the action we have is to receive the report. But I did want to check. It sounds like there was a lot of conversation. Director Ford, is there something, if you heard something in the conversation that you would like added, or just you guys take note and come back, consider what the comments were and come back the next update? How do you want to?
I think really it's only for the board to receive the report. If there is direction you would like to give, there is none recommended or necessarily desired from staff. I think that we have heard what the board members and the public has said and things to be thinking about and addressing, and we have made note of that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to say this, and I do apologize. Apparently, Kent was accidentally muted, and it's come to my attention, so I do very much apologize for that, because anyway, so that's why he disappeared. He didn't just hang up. So sorry, I wanted to say that just so we make a full apology on air for that happening. All right, so thank you, Director Ford and Supervisor Bushnell.
So do we need to make a motion to receive and file the report? And if so, I do so.
Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second?
I do so second.
All right. Seeing no other conversation, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you to staff also for the report and the work you guys continue to do.
And thank you for sticking with us so long today. All right, so now we're going to move on to the public hearings. The first one comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding an appeal of a decision by the Planning Commission. So at this moment, excuse me, what'd you say?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Did I forget something?
Not.
Okay. Anyway, so since it is on the agenda, we still have to open the public hearing. And at this time, I'll ask Director Ford for his report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. As mentioned, the applicant and the appellant have asked for a continuance of this hearing. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of an offsite advertising sign. The applicant has requested a continuance to further review the board report and findings. It's customary to allow this when the applicant and the appellant are the same person. The applicant has requested an extension of between 2 and 6 weeks. In 2 weeks, we have another appeal already scheduled. And then the following week, we have a contentious item scheduled. So based upon this, we would recommend that you continue this to November 2nd, 2021. We have discussed this with the applicant. They are agreeable to that. So the motion would be I would recommend that you allow any public testimony on first the continuance, and then second, if there are people who can't be here on November 2nd, to allow them to provide public input, and then to continue it to November 2nd.
All right. Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson?
I will move to continue to November 2nd. Was it second? Is that what it was?
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, Director Ford, you're suggesting 2 different opportunities for public comment on this one. Is that what you were?
I would just open it, and if primary comments on the appeal or on the continuance, okay. But if somebody says, I can't be present, I can't participate via Zoom on the 2nd, let them give testimony.
All right. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
So if they make public comment today, are they allowed to make public comment again on the 2nd? Sorry, John.
No, they technically shouldn't be.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. All right, so if you are wanting to comment on this item, be aware that it is suggested that it is being continued, but I will look to the queue. I do not see any hands up at this moment. I'll wait a few more seconds. All right, I have no hands up, so we'll go back to the board. There is a motion to continue to that date certain, and there's been a second. Anything else you need before we vote, Director Ford? All right, so Tracy, can we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. We close that public hearing. So we're going to move on to what I believe is the last item today. And it comes to us from Public Works, and it is regarding the airport land use compatibility plan consistency determination for the Humboldt Bay Trail South. So I'd like to hand this over to Hank Seaman.
Good afternoon, Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director.
Oh, wait, did I open it? If I hadn't, I'm opening it now. I'm now opening the hearing. Thank you, Hank.
Yeah, right off the bat, we recommend that the board adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the governing board of the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission.
Okay. All right, well, let's do that then. This is one of those unusual ones. Supervisor Bushnell? Okay, I thought you had your hand even. Okay, so at this time we do adjourn as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, and we convene as the governing board of the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission to consider this item. And so we're first going to take public comment on items not necessarily on this item, but within the jurisdiction of the Airport Land Use Committee, correct?
Correct.
All right, so at this time, if there is public comment to make regarding issues that are related to the Airport Land Use Commission, now is the time to do it. These are just almost the random comments, this general. You do not see any hands up, so we'll go back to the commission. And there is a public hearing to consider the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. So at this point in time, can I hand that to you now, Hank?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to share my screen, and I've got some slides to show.
Please.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan relates to land use in the vicinity of our 6 airports. And the most common situation in the state is where the Airport Land Use Commission and the local agency sponsoring a project are different. We have the less common case where Humboldt County serves as both the Board of Commissioners for the Airport Land Use Commission and the governing board for this project, supporting the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. So I'll be clarifying the roles as we go forward. So this map shows the extent of the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. It's a large transportation and coastal access project in a very constrained corridor along Highway 101 connecting Arcata and Eureka. We have a lease agreement with the North Coast Railroad Authority. We're negotiating an easement with Green Diamond on the levee around the old mill site at Brainerd. We're also negotiating another acquisition. Those 2 right-of-way actions should be coming to your board to review the purchase agreements probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks. And we're moving towards being on the Coastal Commission agenda for a coastal permit in the next few months. So our goal is to complete right-of-way and permitting by early 2022 with a goal of beginning construction next year. So the first airport land use compatibility plan was passed and adopted in 1993. And then the criteria for compatibility from that plan was incorporated in the general plan in 2017. And then in 2018, your board approved the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, the environmental document for the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. That CEQA document concluded that there would be no hazards associated with airports in the vicinity of the trail project. And it also found that the project would be consistent with the county general plan. And then in 2021, your board, as the governing board of the ALUC, adopted an update to the compatibility plan. And earlier this year, Public Works determined that the Bay Trail South project warranted its own focused review for compatibility with the land use compatibility plan for Murrayfield Airport. And so that initiated this report today. So what I also wanted to say was that these types of reviews can be a little complicated where you have a project that spans an older plan and a newer plan. And so there are provisions in the most recently adopted plan that say if you had a project that was approved prior to adoption of the plan, you use the criteria of the original plan. And so going forward, we'll be reviewing this project related to the maps and the policies of the 1993 plan. The maps and the criteria are very similar in the current plan, but it's the 1993 plan that's applicable because the project was approved prior to the 2021 plan. So this shows the compatibility zones around Murrayfield Airport. And so zone A encompasses the vicinity of the runways, and then there's a zone B and a zone C and a zone D. And so within the plan, there's compatibility criteria. One thing to notice is that Highway 101 passes through Zone A. This is a zoom in of the northwest side of Murrayfield. So Highway 101 was completed in the early 1920s, and then Murrayfield was built starting in the late 1930s and into the 1940s. So Highway 1 precedes the development of Murrayfield Airport and obviously the development of the 1993 compatibility plan. And so the red line here shows the proposed alignment for the Bay Trail. And you'll see that it passes around the levee of the old Brainerd Mill site. And then we're proposing a 48-foot long trail bridge that would connect the levee to the railroad corridor. And then going into Eureka, the trail would be offset and parallel to the railroad grade. And you'll see that this trail alignment passes through a portion of a zone A around Murrayfield Airport. So here's one of two images that give you a sense of conditions on the ground. So this is looking facing southwest towards Eureka. And on the right, you can see the levee where the trail will be situated, and then it'll transition back onto the railroad corridor, heading towards Eureka and passing by, across from Jacobs Avenue. And then this is a view, this is an older photo from 2014 facing southeast towards Freshwater. And again, it shows where the trail would be on the levee and then that bridge that would connect back over to the railroad. You can also see the eucalyptus trees and Highway 101. So this is the compatibility criteria table from land use compatibility plan. So each zone has different criteria. The priorities for the land use compatibility plan are, number one, to avoid occupied structures near the airport. The primary concerns are an aircraft accident that happened off airport or an emergency landing by an aircraft. And so An occupied structure, especially with people who have limited mobility, is a concern, as well as tall structures. And there's generally a desire to have open space to accommodate emergency landings. And so for Zone A, the language is fairly general, but also prescriptive. It says that really in Zone A, you should have no structures except ones with locations set for aeronautical function. And so with limited guidance on how to interpret structures, we're taking a conservative approach, interpreting that to be really any constructed feature that's fixed in place. And so, technically that would include the trail bridge between the levee and the rail corridor, as well as potentially the base and the asphalt for the trail. So the airport land use compatibility plan is driven by state code, public utilities code. And this is important just to understand the background for the plan. The statutory purpose of the plan is to protect public health, safety, and welfare, looking at land use around airports to minimize public exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards, to the extent that these areas are not already devoted to incompatible uses. So it's intended to, be proactive and try to, maintain limited land use around airports. But the Public Utilities Code also has provisions that if a land use is found inconsistent with a land use compatibility plan, the local agency shall be notified, and then they shall hold a hearing to reconsider their action. The local agency may propose to overrule the finding of inconsistency by the Land Use Commission after a hearing by a 2/3 vote, if it can make specific findings that the proposed action is consistent with the purpose of having the land use compatibility plan. And the code goes on to say that the comments by the Land Use Commission are advisory to the local agency. So this is where the board as the governing board of the Airport Land Use Commission, the position is fairly constrained in terms of finding the project compatible or not compatible. But the board, as the board of supervisors, as the local agency sponsoring this project, has discretion to make a finding that even though it's technically not compatible with the land use compatibility plan, it's consistent with the overall purpose of the statutory authority for the plan itself. And so,
Hank.
Yes.
Doesn't, and I know maybe I'm just doesn't the 10,000 cars that drive between the walkway and the airport kind of decipher that? I mean, seriously, we're having this discussion. I mean, I understand, but they're going to hit the cars probably. I'm just saying, it just seems, and I understand we have to do everything like this, but I'd make a motion to do staff's recommendation, and before we spend any more money, we're hitting $20 million soon anyway. But I mean, I think we need to move forward, and I appreciate the presentation, but we have 10,000 cars a day drive to and from, and I used to drive truck there every day by there. And every once in a while, I get kind of surprised when one goes 30 feet above you because it's a lot closer. But I mean, and I know we're going to get millions of people on the trail, but I think the cars kind of predate what the walking bodies are going to do because they're closer to the airport. Is that seems like Ray Charles could see that, but.
It looks like we've got Bob Bronkel, looks like he's signed on as well. Maybe you can add to that.
Yeah, Supervisor Bohn, your comment is a good transition to my conclusion. We're treating the Humboldt Bay Trail project like any other project and applying the land use compatibility plan consistent with other projects. And there is precedent. Just in the last, I think, 2 years, your board went through the similar process for developing some hospital buildings in Garberville. And so, And you're exactly right that because the highway is an existing use and the trail is on the west side of the highway, and in fact, it'll be, to the extent that there's cyclists and pedestrians on the corridor, the Bay Trail will allow them to travel further away from the airport. We think we can come back to the board at a future meeting and make recommendations that the board, as the Board of Supervisors, could consider overruling the inconsistency determination and direct the project to proceed. So as the Airport Land Use Commission, the staff recommends that you determine that the project is inconsistent with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, and then adjourn as the Airport Land Use Commission, and then as the board, direct us to come back for consideration to overrule that finding.
I'll make that staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that recommendation to make that determination.
Okay, I did want to, I saw Bob Ronkel come on. I didn't know if you wanted to add something. You were, actually your name said you were Hank Seaman also, so I'm glad you changed you back to your regular name.
I have no comment. Hank asked me to attend the session in case any questions came up, but apparently it's all good.
Well, don't leave yet. So, so then, and I will be with you, Supervisor Wilson. We will also take public comment on this piece of this, correct, on this motion. All right, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I understand, Hank, this is pretty, you just have to go through this, but I do, it is really based on the determination as to whether or not the trail is a structure or not. And I will say that that is a reasonable determination to make. And we had to make that determination even about the midden down Indian Island, and in terms of through the permitting process, and it allows it, also protects it in terms of its ability to be protected from future erosion and other things from a permitting perspective to make this determination. So it will have function in the future too. So I'm prepared to move forward with this. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. I'll go to the public. For this one item, we do have a hand up, and that is regarding this specific action we're taking. So, sorry, my cursor is not moving here.
Yeah, I can't see any problem with this. It's interesting the hoops you guys jump through on some of these particular items. The likelihood of supply and demand, most likely you'll have two parallel tracks going around the bay in your railroad prism there, and those are going to stick up way higher than any trail you might have in conjunction to that particular section of trail there. So I really can't see a problem. I mean, I guess if a plane hits a train, it's going to be a whole different thing than and they do drop out of the sky around there, don't we? We've had an ultralight and we've had a few other ones, but I can't see that a problem for the trail. The problem for the trail, I've said before, and of course, with all these extensions you have on there, you're probably going to cost twice as much as if you'd had it on the other side of the road there to start with, and that would be, of course, closer to the airport. But we'll all see how this thing just totally winds or unwinds, and possibly that trail will be relocated to the other side of the road eventually. So thanks for the opportunity to speak on this one.
All right, thank you, Kent. And we don't have any other hands up. So we will, I think we're ready to take the vote on this part of the action. Tracy?
Yes. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right, so we are now going to adjourn as the governing body of the Airport Land Use Commission and reconvene as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. And we have a suggested language on directing staff to come back with the determination of overruling the determination of inconsistency, as Hank had stated. Does anyone have any questions? Supervisor Wilson?
You're muted, Mike.
I'm happy to make the motion to overrule the determination of inconsistency with the airport land use compatibility plan and direct the project to proceed.
Just to clarify, we're asking for direction to come back at a future meeting. We have we have an administrative requirement to provide notice of a public hearing.
I apologize. I was just reading off the staff report recommendation. So sure, yes, bring that back in the future, please. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any comment from board members? We'll go to the public on this one. We have a hand up. And 7454.
Ken Sawatsky, I have a multiple personality order, so I'm going to stick on my lawyer's hat. The question you may wish to ask your staff, and I don't know whether we asked before on the hospital issue, but legally, when you overrule this, if there were an accident where somebody on this particular trail happened to be struck by a plane or something, and you overruled it, does that put the county at risk as far as potential litigation or justification? I mean, you're overruling something that's supposed to protect something, and I think the question you like to ask is put the county at risk for litigation should there be an accident? Or does it personally put you folks at risk, everybody who voted for this particular procedure? Not that it's going to change your vote, but I sure as heck would want to know what was at risk or who was at risk when you overrule a consistency thing here. It's just, that's why it's a consistency thing. When you overrule it, just a little legal question. At some time, you may wish to get your own legal advice outside, or you may wish to ask county council how that all works.
All right, thank you, Kent.
For what?
So that's our last speaker. And I think we can take the vote on that. I see Tracy's ready.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Thank you so much for asking me for my vote. Yes.
and Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, we're closing the public hearing. I'm not sure under which body I was supposed to close it, but it is now closed. So I do believe that is the last of our agenda. We will be adjourning today in the memory of 3 community members, longtime community members. Those are Ed Brady, Rich Olson, and Sally Arnott. And I will go to Supervisor Bushnell to make some comments about Mr. Brady.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to recognize Ed Brady. He was the fire chief in Redway from July 1993 until his retirement in 2002. And after his retirement, served as board commissioner and president of the Redway Fire Protection District. He also was a CAL FIRE CDF employee for I don't even know how long. Very active member in the Southern Humboldt area. Him and his wife, Candy, and 2 daughters were ever existing figures down there. And he will be missed, especially by his Redway Fire District and his family.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bohn, you had brought Rich Olson, and we both know him, but I'd like to hand this over to you.
Well, yeah, and I guess you can do Sally. I did so many auctions for her, and she spent all of Phil's money when she did it. So it was, but anyway, yeah, Rich Olson passed. Rich is RAL Construction. He's done a majority of our ADA ramps for throughout the county. He's been a contractor here. He was contractor of the year back in, gosh, I almost want to say 2001, 2002. Him and his 3 sons. Rich was well known for sponsoring probably more youth recreational teams and adult recreational teams than anybody. But he was also instrumental in the main contractor when I built Redwood Fields. So Rich and his wife Linda have given tirelessly back to this community, and Rich ran the Redwood Acres Raceway for 25, 30 years, longest race promoter in California on one track, and did a marvelous job. So I just have a lot of good memories with Rich, and I'm sorry that no one's getting off here alive, but it doesn't make it any easier.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. He was a good customer of ours for many years. I think he probably consumed more prime rib than most people. It was great. He's definitely be missed. And we'll also adjourn in memory of Sally Arnott. No matter what district you live in, you've probably heard of Sally Arnott. Definitely a community arts advocate. She basically spearheaded the purchase of the Carnegie Museum, which then became the Morris Graves Center for the Arts. She set her mind to do something, and she did it. She's a pretty amazing woman, and I want to extend our condolences to her family and her Phil and sons Michael and Stephen. And she's a hard act to follow. A pretty special lady. So, any other comments? All right, seeing none, then we're going to adjourn in memory today of Ed Brady, Rich Olson, and Sally Arnott. All right. See you in a couple weeks.